Hey guys, how are you all? Welcome back to my channel. Today we will see what if Naruto is a xenomorph. If you enjoy, then please like, share and do comments. Naruto, can you say that? Tensai inquired as Naruto sat in her lap at a desk as she tried to teach him how to speak, his tail wrapping around her waist. Can you say, Naruto? Naruto was quiet for a few moments before trying to repeat what the woman had said, his voice quiet with a slight hissing undertone. Naruto. Very good, Tensai praised as she leaned down and gently kissed the top of the boy's head. Confused by the foreign action, Naruto looked up at her while Tensai could only smile at him with warmth. Pointing at him, she repeated the word, Naruto, Naruto. He reiterated quietly, making Tensai smile again. It had only been 3 days since she had taken him from the laboratory and adopted him as her son. In that time, Naruto showed an incredibly high level of intelligence for his age and a very sharp learning curve. She had been teaching him how to talk for only 2 days now. Yesterday, he could barely utter a single syllable, but now he was starting to progress into saying words with clarity, albeit a little slow, but words nonetheless. However, he was still having trouble getting used to walking, both on his hands and feet as well as just on his feet, so Tensai had taken to carrying him around most of the time. Now, can you say, Mama? Tensai inquired while pointing to herself as Naruto continued to stare up at her. Mama, ma. Naruto mimicked, struggling a little at first but succeeding. Tensai suddenly felt her heart flutter at the word as she was filled with a great maternal warmth, making her smile more happily and wrap Naruto up in a loving embrace, cradling his head against her bosom to keep him from seeing her tears. They were of joy and only a couple, but she didn't want to worry him over nothing. Reacting instantly, Naruto wrapped his arms around her as best as he could, nuzzling her chest slightly, knowing he was safe so long as he was in her arms. Mama, Naruto muttered into her chest, forcing Tensai to choke back a slight sob as she smiled all the more. Do I have to? The young boy questioned, his soft-spoken voice holding a slight tone of hesitance. In 1 year, 7-year-old Naruto had learned how to be a normal person. He learned how to read, write, talk, walk, run. He was even taught some minor taijutsu to help refine his already instinctual and reflexive natural fighting ability. His mother had even helped him unlock his chakra a few weeks ago and had begun teaching him how to control it better by doing a set of exercises taught to him by his mother. Yes, Naru-chan. Attending the academy will help you grow stronger and help you learn how to control that strength. If not for that, then do it for me, please, Tensai replied, kneeling before her adopted son and smiling warmly. Unable to resist, Naruto nodded a little shyly, making Tensai smile happily and hug him with a tender kiss on his forehead before releasing him and leading him out of their small home set in a secluded and wooded area within Konoha's walls. His body shrouded in a baggy black cloak with a hood pulled over his head and a white featureless hunter nin-style mask over his face. A little unusual for a child to wear, but it was better than people freaking out over his appearance. Grasping his mother's hand as they walked, Naruto couldn't help feeling out of place, having always found the shadows welcoming. The darker the shadow, the more comfortable he felt. Tensai noticed this and frowned slightly. I know you don't like it, Naru-chan, but you have to get used to it someday. At least as a shinobi, you won't have to be so exposed all the time. Standing at 5 feet 8 inches with a lithe and slender figure, 21-year-old Genku Tensai had raven black hair streaked with natural blonde highlights and pulled back into a low ponytail that reached down to her slim waist, her skin being the color of light cream while her eyes were an exotic and dazzling golden yellow. Like usual, she was dressed in a black kimono with golden trimming along the edges of the fabric with a stylized sun image decorating the left sleeve of the kimono in the form of golden embroidery. I know, but still. I just don't like the light for some reason. Naruto murmured quietly, feeling a little ashamed about it since he knew his mother didn't like it when he always hid in the shadows. It was just natural for him, though. Noticing his unease, Tensai squeezed his hand reassuringly, giving him a loving smile as he looked up at her. Unable to stop himself, Naruto smiled slightly under his mask. However, it worked. He wasn't feeling ashamed anymore. Tensai could only imagine the trouble he would soon end up causing her. Kra-kum. HSS's. 8-year-old Naruto hissed quietly and a little fearfully, clinging to his mother's side on the couch. Tensai could only smile faintly, holding him against her as it continued to storm outside. It had started up in the middle of the night and the thunder disturbed Naruto's slumber, prompting him to sneak into her room and curl up beside her, accidentally waking her up. Now, she sat in the living room with him, trying to keep him calm. As it turned out, he didn't like thunder very much. Not one bit, actually. Shish. Mom is here, Naru-chan. Tensai hushed gently, pulling him into her lap fully and holding him close while gently brushing a hand over his head. The bony growths on his head were slowly starting to form a shallow backswept carapace of sorts, but it didn't look like it would ever get much bigger, proportionally. Like always, Naruto wrapped his arms around his mother as much as he could, his tail wrapping around her waist. As another flash of lightning was answered with a crack of thunder, Naruto buried his face against Tensai's chest, shivering slightly. Mom is here, baby, it'll be alright. Very good, Naru-chan. Oh, I'm so proud of you. Tensai gushed as she hugged her son, making the now 11-year-old Naruto grimace faintly at the praise. He had just finished learning the cage bunshin technique, being unable to perform the basic bunshin technique due to his abnormally large chakra reserves. No matter how much he practiced his chakra control, it was virtually impossible for him. Normally, such a technique was practically forbidden to be taught to someone that wasn't at least being promoted to Chunin, let alone still attending the academy, but the Sandaime had been the one to offer the technique after hearing of Naruto's problem. Beaming with pride, Tensai pulled a scroll out of her pocket and handed it to Naruto, who seemed a little curious, looking it over in his hands. It's two new techniques that use a variation of the cage bunshin. One of them is called Shuriken Cage Bunshin and the other is Kunai Cage Bunshin. I've got a present for you, but you'll only get it once you finish learning these techniques. Okay? Hi. Naruto answered with a slight smile, wanting to make his mother proud of him. Interesting. Naruto murmured to himself, now 13 years old, was busy staring at his back in the mirror. During the night as he slept, he had suddenly started shedding for what seemed like the 100th time in the past year. While he wasn't looking forward to handling his own old skin for cleanup, he was just glad it was all in one piece. It made it so much easier. With each set of skin that he shed, he usually just grew a little bigger, but this time, he had developed a set of 4 protrusions on his back with 2 on either side. The top pair jutted out just below his shoulder blades and centered on either side, either one being roughly a foot long and looking not unlike a stretched-out, S-shaped tube of some sort. The bottom pair, resting only a few inches lower and closer to his spine, were almost identical to the top pair, only they were about 5 or 6 inches long. All 4 were pressed flat against his back, following the curvature of his spine and appearing almost as if they were merely distended ridges on his back. Ooh, Tensai whined quietly with worry as she stood with her son, staring at them. Touching one, Tensai quickly retracted her hand with a slight squeak of surprise when they all twitched slightly, lifting up from his back for a moment before settling back down. Getting an idea, Naruto concentrated on trying to move the muscles on his back, focusing primarily around the base of each protruding object. Hearing a gasp from his mother, Naruto looked behind him again, discovering that the tubes had indeed moved. They stuck almost straight out with an upward incline that left the tips of the top pair level with his shoulders while the tips of the bottom pair were level with the bases of the top pair. He also discovered that he had a far more detailed image of the area around him in his mind's eye. Like usual, he could still experience what was on the other side of a wall without them, but his range was greater now and in much greater detail. Normally limited to a 20-foot radius, Naruto could now sense things as far as almost 100 feet, quite literally, 5 times the range he normally possessed. Very interesting, Naruto muttered to himself, not at all fazed. Relaxing the muscles in his back, the 4 protrusions instantly folded back down against his back, the motion catching his mother off guard and making her squeak with frightful surprise again. Stop that, it's creeping me out. Tensai sputtered, flustered and unnerved by the strange bone-hard fleshy tubes sticking out of her baby's back. Just to be mean, Naruto made them twitch, only this time, Tensai fainted. Mom? Naruto quietly and curiously asked, finding her passed out on the floor behind him. Sighing, Naruto decided to stop tormenting her and kept them folded down on his back before reaching down and picking her up, carrying her over to the couch so that she could recover comfortably. As time passed, Naruto continued to grow in body, mind, heart, and skill. Due to the information stored in the laboratory Naruto had been found in being heavily encrypted, it took a great deal of time just to figure out what it was that had been bonded with Naruto's genetic code. As it turned out, Danzo had come across some sort of creature labeled simply as a xenomorph, captured it, experimented on it, and had eventually spliced its DNA with Naruto's just a week after the Kyuubi had been sealed within the newborn, having originally intended to place him en route after properly training him and nurturing him into Konoha's most powerful weapon. From the data left behind, they discovered that, according to the information, xenomorphs were essentially an apex predator with near hyper-intelligence that gave that an insane learning curve. Their bodies automatically adapted to their environment, no matter what it was. Their blade-tipped tails, claws, and fangs were more than enough to kill almost anything they came across, but if they weren't, their blood alone was a dangerous weapon. Due to certain biochemicals they naturally produced in their bodies, their blood was highly acidic, capable of melting through almost anything. Even metal. It was also reported that they had a second mouth of sorts hidden within their jaws, though Naruto hadn't shown any sign of possessing one that they knew of. This proboscis-like tongue was what they used for both feeding and, strangely enough, killing in addition to their claws and tail barb. The muscles and jaw-like bones in the anatomical part were strong enough to punch through bone and even thin pieces of metal. Just like Naruto, however, they didn't have any visible eyes or any other apparent sensory organ apart from the nerves in their skin. But they did have a sort of omniscient sensory organ of some kind located in their brain directly behind the forehead that allowed them to see everything around them, much like the Byakugan, while their nervous system acted not as just a sensory receptor for touch, but also so that they could smell, hear, and even taste something to a certain degree. After some tests were done, it was discovered that Naruto had almost every single characteristic of a xenomorph, with the only exception being the fact he was lacking the proboscis-like tongue. It had been discovered that while Naruto could only sense things like a xenomorph, having developed the same omniscient sensory organ during the genetic bonding procedure performed upon him when he was just a baby, he was still capable of determining colors and even reading normally. Although lacking the proboscis, Naruto was, however, capable of lengthening and strengthening his tongue through the use of chakra, but he didn't use such a skill very much, having stated it was simply weird, even for him. During his time in the academy, Naruto had become something of a cross between being popular and an outcast amongst his peers and classmates, something that left him rather confused at times. And it was all because he had worn a baggy hooded black cloak over his body and a mask on his face since day one. His popularity only came from the mystery of his appearance. Now, 10 years after enrolling, 17-year-old Naruto was a genin and the teams would be assigned in 2 days. Naruto couldn't wait to tell his mother that he had passed, that he was a genin, a shinobi. However, something wasn't right. Although he dismissed it as just being jittery and a little paranoid, Naruto's pace soon began to accelerate from a casual stroll through the streets as the sun neared its departure behind the horizon to a brisk walk, escalating further to a light jog before eventually reaching a full-blown sprint. His senses were going crazy, his instincts screaming at him to get home, but alas, he was too late. No, he whispered under his breath as he came to a dead stop, his lips curling into a frantic snarl as he stared upon the flaming wreckage of what had been his home. Nothing more than smoldering ruins of charred wood now. Naruto started to shake as he fearfully and hesitantly approached what had once been the home of Genku Naruto and Genku Tensei. Coming to a stop where the front door would have been, Naruto saw the one thing he dreaded the most, cursing his lack of eyes for not being to shed a single tear over the horror he was witnessing. No, 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 no. This can't be real. Lying in the middle of what had once been the living room was his mother, her body burned to ash and bones scorched black. He knew it was her because the dimensions of her skeletal structure matched the dimensions of the skeleton before him. That, and the metal knee joint in her left leg confirmed it, having been seriously injured during a mission when he was 10, forcing her to retire for good. Naruto. Someone spoke up from behind him, making Naruto whip around with feral anger, though it was barely suppressed by his more logical and rational side. Standing there was the Sandaime and 3 Anbu agents. The elderly man held the same look of shock, heartbreak, and pain as Naruto did, but only at a lesser degree. It was only natural, seeing as the woman had raised him since his genesis. I'm so sorry, Naruto, we weren't fast enough. Who did this? Naruto hissed, dropping his mask to the ground as he snarled at the Sandaime, baring his 8 fangs as his sorrow quickly started giving way to his anger. Before the man could answer, Naruto detected the pheromones and scents of the party in question, their scent trails appearing in his mind's eye like lines of smoke. Without another word or warning of his intentions, Naruto pumped his legs full of chakra before taking off, his cloak left floating in the air where he had been standing as he shot through the forest, following the trail of the men who killed his mother. HSS's. Hissing sharply as his lips curled in a vicious snarl, Naruto dropped to all fours, his speed jumping from mid-chunin to high chunin in an instant as he flooded his limbs and muscles with more chakra. Quickly breaching the clearing the 2 men were in, Naruto lunged, tackling the first one from behind as he gripped the man's shoulders with his double-thumbed hands and the man's hips with his clawed, double-thumbed feet. Without hesitation, Naruto charged his tongue with chakra before opening his fang-filled mouth with a hiss, the organ darting forward at inhuman speeds and spearing through the back of the man's head, the back of his skull erupting in a burst of blood, bone fragments, and bits of brain matter as he was killed instantly. It all happened within 2 seconds. Ah! The other one screamed, redirecting Naruto's attention to him. Again, without hesitation, Naruto lunged at the man with a shrill and inhuman shriek as he tackled him to the ground, grabbing the sides of the man's head with his hands, jabbing his inner thumbs into the man's eyes and ignoring his deafening cries of fear and pain before squeezing his hands together as hard as he could, swiftly and easily crushing the man's skull like a rotten melon between his palms. HSSSSSSSS. Naruto hissed once more, though more placidly as he slowly started to calm back down now that his mother's killers were dead. Standing up and staring down at their corpses with cold eyes, Naruto's appearance was finally made visible to the outside world for the first time, a cloud moving aside to let the full moon's pale illumination shine down on him as if it were willed by the gods that he'd been seen in his dark and otherworldly glory. Standing at 6 feet 3 inches with the same lean and muscular, yet lanky build he'd had since he was a child, Naruto had developed numerous exoskeletal plates of bone all over his body that partially mimicked his endoskeletal frame, such as a pseudo-ribcage on his torso that further shielded his internal organs while sectioned plates covered his pectoral and abdominal muscles without limiting his range of movement. His limbs were plated similarly with segmented exoskeletal bones with the exception of his joints. His hair had formed a solid crest-like carapace that extended behind his head by a few inches, his face still lacking any kind of features apart from his mouthful of translucent fangs and sharp teeth. Like usual, Naruto was dressed in only a pair of black leggings that ended at his knees with a tailor-made hole in the back for his tail that tied together above the prehensile limb, a pair of dark gray satchel-like pouches hanging from his belt at his hips that reached down to just above his knees with a black strap reaching around his legs to keep them secured, and his Konoha Hite tied around his waist on a long strip of black cloth like a belt while a 3-inch long hexagonal golden amber gem hung from a black cord looped around his neck with a pair of thin 3-inch long metal rods flanking the crystal. It had been a birthday gift from his mother when he had turned 9. HS's. Hearing something behind him, Naruto slowly turned his head and looked over towards Sarutobi, who had just arrived with 2 of the Anbu, the third undoubtedly having been left behind at the crime scene. Once more, Naruto's lips curled in a faint snarl in the place of shedding tears, his face speckled with the blood of his kills. They killed her. They killed her because of me. No, Naruto. No, they didn't. Look, Hiruzen tried to correct the newly graduated genin, pointing towards the 2 dead shinobi, bringing something to Naruto's attention. They were both from Iwa. Not Konoha. Virtually no one knew of Naruto's appearance except for those that had been present when Naruto had been found and the Shinobi Council. Towards the end of the Third War, Tensai had graduated to Junin at the age of 13, not unlike Kakashi-san. She was very skilled and had killed many Iwa shinobi because of that talent. However, it also painted a target on her back. After being forced to retire from Anbu, Tensai became comfortable with her life and settled down to raise you as a full-time mother. She let her guard slip and they finally managed to get her. You mean, they've tried before? Naruto whispered harshly, his snarl worsening as he turned to face the Hokage fully. Why was I not told? Because this. Hiruzen began to answer, gesturing towards the two dead bodies. Would have happened, only on a much worse scale with casualties on both sides measuring in the hundreds, if not thousands. Naruto said nothing as he stared down at his hands, which were still covered in blood, pieces of bone, and brain matter. Without another word, Naruto bowed his head slightly and started walking towards them, only to pass them. As he neared the Sandaime, Hiruzen attempted to hand Naruto his cloak, only for him to glance at it and continue on his way, ignoring the article of clothing. Without stating why he didn't want it anymore, Naruto simply kept walking. He ignored the blood and gore drying on his hands as he walked, his head bowed and senses dulled so that he could only detect things within a 10-foot radius of him. He paid no mind to the night or the darkness. He cared not for the two Anbu tailing him, watching him from afar. What now? Naruto thought to himself, never noticing that he had autonomously made his way into Training Ground 44, the Forest of Death, by hopping the fence. Absently picking a tree, Naruto scaled its surface until he reached the top, perching himself on a branch and tightly coiling his tail around it to keep his balance. He didn't know what to do. Yes, he felt the heartbreak and grief of losing his mother, but it was more than that. There was an emptiness within him, as if something had been physically carved out of him and disposed of, never to be returned to him. Eyeless face blank with uncertainty, Naruto remained perched on the branch, unable to even think properly. What no one knew or understood was xenomorph hierarchy. Naruto, although only a hybrid, was still a xenomorph by nature, and he had just lost his queen mother, the leader of his hive, his family, the center of his world. Unlike other people, Naruto didn't cry or grieve the loss of his mother like what was to be expected. He couldn't cry anyways, even if he wanted to. He slowly entered a state of silent depression, appearing most accurately as being lost, and without the guidance of his queen mother. What do I do now? Naruto asked himself once more, losing all sense of time as he sat there. Naruto stayed quiet, lurking in the back of the classroom as he stared down at the desk in front of him. He had foregone wearing his cloak once more, leaving himself completely visible to everyone, but their mutterings and whispers went unheard by the genin. Yesterday, Naruto had been paid a visit by Yamanaka Inoichi and they had spent several hours simply talking. Well, Inoichi did. Naruto only spoke when he had to answer a question or explain something. Strangely enough, Naruto was found to be competent and stable, allowing him to remain as an active shinobi of Konoha. Freak. That word suddenly rang loud in his head, making Naruto's eyeless gaze slowly rise from the desk and lock onto the source, Uchiha Sasuke. Had it not been for him being unable to cast genjutsu, Naruto would have been made the Rookie of the Year, not that he cared. Letting out a quiet and prolonged hiss, Naruto dug his claws into the desk in front of him and probably would have attempted a retaliation of some sort had it not been for the two people to sit down on either side of him. Glancing at the two, Naruto recalled their names in an instant. To his right was Aburame Shinobu, the Aburame heiress, and to his left was Hyuga Hyatari, the Hyuga heir. Standing at 5 feet 4 inches, 17-year-old Aburame Shinobu's black wavy hair was pulled back in a high ponytail that reached down to the middle of her back and pale porcelain skin, her eyes hidden by a pair of wraparound sunglasses. She was dressed in a black sleeveless turtleneck over a long-sleeve mesh top, black full-length pants, black kunoichi sandals, and a gray long-sleeved trench coat over everything that she kept closed at all times with a high-raised collar that came to a stop in front of her nose while her Konoha Hite 8 was tied around her forehead on a band of black cloth. Standing at 5 feet 10 inches, 17-year-old Hyuga Hyatari had dark indigo hair that he kept in an undershave, his chin-length bangs framing his face while the rest of his hair tapered back until it was only about an inch long in the back, a thin 6-inch-long tightly woven braid hanging from the base of his hairline that terminated in a tuft of hair the length of his thumb that looked almost like the end of a paintbrush, which dangled directly between his shoulder blades. His skin was a bit pale as well and his pupil-less eyes were strangely a light shade of amethyst instead of the stark white like other Hyuga. He was dressed in a black long-sleeved top that hugged his upper body like a second skin while the sleeves were baggy and hung down past his fingertips. A tan-colored body-hugging sleeveless hoodie that he kept zipped up all the way and the hood tossed over his head. A black cloth face mask pulled up over his nose, Baggy black pants held up by a black belt and tucked into black knee-high combat boots, and his hite-8 worn around his neck on a band of black cloth. Ignore them, Shinobu muttered quietly without glancing at him. Then again, it was a little difficult, even for him, to tell with her sunglasses on. Retaliation is illogical. It'll only make things worse. Shinobu-san is right. Just let it go. You'll have your moment, but it won't be today. Hiyatari added, glancing over at Naruto and giving the much taller male an eye smile. Just stay calm and don't let it bother you. Isn't that what you told me 7 years ago? Naruto stayed silent, only a little surprised by the change in Hiyatari, who used to be incredibly shy and timid. He had once believed the Hyuga heir to be scared of virtually everything in existence until he found the male training quite fiercely in an isolated training ground. The look of determination in his eyes proved Naruto wrong. The next day, Naruto found Hiyatari on the verge of a panic attack when some of the other males in their class started harassing the Hyuga simply because he liked gardening. Upon stepping up from behind Hiyatari, the other boys got scared and ran off. Once they left, Naruto had told him those same words of advice before leaving. He never did pay any attention to the others, and because of that, Hiyatari's calm and more confident behavior caught him off guard. Slightly. They stayed silent after that, waiting patiently for the teams to be called out. Having been sitting in his chair with it turned around, Naruto waited until Ruka had come in with the papers listing who would be on which team. At that moment, Naruto concentrated and raised his dorsal tubes, the mental image of the room becoming far more detailed, and after a few seconds of further concentration, Naruto managed to focus in on the sheet. He was idly surprised to find himself teamed up with the two sitting on either side of him, but it was to be expected. All three of them were skilled in tracking in one way or another, and they all shared relatively similar mentalities. With that knowledge in mind, Naruto lowered his dorsal tubes and relaxed his senses, deciding to go into a temporary hibernation. Simply put, he was going to take a nap of sorts. It would be some time before their sensei would arrive. He was curious of this Yuhi Kurenai. I wonder what she's like. It wasn't for almost an hour before the first of the Junin sensei came to collect their teams. Stirring from his rest just as the door opened the first time, Naruto grimaced slightly and stretched in place, keeping his tail wrapped around his waist. Once he was fully awake, Naruto watched as one Junin after another came and left with their students. Then came the 8th Junin. She stood at about 5 feet 5 inches with light-colored skin, deep crimson eyes, and black wavy hair that reached down to just below her shoulder blades. What he found most peculiar about her was the woman's choice in clothing. She was clothed in a fishnet top with no left sleeve and a baggy crimson right sleeve that ended at her wrist, while a dress of some sort covered her body, appearing to be white cloth wrappings with a black thorny vine running along its full length, a set of shorts worn under the dress that were also primarily white cloth wrappings. Her hands and forearms were bound with more white cloth wrappings that left her fingers uncovered, and black kunoichi sandals on her feet. Tied around her head was her Konoha hite-8 on a band of black cloth. So, this is Yuhi Kurenai? Naruto mused idly, though with relative disinterest. I wonder how this will turn out. Team 8? Come with me, please. Kurenai spoke up, her eyes glancing over the people in the class until her students stood up. She was a little surprised to have Genku Naruto on her team, having heard of what happened to his mother. That, and his appearance. All she really knew of him was what the Hokage had told her of him, which included a reassuring warning, don't be afraid of him. He won't hurt you without provocation. I had thought the Sandame was just joking, but now that I'm looking at him. Kurenai thought to herself, keeping from showing her emotions and thoughts as she led her team out of the academy and towards training ground 15. As they walked, Naruto concentrated for a moment before becoming aware of everything around him within a 20-foot radius. His target, however, was Kurenai. Detecting the pheromones coming off of her body and decrypting her body language, Naruto came to the conclusion that she was startled and unnerved by his presence, possibly even a little fearful. Strange. Aburame and Hyuga are not at all bothered by my appearance. Naruto mentally noted, checking his two teammates for their feelings toward him while he was at it. In fact, they seem rather relaxed. Unusual. The trip was a silent one and took only a few minutes before they came to a stop in a clearing amongst the dense bamboo forest that filled the area. As your sensei may have mentioned, I am Yuhi Kurenai. To start off, we'll begin with introductions. I'll go first, Kurenai stated as she turned to face them. My name is Yuhi Kurenai, but you can call me Kurenai sensei. I like wine, gardening, and listening to classical music. I dislike ism, arrogance, and criminals. My hobbies include wine tasting, spending time with my friends, and dancing. My dreams for the future are rather personal, so I'll refrain from telling you. Now, your turn. I'm Aburame Shinobu, the next in line to become the Aburame clan head. I like insects and reading. I dislike people who needlessly harm insects and loud noises. My hobbies include looking for new insects to introduce to my hive and spending time in my clan's gardens. As for my dreams for the future, I seek to surpass my father and become the strongest Aburame clan head. Shinobu responded calmly, her voice naturally soft and monotone. Kurenai then looked to Naruto, but Hiyatari spoke up first. My name's Hyuga Hiyatari and I'm the Hyuga heir. I like gardening and swimming. My dislikes include bullies and ignorant people. As a hobby, I like to make herbal remedies such as teas and ointments. My dreams for the future. Hiyatari trailed off slightly before continuing. I wish to abolish the caged bird seal and unite the main and branch families of the Hyuga clan. Naruto was silent for several minutes, having not exactly been paying attention despite hearing everything. Glancing up at the others after a bit, Naruto realized that it was his turn. The first thing Kurenai noticed was the look on Naruto's face. He seemed lost, not confused, but simply without anything to look forward to or even an idea of what to do next. The Hokage had told her what happened the other day. The young man was obviously hurting over the loss of his mother. She was honestly surprised he had even shown up to team assignments. Genku Naruto. I have no reason to tell you my likes or dislikes, so I will not. The same goes for my hobbies and my dreams for the future. Was all Naruto said before turning his gaze back down to the ground, a constant expression of apathy and indifference on his face as he did so. Even as Kurenai went on to explain about the test she was going to give them tomorrow morning, Naruto became lost in thought. After losing his mother, that was all he really did. Think. He would think about everything from what shape his shadows made, what he would eat for dinner that night, and even the color of light reflecting off of his oily black skin. There was never any real path that his thoughts ran along now. It was almost like he was floating through a great void at times, aimlessly drifting with nothing in sight other than the complete darkness of the void itself. He had nothing to anchor his mind to, and it was troubling. He didn't like it. He needed to fix it, to change it somehow. But how? How could he change it if he had nothing to change it with, no way of changing his course or halting his progressive disappearance into the void? Yuto-san, Naruto-san, are you alright? Shinobu's voice suddenly cut into his thoughts. As his senses focused back on the world around him, Naruto realized he was lying on the ground. When did he fall? Or did he lie down? What exactly happened? Slowly sitting up, Naruto looked around at the others and found them giving him worried looks. His confusion cleared to them despite his lack of facial features to form solid expressions. You suddenly fainted just as Kurenai-sensei said we were free to go. I did? Naruto whispered, wondering if it hadn't been a void he saw a moment ago, but feeling himself fainting and falling over. It was possible. His senses and nervous system were far different than that of a normal person, and his endless thoughts could have possibly caused some kind of mental overload, resulting in him blacking out without warning. Slowly standing up, Naruto rubbed the back of his neck, still wearing a look of apathy on his featureless face. I apologize for worrying you. I'm fine. I'll see you all tomorrow morning. Shouldn't you go to the hospital? That's not exactly normal behavior, even for you, Naruto-san. Shinobu spoke up once more, but Naruto shook his head slightly. Shinobu-san, please make sure Naruto-san gets home. Kurenai's statement was cut short when Naruto let out a quiet, breathy hiss, silencing her and startling everyone. I said I'm fine, he rasped out, letting out another hiss as he turned and started walking away. As he left, he was surprised with himself. Why was he getting so upset? They only wanted to help him. Then again, he didn't exactly have a home anymore. He never bothered checking out the apartment the Sandame had helped set up for him. Naruto had come to find the Forest of Death more comfortable. No, that wasn't it. It felt natural for him. That's right, he didn't have a home anymore. He had a territory. Naru-chan, what's wrong? You're not acting like yourself. Tensai inquired worriedly, pulling her 8-year-old son in her lap as she sat down on his bed. After getting home from being at the academy, he just went straight to his room without saying a word. He never did that. Naruto said nothing as he leaned into his mother's embrace, his tail coiled around his waist to ensure it didn't get in the way. Come on, baby, talk to me, Tensai urged in a soft whisper, gently kissing the side of Naruto's head. Sighing quietly, Naruto looked down at his mother's left hand, which was wrapped in bandages. Whenever I'm away from you, I hear a voice in my head. He muttered, his words barely even heard by his mother. Her eyes widened slightly, but other than that, she didn't react, wanting him to explain as much as he could. You cut your hand while preparing dinner, didn't you? Yes. How did you know? Tensai asked softly with concern, gently adjusting her son's position so that he was sitting sideways before tenderly cupping his chin and making him look up at her. The first thing that worried her was the slight grimace on his face. As seemingly apathetic as he could appear to be around others, he was actually rather expressive whenever it was just the two of them. Well, being expressive for him went no further than a change in his tone or a partial expression on his face. A grimace, however, was something she rarely saw on his face. The voice in my head. It told me you were hurt. It told me you accidentally cut yourself. Slowly waking back up, Naruto could only stare up at the ceiling of rock above him, having taken shelter in a dark cave for the night. It was just like the other dreams he had been having since that night, bringing up memories of his childhood. The voice, though, he hadn't heard it since his mother died. Now, roughly a month since that night, Naruto realized that it had been the voice in his head telling him that something was wrong that night, but his excitement from graduating to a genin had muted its cries. The emotions conveyed by the voice, however, were still communicated and spurred him to rush home. Even then, it was already too late. Grr! Hearing a deep growl off to the side, Naruto slowly turned his head to find a massive bear standing there on all fours, glowering at him ferally. Slowly rolling over onto his hands and feet, Naruto stared at the bear, his face calm and apathetic while the mammal before him snarled ferociously. Not quite liking the blatant challenge over the ownership of the cave, Naruto curled his lips back and let out a loud hiss through his gnashed fangs, his tail curling up and appearing not unlike that of a scorpion's as thick strings of saliva oozed from his parted lips and pulling lightly on the ground below him. Releasing a bellowing roar, the bear reared up on its hind legs, only for Naruto to lunge at it, tackling the beast onto its back and stabbing the bladed tip of his tail into its neck, the 2-foot-long onyx bone blade punching straight through and striking the stone floor of the cave. Withdrawing his tail, Naruto climbed off the beast before grabbing onto it and dragging it out of his new home. Hauling it a fair distance away, Naruto turned and walked back to his cave. Only the most foolish and arrogant of beasts in the Forest of Death dared to encroach on his territory amongst the wilderness. Every challenger's fate was always the same: death. Naruto, ever vigilant when solitary, peered up at the sky through the gap in the canopy as he stood just feet away from the mouth of his new home. The sky was growing lighter, dawn. He would have to join his team soon. Sarutobi Hiruzen was silent as he mentally reviewed the message they received that morning. Before he could, Team 8 entered the room, obviously in search of another mission. Possibly even a second C rank since it had been almost a week since their first. Bringing up the rear was Naruto, and it spurned something in the old man. It had been a month and Naruto hadn't been acting like himself, still appearing lost. Maybe he could put those skills the boy possessed to good use and possibly change his mental state at the same time, but the second was a gamble. Well, in the words of my wayward student, high risk equals high reward. The Sarutobi thought to himself, only to recall that she was the worst gambler to ever exist. Team 8 reporting, Hokage-sama. Kurenai began, glancing back at her students before facing the Sandaime again. If you don't mind, sir, I would like to request another C-rank mission for. I'll do you one better, A rank. Sarutobi Hiruzen cut in abruptly, shocking them and the others in the room. A quick glance at Iruka and the other chunin aiding him silenced each of them before they could argue his decision. He knew he was taking a huge risk sending a second genin team as reinforcements, but he didn't have any other teams on standby for it or couldn't risk taking too long. With Team 8's arrival, Hiruzen decided to try his luck with two different gambles at the same time, providing aid for Team 7 and seeing if the mission would help snap Naruto out of the funk he'd been in recently, as understandable as it was. It seems that Kakashi and his students have gotten themselves into some trouble. I want you and your team to go to Wave Country, locate them, and provide backup. Kakashi will fill you in when you get there. You're to leave as soon as possible. Dismissed. Hi. Kurenai responded as she caught the scroll tossed to her by the Hokage, recomposing herself as she led two of her still stunned students out of the room, Naruto looking like he was thinking as he followed. She could only hope he didn't think too much. As bad as it sounded, it was true. Naruto had a tendency to think himself into fainting at random times. Once, it even happened in the middle of team training, almost resulting in his death if Hiyatari hadn't forced himself to miss his target during their spar. This time, though, Kurenai had a feeling it was a good thing that he was thinking with a purpose now and not as aimlessly as it appeared to be before. You heard him. You have 30 minutes to gather what you need and meet me at the south gate. Grab only the essentials like weaponry, medical supplies you think you'll need, field rations, the works. Now, go. Without a word, Shinobu and Hiyatari took off down the hall while Naruto made his way to a nearby open window, crawling out and scaling the wall all the way to the ground. Kurenai couldn't help shivering with slight fear, still mildly creeped out by Naruto's skills and appearance. He had finally told her everything he was capable of last week. What creeped her out, though, was the tongue thing, his acidic blood, and the fact he could cling to virtually any solid surface with the tiniest use of chakra that seemed almost non-existent. According to him, it was because he had trained so heavily in the tree climbing exercise that it was second nature for him now. In addition to everything, his natural stealthy qualities creeped her out a little bit as well. Like the fact that he didn't have an actual scent to his body and how he could sense virtually everything around him with incredible accuracy for a considerable range, his oily black skin giving him a natural camouflage that let him easily hide in dark places. She had seen firsthand just how good it was. During their first C-rank mission to clear out a couple dozen bandits from a small village, Naruto had seemingly disappeared when they set up camp outside of the village, not wanting to alert the bandits within the riverside town that Shinobi were in the area. That night while they were coming up with a plan of action, they heard screaming. Lots of it. When they investigated, they came upon the sight of numerous dead bandits and arrived just in time to witness the death of the last one, who had managed to get a lucky shot in and cut a shallow gash across Naruto's chest with a katana. Highly acidic and highly pressurized blood shot out and sprayed the man's face and upper torso, burning and melting away his flesh, bones, and organs, but Naruto showed mercy and speared his tail blade through the man's neck. The entire time, she saw only that same lost look on his face, almost as if he was running autonomously. You're only going to freak yourself out, Kurenai. Cut it out. He's your student, Kurenai thought to herself before leaving the administration building herself. The trip was relatively short and like Kurenai predicted, Naruto suddenly disappeared the moment they reached Wave Country like he had done during their first C-rank mission. However, she had seen the subtle difference in his slight grimace compared to his others. His lip was curled slightly, bearing only a single fang paring. It was difficult for them to read his surface thoughts via body language, mostly due to the lack of features on his face that would normally form a facial expression. That only cut out half of her skill with reading people. She didn't know whether to be afraid or grateful of the change in him, though. Not long after reaching Wave Country, Shinobu and Hiyatari were able to locate the home Kakashi and his team were staying in thanks to their tracking skills. Even now, long after being briefed on what was going on and late into the night, there had been no sign of Naruto. He was simply nowhere to be seen. Little did she know, Naruto was going on the offensive, hunting down his prey, with the intention of robbing them of ever seeing the rising sun again. HSS's. Hissing quietly, Naruto, who had stashed his Hite-8 in the pouch on his right leg for comfort and to remove any reflective surfaces, crouched down low to the ground on all fours with his dorsal tubes fully extended as he examined the area Kakashi had engaged the rogue chunin hired to kill Team 7's client, letting everything swarm him. The scents, the sounds, the wind and grass touching his skin. It was difficult to distinguish either scent from one another since he had no recollection of Kakashi's scent and he had nothing of the rogue to use as a reference. It was even harder due to most of their lingering scent trails having been washed away by a great deal of water, and it had been almost a full 2 days since the fight. However, there was a third scent. A female. HS's. Hissing briefly, Naruto faced the direction the scent went in with the rogue chunins. A moment later, he was mobile once again, following the scent trail as he ran. Coming to a stop in a nearby clearing, Naruto found the scent to be heavier in the area, probably from stopping for some reason for a brief time. Faintly smelling blood, Naruto followed it until he located a metal senbon with dried blood on it as it lay forgotten under some dead leaves. The scent of the blood matched the rogue chunins. Committing it to memory, Naruto stashed the needle away in the pouch on his left leg before following the scent trail leading away from the clearing. It wasn't for another 30 minutes before Naruto reached his destination. So, this is where they are hiding, Naruto thought to himself, noticing that there was a light on in the suspended conical treehouse. Flattening himself as close to the ground as possible as he crawled forward, Naruto blended in perfectly with the darkness cloaking the forest. Reaching the base of the tree that the hideout had been built on, Naruto slowly began to scale the bark-covered surface, taking his time to make sure he didn't make a sound as he tensed the muscles in his back and extended his dorsal tubes, expanding his sensory range once more. 4 occupants. 3 male, 1 female. 2 males I suspect to be the demon brothers, sleeping in their room. The female and the other male are in another room. I also smell herbs, medicine. Naruto noted in his mind, developing a plan. Transitioning from the tree to the building, Naruto crawled along the sloped surface to an opening in the roof, a window just barely big enough for him to squeeze through. After taking a moment to make sure there were no traps of any kind, Naruto lifted his left hand, folding down all of his fingers save for his middle finger before extending the slender claw from the tip of his finger with a hint of chakra, slipping it under the movable panel and reversing the latch, unlocking the window without making a sound. Opening the window and folding his dorsal tubes down, Naruto silently slithered inside, his dorsal tubes springing back up the moment he had enough room to. No one had moved. Deciding to remove the secondary threat first, Naruto made his way towards the room with the 2 males he suspected of being the demon brothers. Slipping inside without them waking, Naruto stepped between them while extending the claws on either hand with a hint of chakra, the obsidian talons lengthening to almost 3 inches each. Raising his hands, Naruto swung down and slit their throats simultaneously, their bloody gurgling being the only sound in the room apart from the splattering of arterial spray. But the tailed shinobi had stepped back just in time to avoid being painted in the crimson fluid. Taking notice that the remaining male had fallen asleep in bed while the female that smelled of medicinal herbs was still awake and leaving the room, Naruto slipped out of the now deceased demon brother's room and climbed the wall of the corridor, clinging to the shadow-shrouded ceiling as he cautiously approached the young woman at a snail's pace. When he was above her, Naruto waited until she had moved past him before silently dropping down to the ground. Before she could react, Naruto tightly wrapped his right arm around her neck and covered her mouth with his left hand, his tail tightly coiling around her body to pin her arms to her side. She passed out from oxygen deprivation in under a minute after that. Easing her down, Naruto bound her with wire and for some unknown reason, he decided not to kill her like the other 2. One left, Naruto thought to himself and started making his way to the room in question, only to squeeze his eyes shut again and wince, gripping his head with both hands as a new voice suddenly appeared in his head for the first time in a month, the volume of it reaching the equivalence of yelling. It wasn't so much that the voice spoke with words, but more like feelings, urges, instincts. Like someone using pictures to communicate. Letting out a rather loud hiss, Naruto reared up onto his legs alone. Wah! What the hell? Street! Stop talking to me! Shut up! The voice howled in his mind, making Naruto grow angry with it. But before he could try thinking of a way to silence it, the voice showed him something. It showed him a way to fill that empty space inside of him. It showed him how to get a new queen mother. Panting lightly as the voice quieted down, Naruto gazed down at the young woman's unconscious body, weighing his options as he pondered the knowledge that the voice had given him. Shaking his head slightly, Naruto focused back on the immediate threat. Hissing quietly, Naruto continued on with his self-appointed mission, quietly opening the door at the end of the hall and slinking inside. Nearing the bed, Naruto stared at the unconscious figure. Momochi Zabuza, demon of the bloody mist and a rank Kiri missing nen. Using his 2-foot-long tail blade, Naruto stabbed it into the man's chest, spearing his heart on the bone blade as he watched the man's eyes fly open before the light of life faded from them seconds later. A merciful and swift death, only without the mercy. Withdrawing his tail blade and cleaning it of the blood, Naruto formed the single hand seal he needed before two cage bunshin popped into existence on either side of him, both knowing their orders: dispose of the bodies. As one went to the demon brother's room and the other began to remove Zabuza from the bed, Naruto turned and walked back to the hall the female had been in. Kneeling beside her, Naruto brushed a strand of black hair from her face. Naruto maintained his vigilance as he examined her. Roughly 5 feet 3 inches and appearing to be close to his own age, maybe a little older by a year or so, she had a lithe and natural hourglass frame with an athletic build. Her hips filled out the waistband of her baggy brown pants, her thighs toned and muscular. Hidden beneath her baggy navy blue robe-like top that had been unknowingly parted during his ambush, she bore a slim waist and flat stomach, her firm and full-bodied C-cup breasts tightly bound by a brown form-fitting turtleneck that hugged her torso like a second set of skin. Her blemish-free skin was a soft porcelain cream hue and as smooth as silk, her waist-length hair being raven black and glossy, an obvious sign of being well kept. Only one thing came to mind as he gazed down at her, gently brushing the back of his fingers across her cheek. "She'll make a perfect queen mother," he muttered softly, slowly folding his dorsal tubes flat against his back. Squeezing his eyes shut and wincing with discomfort, Naruto gripped the side of his head with one hand again, the voice slipping into his psyche once more, but it was quieter and calmer than before. It also felt like knowledge more than anything, but not it had before. It felt more natural, as if his instincts were manifesting themselves and subconsciously teaching him. Shaking his head slightly, Naruto could tell that it was definitely his instincts kicking in, something that was incredibly difficult for anyone to disobey. With him, it was even harder. Knowing it was best to follow his instincts than to fight them, Naruto recalled passing a cave that wasn't too far away. It would do perfectly for a temporary camp, of sorts. Gently picking the woman up bridal style, Naruto quickly left the hideout and headed for the cave. Upon arrival, Naruto nearly lost his balance as he became lightheaded again, another unprovoked dose of adrenaline flooding his circulatory system. Following the stone corridor all the way to the back, he discovered it to run quite deep before opening up into a large chamber. A pool of water lying near the back as light filtered in through a small hole in the ceiling directly above it, being no more than a foot wide, maybe a little smaller. Laying her down, Naruto looked back to the doorway and formed a short string of hand seals before crouching down and planting his hands against the ground. "Doden. Doryu Heki," Naruto muttered, causing a small wall of stone to rise up and seal the entrance. Turning back to the young woman, Naruto slowly crouched down beside her before unbinding her arms and legs, moving them until they were stretched out away from her. From there, he followed the instructions he had been given by his instincts, focusing chakra into his throat and stomach before eventually puking up a thick mucus-like slime that coated her arm from her palm to the middle of her forearm, the strange substance quickly hardening into a tough stone-like state that anchored her to the stone flooring. Doing the same for the rest of her limbs, Naruto tilted her head back slightly and opened her mouth. Hesitating for only a moment as he tried thinking of another option, Naruto found only one. But could he really go back to that endless void, that emptiness? Hissing quietly at the thought of it, Naruto focused chakra into his tongue like his instincts told him to, the muscle taking the form of the proboscis he previously lacked. Tweaking his jaw in discomfort from the awkwardness of his inner mouth. Resting in it, Naruto leaned down while holding the woman's jaw open, just in case she decided to bite down all of a sudden. Focusing his chakra in his throat and stomach again, only in a different manner, Naruto didn't waste time forcing the newly acquired proboscis down her throat and into her esophagus, only to puke up another kind of fluid, force-feeding her the thick and oddly sweet-tasting liquid. It was a special liquid that was normally only produced by a xenomorph queen mother, being something akin to amniotic fluid from her egg sac. It was heavily laden with special hormones and biochemicals needed to promote certain forms of growth amongst xenomorphs, Be they an egg waiting to be laid or a xenomorph molting into a new queen mother to replace the fallen one. It was also extremely rich in nutrients they needed for healthy development. To humans, however, it had a very potent drug-like effect on their minds, warping their thoughts and leaving them in a trance-like daze filled with euphoric sensations. For what he had planned for her, though, she would be experiencing both sides of the same coin. He wasn't sure how he knew everything, but Naruto didn't exactly care at the moment. His mind was focused solely on turning the young woman into a queen mother, a hybrid like himself. He didn't know how or why, but he possessed a small amount of venom, per se. It was secreted from his second set of slightly smaller fangs and, according to his instincts, it was capable of mutating the target injected with it, automatically splicing its DNA with that of a xenomorph. Theorizing that it was a side effect of what had been done to him, Naruto thought nothing more on the matter as he finished pumping what he felt was almost a gallon of the nutrient-rich fluid into her now distended stomach, his proboscis shifting back into a tongue as he cut off the chakra flow to it. NGH. Groaning quietly, Haku slowly started to stir from her sleep by the painful tightness in her stomach, only to recall the events that had happened prior to passing out. Eyes going wide as she stared up at the strange creature looming over her, Haku tried to move, only to find her arms and legs bound. Before she could truly panic, however, the drug-like effects of the fluid she'd been pumped full of began to take hold, her eyes becoming unfocused and half-lidded as her body relaxed against her will. All she could manage was another groan of discomfort from how full her stomach was, sluggishly writhing on the ground despite her inability to move. "What is your name?" Naruto asked a tad sternly as he held the young woman by her jaw, forcing her to focus her attention on him as best as she could. He could tell she heard him, but she was heavily addled by the fluid's effects on her mind. "Your name, what is it?" Haku," she mumbled out before a quiet moan slipped out of her, fruitlessly trying to free her legs in her weakened state. However, still being in physical contact with her, Naruto could practically taste the pheromones she was releasing as she started feeling the full effect of the fluid. She was aroused. Heavily so. He could also detect some other hormonal markers, one he could only identify as her body readying itself for reproduction. An unexpected side effect, but one he welcomed, a faint smirk tugging at the corner of his lips as he leaned down. Tilting her head to the side, Naruto first cut the shoulder seam of her top with a claw to expose the flesh of her shoulder before parting his jaws. A pained gasp escaped Haku as she grimaced and squirmed under him as his fangs dug into the flesh on her shoulder at the base of her neck. As a black fluid visibly passed through his smaller translucent fangs, Haku's eyes went wide while her pupils dilated more than what they already were, the black dots taking up most of her iris as her eyes became half-lidded once more. Releasing her shoulder and licking the few drops of blood from his lips, Naruto watched as the veins around the bite started turning black, the venom instantly going to work on her body. Wanting to watch the process firsthand out of sheer curiosity, Naruto undid Haku's robe top before using a claw to cut through her turtleneck top straight down the middle. By the time he had parted her now ruined turtleneck, the black veins had already spread down the left side of her chest and over towards the right side. Back near the bite, her skin started turning an oily black not unlike his own, the process steadily spreading across the rest of her body. He grimaced slightly as the skin on her head turned black before her hair seemed to fall out while her face seemed to shift and flatten out, turning out almost exactly like his own in appearance. Except, she developed a slightly more elegant-looking carapace on her head that flared out a little more than his own. A queen mother's carapace, he reasoned. It was a morbid sight, he admitted to himself, but he was still intrigued to watch as her arms and legs gradually transformed into those similar to his own. It was truly fascinating to him, unable to tell if she felt any sort of pain. She didn't seem like it, but he didn't know for sure. As her feet started to change, however, Naruto was forced to break apart the resin-like material covering her ankles so that the bones could shrink and grow freely. Idly wondering how her body was able to do such a thing, Naruto was pulled from his thoughts on it by something changing on her torso. Parting her ruined top more, Naruto watched as a second pair of breasts started to develop on her body just beneath her original pair. It started with the forming of her new nipples before the flesh around them began to plumpen and swell, taking only a handful of seconds before they matched her original pair in size and shape. "This is truly incredible," He mused while lightly dragging a single claw along the very edge of the black areola surrounding one of Haku's newly formed nipples. Instantly, Haku let out a soft gasping hiss of pleasure as she inhaled deeply, arching her back slightly to thrust her chest out a little more as her nipples stiffened from the stimulation. Noticing something else, however, Naruto focused his attention lower on her torso, watching as her lower abdomen bulged slightly, her stomach having gradually shrunk back down as the fluid he'd force-fed her was absorbed and used to fuel her transformation. Hearing a slight tearing noise, his attention was drawn even lower as a tail like his own began to grow from the base of her spine underneath her. The prehensile extra limb armed with its own bone-like blade at the tip. Unlike his, though, Haku's had a slight hook to it, the curved bone blade being a little longer than his as well by about 6 inches or so, while her tail itself was almost a foot longer than his own. "I knew you'd make a beautiful queen mother," Naruto whispered as he lightly ran a claw along Haku's jawline, something that made the newly transformed hybridized woman moan quietly, writhing again in euphoria from the drug-like trance she had been in and the sensual stimulation. He was caught off guard, however, when Haku's tail blade hooked itself around the back of his neck before pulling him down over her again, her lips instantly connecting with his. Before he could try to pull back, Haku had already forced her tongue into his mouth, rubbing the oral muscle against his own as she tried shifting her position so that Naruto was situated between her legs. If he'd had eyes, Naruto was certain they'd be rolling back in his head at the moment as he shivered slightly, every last bit of his omniscient senses clouded with a haze of lust caused by the powerful pheromones wafting off of Haku's new body. Xenomorph-based pheromones that made it incredibly difficult for him to think about anything other than mating with the beautiful, breeding-ready female underneath him. Lips breaking contact for a moment to catch their breath. A thin string of sticky saliva connected their mouths as Naruto let out a quiet, breathy hiss before Haku nudged his cheek slightly. Feeling her finally slip her leg around him and hook it around his waist, Naruto let her pull him closer to her until he was lying on top of her. As a long and drawn-out hiss escaped him, Naruto knew he couldn't resist any longer. Now that they had established even more skin-to-skin contact, the pheromones she was giving off were too much for him, intoxicating every breath he took and soaking into his skin. He could taste her arousal, he could smell her lust. She knew by instinct that she was extremely fertile and she wasn't going to let up until she had been mated. With what little human-like logic he could muster up, Naruto could only assume she had given in to the drug-like fluid's effects and the transformation, her body operating solely on her xenomorph-like instincts now as her human mind was gnawed away by the fluid's effects and his pseudo-venom's genetic manipulations. HS's. Hissing quietly, Haku slowly licked the side of his neck as she locked her legs behind his waist, grinding her hips against his as she continuously tried to encourage him into mounting her. Shivering once more as he realized that even her saliva was heavily laden with her pheromones, Naruto continued struggling against his instincts, against his otherworldly half's natural desires. His resistance didn't last much longer, however, as Haku hissed quietly next to his head again while using her tail blade to pry at the resin binding her arms, easily breaking the tough biological material. Hands now free, Haku looped one arm around Naruto's neck to pull him into another kiss while her other lightly clawed at the suffocating fabric still covering her lower half, tearing small holes in it with her claws. She was desperate for a mate and her only option was the specimen currently on top of her, one that was quite happy with. Grinding against him with a quiet and pleading moan, Haku started salivating even more, the clear and sticky fluid quickly entering Naruto's bloodstream through his own mouth as she started fumbling with the male's own clothing. Finally unable to keep up the fight, Naruto's xenomorph instincts took full control as he broke the lip lock, hissing a little louder than before as he used a clawed hand to undo his pants. Satisfied with his willingness to copulate, Haku slid her legs off of him so that he could shed the annoying cloth covering his lower half while she simply dug her claws into her own leggings, tearing them in a desperate attempt to expose herself to him. Binding her wrists together with his tail after shedding his clothes, Naruto captured her lips in a heated tongue-filled kiss while grabbing the ripped remnants of her pants, tearing them off in a single sharp pull before haphazardly tossing the ruined article of clothing aside. Feeling him penetrate her, Haku broke the kiss with a soft moan that turned into a pleasured hiss, only to gasp slightly and thrust her chest out further as her new mate started to suckle one of her breasts. Holding the back of his head against her bosom with her tail, Haku's back arched even more as her mate started thrusting into her head tilting back with euphoria. Just from his grip on her body and how he became far more dominating of her, Haku was certain her first brood would be strong and healthy, offspring worthy of being sired by such a promising mate. He had the scent of a king father, after all, and she was to be his queen mother. Her womb was already engorged with countless eggs ready for fertilization, and from his girth and length, Haku had no doubts in his virility and the potency of his seed. Feeling a hand roughly grip her rear and thigh to the point that his claws were pressing into her flesh, Haku let out a moan-like cry reminiscent of a shriek. The queen mother fighting against his tail for a moment before finally freeing her hands, only to use them to cling to her mate as her core became knotted up and heated. Feeling his member thicken inside of her, Haku bucked her hips as best as she could amongst her orgasmic body spasms before feeling the king father's seed flood her womb. Another shrieking cry of ecstasy escaping her as she threw her head back, her spine arched heavily. Collapsing back to the ground limply, Haku panted heavily to refill her lungs as her life mate slowed in his thrusting, but didn't stop. Sensually caressing the side of his head and neck, Haku forced her tongue into his mouth again, her legs weak and shaky, but refusing to release the gorgeous and fertile male she was interlocked with. Breaking the kiss with a sharp gasp, Haku could only writhe in ecstasy as her mate's thrusting picked up in pace and power once more, his members still fully rigid inside of her. Her body was so confident, in fact, that her reproductive organs expelled even more embryos into her enlarged womb, her body automatically reacting to her mate's potent seed. Oh, yes, her first brood was most definitely going to be strong and healthy. Only the strongest would make do for her king father, her life mate. While the cave blocked out almost all light from the outside world, Naruto still stirred as the sun started pulling away from the horizon. To others, he would seem to be an earlier riser, but he had actually slept in, by his own standards, since he normally woke up with the very first rays of dawn's light. Beside him, Haku was still slumbering peacefully, curled around her large and bloated womb protectively. In only a handful of hours, she had gone from being only slightly puffy in her lower abdomen to looking as if she was on the verge of being considered overdue with quintuplets. Not only that, but her 4 breasts had plumped up into what he guessed to be solid E-cups, each one swollen with the same fluid he had pumped her stomach full of last night. Idly, he knew he should give the fluid a name of some kind instead of just calling it fluid, but he dismissed the thought for a later date. Gently placing a 6-digit hand on the side of her belly, Naruto focused before feeling the sluggish squirming of his serpentine offspring inside of her, the surface of her taut skin writhing and wriggling with their movements inside of her overpacked womb. Knowing she would be giving birth soon, Naruto slowly stood from his spot beside her before moving to the pool of water, intending to clean himself up a little after their lengthy activities last night. He guessed that she would be ready to give birth in a few more hours, if her rate of growth was anything to go by, meaning he would have to find food for their young. In the back of his mind, he knew he should return to his team and let them know about the main threat to their client being done away with, but HS's, hissing quietly as he looked back over at Haku. The male hybrid grimaced slightly, he wasn't willing to part with her. He never had any intentions of parting with her, but even for a short time, he wasn't willing. He wasn't going to risk leaving her unguarded. He wasn't going to let another queen mother be stolen from him. She was his, and he will kill anyone that threatens to take her away from him. Stepping out of the chilled waters and letting himself air dry, Naruto suddenly thought of his last queen mother, the one that had raised him to be human. Would she be disappointed in me? Or happy for me? Naruto thought to himself as he froze in place, a quiet hiss escaping him as he shook faintly. He knew that his method of acquiring his new queen mother was morally and ethically wrong, in the eyes of most others, but he wouldn't change anything he had done. He was just doing what his instincts drove him to do, doing only what was in his nature as a xenomorph, hybrid or not. Clenching his fists and gnashing his fangs, Naruto shook his head to clear it. He couldn't worry about that anymore. Sadly, she was gone. He had to focus on caring for the queen mother he had now, not the one he had before. He would never forget about Tensai and what she had done for him, but he had more pressing concerns to deal with now. Quickly dressing himself as he forced such thoughts out of his head, Naruto went back to Haku, laying down in front of her for a moment. HS's. Letting out a quiet hiss as she woke up for a moment, Haku reached over and brushed the back of her clawed fingers along his cheek, making Naruto lean into her touch slightly as a faint smile tugged at the corners of his lips. She was happy and content, something that pleased him greatly. Leaning closer to her while placing a hand on her nearly overburdened womb, Naruto gently kissed her while soothingly rubbing her belly, an odd purring sound emanating from her throat and chest as she relaxed, even the restless brood she carried seeming to calm down inside of her. "I'll be back, I promise," he whispered softly before kissing her one last time and getting up again. As he walked away and broke part of the earthen wall he had erected last night, Haku watched him leave even as slumber pulled at her consciousness once more. "Mise," she whispered out slowly and quietly, her body curling around her womb more snugly as a drowsy smile formed on her lips, her tail curling around in front of her and over her head. Sealing the wall back up, Naruto turned and started walking again, his claws flexing slightly as he extended his dorsal tubes. He didn't have a whole lot of time to find enough food for his carnivorous young. If they were anything like him, only meat would satisfy their hunger, raw, bloody meat fresh from the carcass. Seeing as Wave Country was a small island nation, he didn't have much hope in finding enough wild game for his young. However, there was a certain infestation on the island that had been causing the islanders some serious problems. Snarling slightly as he fully exited the cavern's entranceway, Naruto darted off to the hideout his queen mother had been living in just the day before. Taking only about 10 to 15 minutes to reach the conical tree-side building, Naruto started searching for any unfamiliar scents that didn't belong to Haku, the deceased demon brothers, or the deceased demon of the Bloody Mist. Finding a couple that were grouped close together, Naruto made sure it wasn't leading back in the direction he had come from before running deeper into the forest, following the scent trails. It didn't take him too long to track the scent trails back to their den, a rather sizable compound that he could only assume to have once been inhabited by Wave Country's missing daimyo and their court. Now, it was infested with the tyrannical shipping magnate, Gatu, and his army of hired thugs and ronin that had been a cancerous thorn in the side of Wave Country's people. He was by no means a fighter for justice, but he knew if they all disappeared, no one would ask questions. HSS's Cage Bunchin. Naruto hissed out as he formed the needed hand seal, causing 24 copies of himself to pop into existence amongst the leafy tree branches he was in. It was still early morning, so there weren't too many active ronin roaming the property, but he would still have to move quick before someone sounded an alarm. They all scurried down the trees they were in before sprinting towards the high stone wall that blocked off the perimeter. Easily jumping to the top of the wall, Naruto and his clones rushed the nearest ronin, a clone pouncing on the hapless man and killing him before he could even take a breath to scream. Tail flicking from side to side for a brief moment, Naruto continued on towards the main building while his clones split up to clear out the smaller buildings that most likely housed Gatu's personal little army. Reaching the building, Naruto was about to figure out a way to get through the locked door in front of him when the handle suddenly started turning. Dorsal tubes flaring out as he jumped up to cling to the wall above the door, Naruto glared down at the ronin that stepped out while pelting a kunai into the back of the man's neck, killing him instantly while he crawled inside along the ceiling. He was able to detect if anyone was close by, which they weren't, but he still tried to remain as quiet as he could. Dropping to the ground in the middle of the empty hallway, Naruto formed the handseal for his Cage Bunchin technique once more, causing another dozen or so copies of himself to appear all around him. HS's. Naruto hissed sharply, causing his clones to surge forward, swarming the building as he heard the first scream come from outside, only for another to sound off from a room down the hall to the left. As more screams were heard, Naruto sensed someone directly above him. Jumping up and clinging to the roof, Naruto charged his hand with chakra before punching through the ceiling and digging his claws into the ankle of the ronin above him, yanking him down through the ceiling before he could retaliate. Pouncing on the man as he hit the ground, Naruto didn't hesitate to bury his fangs in the man's throat, biting clean through his flesh. Not even thinking about it, he swallowed the hunk of flesh before jumping up through the hole he'd made in the ceiling. Shrieking as he lunged at another freaked-out ronin that had come to investigate what had happened second ago, Naruto ruthlessly killed the man by spearing his tail blade through the man's chest before immediately leaping from his still-falling corpse just before a crossbow bolt punched through the dying Ronin's sternum. Springing off the ceiling, Naruto landed on top of the crossbowman, his claws rending flesh from bone with ease as the blood splattered against his body. Their corpses would give his young plenty of food to feast upon. He's been gone for almost 4 days. You think we should go looking for him? Hiyatari asked of Shinobu, who had been strangely quiet since Naruto first disappeared. While she didn't actively show it, Hiyatari had noticed that the Aburame heiress was behaving strangely and he had a feeling it was because of Naruto's absence. Well, not just his absence. Even when they first became a team, Hiyatari suspected Shinobu of having a crush on their strange teammate. She was always the first to react whenever he had one of his fainting spells. She was always making sure he was taking care of himself by making him food on occasion, and she had even had brief moments of emotion around him that she usually did her best to hide. A futile thing when in the company of a Hyuga with the proclaimed, all-seeing eyes and their teammate. They still didn't know how to classify him. Regardless, Shinobu had been staying up late each night, sitting at the table as if waiting for Naruto to return at any second. Yesterday and now today, she had spent most of her time outside of their light training just standing on the pier outside Tazuna's home, staring off into the forest. She was also becoming increasingly defensive of Naruto, having already drained Sasuke of chakra once with her Kakaichu, knocked the Uchiha out twice with taijutsu, once during a spar and once in the house when he got too mouthy for her liking, and had done the same to Kiba once during a spar. The only genin member of Team 7 that hadn't suffered the heiress's wrath was Yakumo. That was all within the past few days since Naruto had disappeared just before they reached Wave Country. Shinobu said nothing as she stayed standing where she was. Sighing, Hiyatari leaned back against the post along the side of the pier, having taken to sitting down instead of standing like his bug-loving friend and teammate. He was honestly surprised, however, when Naruto stepped out from the tree line a few minutes later, but he wasn't alone. The other person with him stayed behind, remaining hidden in the shadows of a tree. Walking up to his teammates, Naruto nodded towards either one in greeting. As he approached, both Hiyatari and Shinobu narrowed their eyes slightly, noticing that something was different about their teammate, but unable to pinpoint just what it was. "Where have you been? We've been worried sick about you." Hiyatari ranted with an indignant pout as he stood up, half-heartedly glaring at his eyeless teammate as he crossed his arms over his chest. Getting only a small, awkward quick of the lips from Naruto as he rubbed the side of his neck, Naruto resisted glancing back towards the forest where Haku was waiting. With a half-dozen of their now fully grown young, true xenomorphs with slight alterations due to their hybrid originating genetics. I'm sorry for that. Naruto suddenly apologized with a slight bow, catching both of his teammates off guard. They'd never even heard of Naruto apologizing for anything in the past. So why would he start now? As I'm sure you two and Kurenai-sensei might have guessed, I was out, hunting. I lost track of time and became preoccupied by other things, but the good news is that all threats have been taken care of. All threats? Kurenai inquired as she strolled up to her 3 students, her ruby eyes leveling a hard gaze on her obsidian-skinned student. Just how many threats were there to warrant you being AWOL for the past 4 days? It might be better if I just showed you. Naruto mumbled quietly, fidgeting a little bit. Despite feeling whole again and his confidence in himself having grown, Naruto was still rather intimidated by Kurenai for some reason he couldn't quite explain. Quirking an eyebrow curiously, Kurenai crossed her arms below her chest while Naruto pulled out a storage scroll and promptly unsealed an assortment of items. A Kiri Hunter Nin mask that matched the description of the one Kakashi and his team had encountered, the massive Zanbatu Zabuza had carried, and the clawed gauntlets and horned Hite aid of the Demon Brothers. He pulled out another scroll before simply handing it to Kurenai. I'd suggest not opening that around too many people. Gatu was an ugly man in life, but he was even more so in death. You mean to tell me, you killed all of them? By yourself? Kurenai asked in shock, more so about him killing an A-ranked Junin level shinobi that had been one of Kiri's 7 shinobi swordsmen. Someone that even Kakashi had struggled to fight on equal footing, let alone beat. Even Zabuza? Yes, and no. Naruto answered a little cryptically, rubbing the side of his neck awkwardly again as he sealed up the items he had shown them, his tail coiling around his waist as he did. Yes, I killed them by myself, but it wasn't exactly a fair fight. The demon brothers had been sleeping when I killed them, as was Zabuza, who was also bedridden from his fight with Kakashi. The masked hunter Nin had been a little more complicated to take care of, but I dealt with her accordingly. All within a single night. So then where were you the past 3 days? Kurenai demanded coldly, though not aggressively. She was still a little unnerved by the teen, but she didn't hold it against him. He hadn't exactly been given a choice when it came to his appearance and capabilities. Even still, he needed to answer for his behavior. It took a little longer to track Gato down than I had first anticipated. Naruto answered, noticing and ignoring the hint of suspicion coming from Shinobu. He wasn't lying, but he wasn't exactly being truthful, either, carefully wording each of his responses to keep anyone from getting suspicious. With the obvious exception of Shinobu, that is. I had actually used more energy dealing with Gato and his army of Ronin than I did against Zabuza's group. While I know I've been able to for a long time, I haven't made as many Kage Bunshin as I did at that time. By the end of it all, I was too tired to come back right away, so I spent yesterday resting and recovering the chakra I had lost. What would you have done if we'd been attacked while you were out hunting, Naruto? Kurenai inquired sternly, though with a touch of concern for the boy. He seemed a little remorseful upon hearing her question, so she softened her gaze a little more. What would have happened if you had been badly injured and none of us were there to help you? You need to think about these things more, Naruto. I'll let you off lightly this time, but no more running off like this. Okay? Just because you were lucky this time, doesn't mean you will be next time. Yes, ma'am. Naruto sighed out quietly, bowing his head slightly. Frowning slightly, Kurenai wondered what she was going to do with the boy. At least he was back and he was unharmed. Come on, Hiyatari. I want you to come into town with me and Tsunami. Kurenai instructed of her white-eyed student before heading back to the house, Hiyatari following behind her a tad reluctantly. As they left, Naruto lifted his head back up, only to find Shinobu standing only a foot away from him, having not been paying attention to his surroundings properly. Tilting her head down slightly and sliding her sunglasses down a little bit, Shinobu revealed her hazel brown eyes to him with a stubborn look in them. Who is she? Shinobu asked suddenly, getting a slight fanged grimace from Naruto as his tail fidgeted around his waist nervously. That was when he noticed the tiny beetle that flew off of his back and over to Shinobu, landing on her finger before scurrying back under her clothes. I've had a female Kakaichu on you since we left Konoha, letting me track your movements with my other Kakaichu. She's the hunter Nin, isn't she? I won't let you or anyone else harm her. Naruto quietly hissed as his grimace shifted into a slight snarl. Straightening her back out, Shinobu held up a hand placatingly. I'm not concerned with her nor do I wish to harm her. I'm just looking out for you, Naruto. Shinobu responded, her tone softening beyond her usual monotone responses. She was being sincerely honest with him, something that soothed his nerves a little. Is that who is waiting for you back in the forest? May I meet her? Naruto was silent as he tensed his jaw, weighing his options. He knew Shinobu was a loyal friend and was only looking out for him, like she had said, but he was nervous. The longer Haku went unknown to everyone, the easier it would be to keep her hidden from everyone. His queen mother was not going to become a target for anyone. As badly as he wanted to protect her, though, Naruto knew Shinobu wouldn't back down until she'd accomplished what she wanted. At the same time, he also knew she wouldn't intentionally cause him any problems. Sighing heavily, Naruto grimaced heavier than usual as he turned to the side and motioned for her to follow. Come on, just be prepared. Alright? Nodding wordlessly, Shinobu followed after her teammate as he led her back to the wooded area near Tazuna's home. As soon as the house was no longer in sight and they were relatively deep in the forest, Naruto raised his dorsal tubes before scouring the entire area as best as he could with his omniscient senses. Knowing that they weren't being tailed or spied on, Naruto let out a quiet, but shrill cry, signaling Haku to come out of hiding. When she did, Shinobu realized why Naruto had told her to be prepared. Dressed in a pair of crudely tailored baggy pants she had already owned and her baggy robe top held closed with her sash, Haku stepped out from behind the tree she had hid herself behind, her tail coiled around her waist not unlike how Naruto often did. She's just like you, but How is that possible? Shinobu questioned, more curious than anything as she attempted to take a step closer to the woman, only to have Naruto firmly grasp her shoulder, stopping her instantly. Glancing back at him, she saw him only shake his head. I trust you, Shinobu, so consider yourself lucky to have even met her, but I'm not taking any chances. Naruto explained cautiously, but he had actually stopped her to keep her from provoking their young, the 6 warrior caste xenomorphs hidden amongst the trees above them. For now, just be patient, okay? And please, not a word of this to anyone. Not Kurenai-sensei, not the Hokage, no one. If word gets out that I can turn others into beings like myself, the villagers will be after my head. I don't think they'll go that far, but you have my word, Naruto. I'll keep her existence a secret from everyone. Shinobu agreed softly, easily noticing the hints of fear that plagued her teammate. Sighing quietly in relief, Naruto let go of her shoulder. He didn't know what he would have done if Shinobu had reacted differently or had been dishonest with him. Focusing back on the woman that shared the same appearance as Naruto, Shinobu bowed slightly in greeting. Hello, I'm Aburame Shinobu, Naruto's teammate and friend. I'm Haku. The Queen Mother answered softly and slowly, still learning how to speak again. While she struggled with speaking, she was fully capable of understanding anything said to her. It was the main reason why she had resisted the urge to introduce herself as Naruto's Queen Mother, his life mate. He told her not to mention such things around others, should she ever find herself in the company of someone other than him. Seeing as it was for the sake of protecting her and her young, Haku agreed without hesitating. Bowing slightly in return, mostly mimicking Shinobu, Haku finished her brief greeting with an awkward smile. Nice to meet you. The transformation messed with her mind a little bit. Unexpected, but we've been working on it, Naruto remarked, explaining to Shinobu about Haku's slow and sometimes broken speech. She can understand everything just fine. She's just having some difficulty communicating in return. Shinobu could only smile faintly behind the high collar of her top, only to accidentally let a quiet laugh escape her. Cheeks flushing as she looked away to avoid eye contact, Shinobu needlessly adjusted her sunglasses out of slight embarrassment. Sorry, it's just, she seems just as awkward as you do when it comes to interacting with others. You have a good point there. Naruto mumbled out admittedly, rubbing his neck slightly as he gave Haku a small, but meaningful smile. Losing her inhibitions about being around Shinobu, Haku grinned happily back at him, revealing her own translucent fangs and teeth from her spot. Glad to see that Haku wasn't nervous or scared anymore, Naruto allowed a more relaxed smile to form on his face. Seeing just how comfortable he was with Haku, Shinobu felt a pang of sadness suddenly tug at her heart, but she was still truly happy for him. He'd found someone. HS's. Hissing quietly as she frowned a little, Haku watched along with Naruto as Shinobu bowed once more to her before silently walking away. She'd felt the sudden change in the young woman. At first, Haku had been nervous to be around another person, but it shifted towards feeling a little territorial over her life mate once she realized that it had been another female with him. After their brief interaction, though, Haku no longer felt threatened by her, but that sudden change in pheromones. It confused her and worried her? Was that right? Yeah. For some reason, Shinobu's sudden change in mood and behavior actually concerned her a little bit. Naru, get her. What, you mean, bring her back? Why? Naruto questioned, not really understanding what Haku wanted, but not because of her struggles with speaking. Getting a slightly frustrated hiss from Haku, Naruto grimaced slightly. It was the only way she could fully communicate, but it was only with him since he and their young were the only ones that could understand her. He'd been making her actively speak to help her get better at it, but if she was unsettled enough to actively want Shinobu to come back so badly, Naruto wasn't going to argue. Taking off after his teammate, Naruto easily caught up to her before she could get too far. Shinobu. Hold up. Haku wants to talk to you, I think. What about? The Aburame heiress inquired, forcing herself to remain as monotone as possible. She had barely admitted her feelings to herself, so she'd be damned if she started letting others know about it as well. Especially now, knowing that the target of her affections had already been taken from her. Getting only a shrug in response, Shinobu nodded hesitantly before following Naruto back to where Haku was. Almost instantly, Haku walked over and put her hands on either side of Shinobu's head, forcing her to look her in the eye. "Ha, Haku, what are you, HS's?" Haku hissed quietly, though sharply, merely to silence her for a moment. Gingerly plucking Shinobu's sunglasses off her face and returning to what she'd been doing, Haku frowned slightly. Looking at Naruto, Haku hissed quietly at him, getting another grimace from her lover. "Go, I'm safe." "Alright," Naruto mumbled hesitantly before walking away, leaving the two females to talk as he wandered back towards the edge of the forest so that he was still close by, but nowhere close enough to listen in on them. Once he was out of hearing range, Haku looked back at Shinobu for a few moments before a knowing smile formed on her face, handing the girl her sunglasses. "You'll love him," Haku stated slowly, struggling for a moment. Her smile remained while Shinobu's eyes went wide, unable to believe she'd been found out. Not that fast, not by someone that didn't know her. How? Even before she could voice her questions, Haku let go of her head before walking over to a fallen tree, patting the spot beside her. Pheromones, don't lie. Pheromones? Shinobu stuttered out in shock as she slowly walked over and sat down beside the otherworldly-looking young woman. "You could detect my pheromones?" Haku hummed out quietly, though Shinobu noticed the faint purring undertone to it, strange, but alluring in its own way. Tapping a clawed finger against her own chest, Haku smiled sadly at the Aburame. His life mate, his lover. "Then, why did you want to talk to me?" Shinobu asked quietly, looking down at the ground in front of them as she felt like leaving again. However, she knew if she tried walking away, Haku would only stop her or have Naruto bring her back again. Sighing quietly, Haku hissed under her breath with frustration while rubbing at her cheek, wishing she could just speak her mind without any issues. Taking a deep breath to calm herself back down, Haku reached over and gently cupped Shinobu's chin, making her look back at her. A frown graced Haku's lips for a moment, noticing the tears threatening to fall from the girl's eyes. Taking a moment to rehearse her next response in her head, Haku regained her slight smile. "Relax. Prove yourself. Earn his heart." Haku slowly spoke, watching as the confusion in Shinobu's eyes was dwarfed by the glimmer of hope that came back to her hazel-brown irises. Haku smiled a little more as she slowly reached down and took the Aburame girl's hand into her own, tilting her head to the side slightly. "Maybe, share everything? Why you? You don't mean that. Why you and me, and him?" Shinobu stuttered out, her cheeks burning heatedly as she lost her grip on her normally well-contained emotions. Unable to even finish what she was trying to say, Shinobu couldn't resist wanting to just curl up into her trench coat to hide as Haku smiled brightly, nodding in response to her unfinished question. Feeling her blush spread to the rest of her face, Shinobu couldn't resist imagining the kind of life the three of them might be able to have one day, only to shake her head, clearing the image from her mind. "I see, couldn't possibly. I mean, you two are already together and I don't want to." "Shush." Haku hushed while delicately placing a finger against Shinobu's lips, silencing the girl from continuing to ramble. "Think about, but keep secret. One day. Surprise him? You are a very strange woman, Haku." Shinobu mumbled around Haku's fingertip, her cheeks burning hot once more. "And I'm not even talking about your appearance." Haku simply smiled more as she stood up, pulling Shinobu to her feet in the process. Without another word spoken between them, Haku got behind the Aburame heiress before pushing her in the direction of the house her lover's team was staying in for the time being. Letting out a momentary and soft shriek to make Shinobu look back at her before she got too far, Haku only held a finger to her lips, signaling to remind her about keeping quiet about what they'd talked about. Watching her leave, Haku didn't quite understand what had prompted her to make such an offer to the girl when she'd only just met her. However, like she had said, pheromones didn't lie. They were automatic bodily functions that reacted to both outside stimuli as well as mental stimuli. Fear in the mind caused pheromones tied to fear to be released, while those tied to happiness were released when happy, and so on. The same applied when it came to love and lust, both of which having very distinct and very different scent markers when it came to pheromones. Shinobu had only given off pheromones tied to love and then those tied to emotions like heartache and sorrow when she realized that she and Naruto were together. While they'd only just met, Haku felt like she could trust the Aburame girl. She, too, had a hive of her own, after all. Even if it was on a much smaller scale, size-wise, than her own budding hive. Glancing at the small Kakaichu beetle crawling on her hand, Haku held it up to see it better before lightly blowing on it, making it fly away. HSSSS's. Hearing the quiet and prolonged hiss, Haku didn't bother looking at the xenomorph that crawled up beside her, letting her hand rest on its head. She doubted anything would come of her little proposition for a long time, but Haku had faith that something would come of it one day. She had wanted her king to herself, but after seeing another lonely female so desperate for the love she had, only to be denied, Haku didn't know for sure, but it kind of reminded her of when the haze in her mind cleared and she found the male she called her life mate. If he hadn't been there or if he hadn't reciprocated her feelings, she didn't even want to think of what could have happened to her. Granted, she wasn't going to be so friendly or generous with every other lonely female out there that developed feelings for her king father, but Shinobu was a special case, in her opinion. I don't think it'll be so bad, to be honest. Haku thought to herself idly as she started heading back to the cave she and Naruto had turned into a temporary hive for her and her brood to reside in while in Wave Country. Licking her lips slightly, Haku couldn't resist the coy smile from forming as she lightly chewed her bottom lip, the half-dozen xenomorphs she'd brought with her following closely and protectively. If anything, it might be quite enjoyable. Only time will tell, though. It had been a week since he'd returned to his team and like he was every day, Naruto was restless. He wanted to return to Haku, to make sure she was okay and to just be in her presence, but he'd agreed not to leave without permission again. Still, Haku would come by every day to visit him in secret, sometimes even inviting Shinobu to join them or chasing him off to give them some time alone. It was weird and a little off-putting because neither of them would tell him what they did or talked about whenever he wasn't around. At the same time, he was happy that Haku and Shinobu had become such good friends, from what it looked like. "Hey," Shinobu greeted softly as she walked across the roof to sit next to him, the tailed and obsidian-skinned teen laying on his back and staring up at the night sky. Drawing her knees to her chest and wrapping her arms around them, Shinobu stared out over the calm waters that formed the strait between Fire Country and Wave Country. "You're up pretty late tonight. Couldn't sleep?" "Of course I can't. I miss her." Naruto sighed out as he averted his eyeless gaze, looking back towards the forest. As her thoughts momentarily drifted to what Haku had talked to her about a week ago, Shinobu forced her mind elsewhere to keep thinking about it. Instead, she glanced down at Naruto. Even if she could bring herself to admit her feelings to him, she still didn't know how she could do it without making it seem like she was trying to come between them instead of joining them. That was when Naruto glanced back at her, frowning slightly. "What's on your mind? Your scent keeps changing every couple seconds." It's nothing. Don't worry about it," Shinobu mumbled softly, looking back out at the water. She'd almost forgotten that he had the same sensory capabilities as Haku. His frown growing a little bigger, Naruto didn't keep prying. She kept putting off all kinds of scent markers that spanned the entire spectrum, in a manner of speaking, but none of them had any real pattern to them. It was like her emotions kept fluctuating out of her control, which kind of surprised him because she'd always been a very reserved and calm girl that had a good bit of control over her emotions. From what he understood, it was something all Aburame had to be good at since certain strong emotional outbursts could cause the hive of insects in their body to swarm uncontrollably depending on the emotional outburst they experienced. Still, it was starting to worry him. Her emotional scent markers were constantly changing whenever they were alone or weren't preoccupied with something, and it had been happening ever since she and Haku had spoken in private that first time. Tucking his hands behind his head as he stared up at the moon again, Naruto decided to talk to Haku about it next time he saw her. It was bothering him too much. If something was wrong with her or if there was something troubling her, Naruto wanted to know. He knew he wasn't very helpful in most things outside of a fight, but still, at least knowing might give him an idea of how he could help, if at all. "Naruto?" Shinobu asked quietly and nervously, not even bothering to try hiding her emotions from him at the moment. Can I lay down next to you?" Yeah," he mumbled out softly, caught off guard by the strange request. Laying down beside her teammate, Shinobi simply stared up at the night sky with him, but Naruto noticed how much calmer she seemed now, her emotional scent markers no longer fluctuating as randomly as before. So, it had something to do with him, it seemed. He couldn't think of anything as to why, but he figured Haku might be able to shed some more light on the matter. After almost half an hour of laying there in silence, however, Naruto noticed that Shinobu had drifted off next to him, rolling over onto her side in her slumber so that she was facing him, her hand landing on his stomach as she did. He tensed up, his omniscient senses finally pinpointing one of the potential factors about Shinobu's apparent issue. The only thing he could accurately sense from her at the moment was contentment, a peaceful happiness as she laid beside him. She couldn't possibly. Grimacing slightly, Naruto didn't quite know what to do, gently moving her hand off of him so that there wasn't any skin-to-skin contact between them. Deciding to just believe it was because she was sleeping, Naruto forced the thoughts from his mind, choosing instead of stare up at the moon again as he waited for sleep to come to him. Eventually, "Where do you think you're going this late in the afternoon?" someone demanded from not too far behind him, making him pause in his trek to the wooded area around the house as the sun slowly sunk lower and lower in the sky. Seeing that it was the Uchiha, Naruto's grimace turned into a slight snarl, his tail slowly loosening its grip around his waist. His snarl only worsened as he watched Sasuke smirk smugly, knowing an insult was fixing to come his way. "Didn't your sensei forbid you from going anywhere, freak? Stop antagonizing me, Uchiha. The only thing it'll accomplish is you getting hurt. Besides, Kurenai sensei gave me permission to explore since our mission is almost done." Naruto hissed as he turned back around to keep going, only for Sasuke to grit his teeth, taking his remark as a challenge. Ever since he heard about how Naruto had killed Zabuza, the Uchiha had been antagonizing him at every turn over the past couple weeks, usually trying to pick a fight with him. Sensing the spike of aggressive pheromones from Sasuke behind him, Naruto let out a quiet hiss of aggravation. If he wanted a fight so bad, he'll just have to teach the boy not to mess with him. Rushing forward, Sasuke tried landing a punch to Naruto's right side while he wasn't paying attention, aiming for a kidney punch, only for the tailed genin to suddenly spin around the offending limb at the last second. Grabbing Sasuke's wrist in his right hand, Naruto braced his left palm against the underside of the Uchiha's elbow, applying just enough pressure to cause pain and make sure his point got across. However, Sasuke tried to counter, kicking off the ground in an attempt to kick him in retaliation. Instantly, his tail whipped around and wrapped itself around Sasuke's leg near the knee while Naruto pivoted the now airborne Uchiha on his left palm while twisting Sasuke's wrist slightly. A moment later, Sasuke landed face down on the ground with not just one limb, but two limbs trapped with both on the verge of being dislocated if just a little more pressure was applied. "You going to keep it up or do I have to actually hurt you to get my point across?" Naruto hissed at him viciously, trying his best not to drool any as his anger started triggering his xenomorph instincts. Despite Sasuke's fierce glare and gnashed teeth, the Uchiha stopped struggling. Letting him go, Naruto waited until he got to his hands and knees as he tried standing back up before his tail blade shot forward, stopping only a centimeter away from one of Sasuke's eyes. Sasuke froze instantly as a wave of killing intent washed over him, unable to even look up at Naruto's snarling visage as fear rooted him in place, his gaze locked on the black bone blade in front of his face. "Do that again and I'll make sure you never awaken your bloodline. Am I clear?" "Yeah," Sasuke whispered quietly as he grit his teeth again, glaring at Naruto's back as he started walking away again. How was that freak of nature stronger than him? He was an Uchiha, an elite of Konoha. He knew that if he had his Sharingan, he'd be more than capable of putting that abomination in his rightful place, at his feet, groveling for mercy. He needed that kind of power. He needed to avenge his clan. But how could he do that when he couldn't even beat that monster? HSS's. Naruto hissed irritably as he walked through the densely wooded area, his tail flailing wildly behind him as he walked, the blade scouring a couple of the trees around him as it grazed their bark. Sensing the presence of his hive members, Naruto started forcing himself to calm down, wrapping his tail around his waist while using the back of his hand to wipe away the slight buildup of saliva that tried dribbling down his chin. That boy was going to get himself a one-way ticket to the morgue back in Konoha if he kept up with his bullshit. HS's. Haku hissed softly as Naruto drew closer, having seen the skirmish from a distance. Without even responding to her worry, Naruto simply walked up to her and wrapped his arms around her, burying his face against her neck. Frowning slightly, Haku simply held him in return, gently and soothingly rubbing the back of his neck and head. After a few moments of silence, she decided to try to distract him from his problems. The bridge is almost finished. We can leave soon. Yeah, Naruto mumbled quietly after a moment before affectionately licking the side of her neck, making Haku shiver slightly with a smile. You're getting better. Shinobu has been helping me. The hybrid queen mother answered. Detecting a brief shift in Naruto's pheromones, Haku knew he was still a little irked by their secrecy of what they talked about in private, but there was something different about it compared to how it was in the beginning. He was worried for his teammate, thinking that something was wrong. She smiled slightly before pulling away from her life mate and walking deeper into the forest with him. He was starting to show more concern for the Aburame girl, and Haku decided to take it as a good sign. She's been asking questions about our hive. She's curious. Oh? Naruto mumbled out inquisitively, his tail slowly unwinding from his waist before loosely wrapping itself around Haku's. What's she been asking? She's curious about our children. She's curious about how I became like you. Haku explained, still speaking slow, but her speech wasn't as broken up as it had been a couple weeks ago. Naruto had told her about what he had done to her last week, about how he had forcefully changed her from the human she'd been into the hybrid she was now. He had been nervous and a tad scared when he told her, mostly just wanting to get it off his chest, but Haku had done away with his fears almost immediately after when she said she didn't care about any of that. It was true. Not having any memories before waking up to him in the cave and mating with him, Haku didn't worry herself with how it all started. If it hadn't been for him telling her, she wouldn't have even known her own name. I've been avoiding the details, but she's too determined. She wants to know. H's. Naruto sighed quietly, the action sounding like a quiet and short hiss. Those are things I'm not so willing to discuss with outsiders, regardless of who they are. I trust her, but in this kind of world, information is power. And I can't risk that kind of power getting into the wrong hands. Next time she starts asking those kinds of questions, please tell her that I want her to stop. Things like that are essentially the same as clan secrets for us. I'll let her know next time I see her. Haku responded softly before they continued on in a somewhat comfortable silence for a little while, 6 of their young flanking them on all sides protectively. They kept the rest of their young back at the temporary hive they'd been staying in the past 2.5 weeks, mostly to keep them hidden from any watchful eyes in the area. If even rumors began to spread amongst the civilian population, it might eventually draw the attention of a hidden village. Even if it was attention from Konoha, it could prove disastrous for them and their hive. So, where will we go when we all leave this place? There's some kind of detection barrier around the village, so you can't enter the village itself. I can't tell exactly what it is, but I just barely sensed it when me and my team left Konoha. Naruto answered, surprising Haku a little bit. I haven't felt it anywhere near the Forest of Death, so you should be okay to go around the village and hide there. You'll just have to watch out for any Anbu patrols along the way, but it shouldn't be too hard if you do it at night. The Forest of Death? What is it like? Haku inquired curiously. Naruto slowly smiled as he thought about his home. It's technically labeled as a training field, but it's considered too dangerous for anyone under chunin rank to actively use, so no one uses it. Naruto began to explain, unknowing of how Haku was pleased to sense some happiness from him as he talked about the Forest of Death. For us, though, you could almost say it's paradise. Plenty of shadows and cracks and crevices, massive trees, plenty of food. So long as our numbers don't grow too large and we don't hunt the wildlife too much, we'll be able to live comfortably for a long time. A couple days before we'd left, I had found a cave that went pretty deep underground, but I had to meet with my team before I could fully explore it. I think it's part of a natural tunnel system. Hopefully, it is. It'll give us plenty of room for our hive to grow and live in. It sounds wonderful. Haku agreed before focusing back ahead of them as their current hive came within sight. Smiling slightly as something occurred to her, Haku looked back towards her lover. The children have been busy while you've been gone. Oh? Naruto intoned curiously, but Haku simply smiled before pulling away from him and running towards the cave entrance. Shaking his head slightly, Naruto half-heartedly gave chase while their young trailed Haku closely. She was the higher priority between the two of them, something Naruto was grateful for being a natural instinct of theirs. Reaching the cave, though, Naruto walked in while extending his dorsal tubes, a mental image of the cave mapping itself out in his head as far as his senses could reach. If he had eyes, they'd have widened in shock. The walls along the tunnel-like entrance and deeper inside the main chamber were covered in a hard resin-like substance not unlike what he had used to bind Haku when he transformed her into the queen mother she was now. "Oh, my, that's not all. Come," Haku remarked as she grabbed his hand, having waited for him at the entrance. Pulling him along behind her, Haku brought him to the main chamber where a good portion of their young were napping or aimlessly roaming around the hive. Along the sides of the chamber, a couple secondary tunnels had been carved out of the rock and soil, their walls lined with more resin. Even though his senses could reach as far as 200 feet from his spot, Naruto still couldn't see the end of two of the three tunnels, the third leading to what seemed to be another chamber that was about half the size of the hideout Haku and Zabuza previously resided in. They dug these tunnels to make room for themselves. One leads to a feeding chamber, where we've been storing our kills. Another leads out to the coast nearby. They've been learning how to catch fish there. And this one? Naruto inquired as he walked closer to the secondary chamber he'd detected. Haku's smile turned a little more sultry as she walked up behind him and slipped under his arm, her tail coiling around his waist and up to his neck. The moment she made physical contact with him, Naruto immediately tasted her arousal, a slight shiver running up his spine as he hissed quietly. Instead of answering, Haku simply led him to the third tunnel before brushing aside the deerskins that blocked off the chamber's entranceway. Inside, there was a collection of animal hides set up in the likeness of a bed or nest to one side while a small basin of water sat on the other side, a small hole in the chamber's ceiling directly above it allowing a little bit of light to filter into the room-like cave along with letting rainwater collect in the basin. "What is this?" "For now, our nest," Haku whispered as she moved in front of him, sensually caressing the side of his neck and cheek while slowly dragging her tongue up along the front of his throat. Feeling him shiver and begin to release his own arousal-based pheromones, Haku smirked slightly before leaning in closer to nip at his neck teasingly while undoing her sash with her free hand. Capturing her lips in a heated kiss, Naruto knew she wanted to mate again. If it weren't for the fact that they had a few more days before they'd be leaving Wave Country, he would have been more resistant to the idea, but they had time and they had food stored away for any new young. They could afford to increase the population of their hive. Sliding his hands up along her flanks as her robe parted, Naruto forced his tongue into Haku's mouth while gently cupping one of her still engorged breasts, his other hand slipping behind her to untie the knot on the back of her pants just above the base of her tail. While he did that, Haku was already undoing his belt and pants, their respective leggings dropping to the ground at their feet around the same time. Sliding her tail up the back of her robe top, Haku pulled it off of herself while her mate's hands continued to fondle her lower right breast and her left butt cheek. Smiling against his lips, Haku coiled her semi-prehensile tongue around Naruto's, trapping it there as she lifted her left leg, hooking it on his hip as she pressed closer to him. Remembering the animal skin bedding in the corner, Naruto moved his other hand down to her rear before lifting her up, prompting Haku to wrap her other leg around him as he carried her over to the pallet of soft furs. Grinding her hips against his and rubbing her now dripping entrance against his member, Haku broke the kiss with a quiet moan as he laid down on top of her, ignoring the trails of sticky saliva that still bridged the gap between their lips. Guiding his head lower, Haku let out a gasping hiss of ecstasy as he immediately started to lightly suckle her lower left breast, the sensation of her nutrient-rich breast milk slowly being drained causing her body to spasm slightly with a small orgasm, her breath hitching in her throat. Her breasts had been so full and tight the past couple weeks, robbed of the attention they craved. It also being the first time she had been milked, Haku found the feeling to be highly arousing, almost tortuously so. HSS's hissing in pleasure as her life mate continued to suckle, Haku moved her hips a little higher than she'd been doing up until then amongst her grinding, positioning her entrance at her lover's swollen tip. Using her legs to pull him closer to her, Haku arched her back with another euphoric hiss as she was penetrated. After draining her lower left breast of fluid, Naruto detached from the now D-cup globe of flesh before moving on to her lower right breast. Letting out a quiet shrieking cry of pleasure as she experienced another orgasm, Haku could only cling to him as tight as she could while her lover started thrusting into her. As yet another small orgasm rippled through her, Haku could only pant heavily as her life mate nearly finished draining the second of her lower breasts. She'd been craving more of her king father's love and affection since she'd given birth to her first brood, but with him being forced to stay with his team, she'd been forced to wait. Now that she had him all to herself again, Haku intended to stay interlocked with him for the rest of the evening. She needed him inside of her, she needed her womb bloated with more young again. Feeling him suddenly thicken inside of her, Haku was broken from her thoughts as a cry of pleasure escaped her, but it wasn't from him depositing his seed in her womb. He had actually grown slightly thicker, a little longer. A few minutes later, however, she was rewarded with what she wanted, her lover flooding her womb more heavily than before with his potent seed as his lips wrapped around her upper right nipple. Having had her arms wrapped around him, Haku could feel something growing on his back as she fought to catch her breath from the orgasm that tore through her with another shrill cry of pleasure. Forcing herself to focus on it for a moment, she discovered it to be a third set of dorsal tubes that were smaller than the secondary pair on his lower back. Only the new pair was situated directly between the longer set on his upper back. Moving a hand to one and gently caressing it, Haku gasped sharply as Naruto started thrusting slower, but more powerfully as she touched the newly formed dorsal tubes. Her hands sliding up higher along the back of his neck and head, Haku found out that his shallow carapace had grown a little as well, but not by a whole lot. As the last of the fluid was drained from her 4 voluptuous breasts, Naruto leaned his head back up before hungrily kissing his life mate, wrapping his tongue around Haku's as he flooded her womb a second time. He had faintly noticed the minor changes he had undergone, but he paid them little attention as his mind was clouded with desire for his beloved queen mother. He subconsciously knew it had been caused by the delicately sweet-tasting fluid he drank, but he didn't care. All he could think about was filling his lover's womb with another brood of young. Holding himself up with one hand, Naruto roughly gripped her thigh near her hip with the other, the tips of his claws starting to press into her supple flesh as he kept thrusting into her. Breaking the kiss with a loud hissing groan, Haku felt her entire body tense and lock up. Her core knotted even more unbearably than it had gotten last time they'd mated, her body recklessly dumping more and more eggs into her womb. She knew automatically that her second brood was going to be even larger than her first. She just worried about how well her body would be able to handle it, the first one having already strained the limitations of her womb's capacity. Pushing the thoughts out of her head, Haku decided to deal with such an issue when it came around. For now, she just wanted to fill her belly with her lover's seed and bask in the bliss of being ravaged by her king father. Letting out a breathy hiss, Naruto twisted his body to the side as he leaned back, dodging Kiba's clawed swipe before driving his fist into the Inuzuka's ribs, stunning him long enough for the tailed hybrid to finish spinning in place to rebalance himself. Using his left arm to bat aside Hiyatari's attempted palm thrust, Naruto didn't hesitate to land a solid punch in the middle of the Hyuga heir's chest, knocking the wind out of him and knocking him back. Lashing out with a mule kick behind him, Kiba was launched back as Naruto's foot connected with his stomach. Grabbing his ankle while his leg was still extended, Shinobu pulled his leg further back to throw him off balance, but it wasn't as effective as she'd hoped as Naruto simply dropped to the ground on all fours to force her into releasing him before lunging forward, shoulder tackling Sasuke back before the Uchiha could complete his attempted spinning kick. Having wrapped his tail around Shinobu's leg in the process, the Aburame heiress was yanked to the ground as he lunged at Sasuke before being swung around by the deceptively strong limb a second later. Yakumo was caught off guard as Shinobu collided with her, knocking them both to the ground. "Why did you give them permission to do this?" Kurenai asked quietly as she and Kakashi watched their students spar in a 5-on-1 taijutsu match against Naruto. Lone eye half-lidded, Kakashi feigned boredom as he watched. In reality, he was watching Naruto, analyzing the tailed genin's fighting style. It was really something if he could hold off 5 enemies at once. Without being touched, at that. "Don't look at me. Naruto is the one that challenged everyone. I'm just spectating and making sure no one takes things too far." Kakashi countered with a brief glance at the red-eyed Junin, his response surprising the genjutsu specialist. Looking back towards the fight, Kakashi continued. When he came back from wherever he ran off to last night, he challenged them all to a taijutsu-only spar, saying something about wanting to test himself. Still, it makes me wonder. Have you taught him anything regarding taijutsu? No, why? Kurenai inquired, growing a little suspicious. Because they haven't managed to land a single hit on him yet and they've been going at it for almost 20 minutes. Kakashi answered flatly, shocking Kurenai once more. They watched in silence for a moment as Naruto continued to weave between their attacks, countering them at every turn. It might have just been because of his absent-mindedness back in Konoha, but he'd never showed that level of skill whenever he sparred with his teammates before. He's gotten more aggressive compared to how he was when your team first arrived here. Any idea why? No. Could it be the… Kurenai trailed off for a moment, but Kakashi shook his head. It wasn't the Kyuubi sealed inside of him. The one-eyed Junin would have sensed its chakra if it was. If not that, I can only think that it has something to do with his unique biology. Most likely. Look at his back. Kakashi mumbled, nodding his head towards the brawl. Looking over, Kurenai was a little confused before noticing the two new ridges on his upper back between his shoulders. They hadn't been there yesterday. It didn't seem like much, but she knew those were what Naruto called dorsal tubes. What they did and how they worked, she didn't know, but she knew they didn't just sprout randomly. I don't know much about what was done to him, but I'm guessing he's growing up, in a manner of speaking? I don't exactly know how to word it. I'm no scientist or doctor. From the looks of things, though, I don't think the changes are just physical. Personally, I think it's a good thing that he's become a little more aggressive, so long as it doesn't get any worse. He always seemed kind of soft when he was still attending the academy. If he was soft, then why was he never bullied like Hiyatari had been? Kurenai asked rhetorically, mostly just thinking out loud. Kakashi still shrugged slightly before gesturing towards the tailed genin in question. Look at him. Even though he always wore a hooded cloak and mask, he's almost a foot taller than most of his old classmates. Plus, from what his file says, he packs one hell of a punch. Kakashi reasoned. If you were a bully back in the academy, would you have tried picking a fight with someone like that? No, I suppose I wouldn't have. Kurenai mumbled quietly, her thoughts focusing around the new changes in her student that Kakashi had pointed out to her. She'll try to figure everything out once they return to Konoha, the two teams having planned to leave tomorrow. HS's. Unintentionally hissing quietly as he panted, Naruto looked around to find his two teammates and the three members of Team 7 laying on the ground, each one hurting too much from the blows they'd taken to keep the spar going. Helping his teammates up to their feet, Naruto didn't say anything, now knowing that the changes he'd undergone last night went far deeper than just some cosmetic adjustments and a larger field of view. It wasn't by a huge margin, but he was stronger now, faster, his reaction time was quicker, his awareness of his immediate surroundings while fighting was sharper, and he was even a tiny bit more flexible than before. That was just what he had figured out during the fight, at that. As Naruto offered to a hand to help him up to his feet, Kiba stared up at him with a slight glare before heaving a sigh and grasping the offered hand. Swallowing his pride as Naruto pulled him up, Kiba half-heartedly glared off to the side, still a little stubborn. That was a good fight. You should teach me some of those moves sometime. Maybe one day. Naruto mumbled back in reply while Shinobu went to help Yakumo to her feet. When Naruto went to help Sasuke to his feet, however, the Uchiha only glared at him and slapped his hand away, getting up on his own. Shaking his head at Sasuke's stubborn arrogance, Naruto walked over to Hiyatari, who was already on his feet and still holding his chest where he'd been hit earlier. You alright? Why yeah, I'm okay. The Hyuga Air Eyes smiled sheepishly as he let out a weak laugh. You couldn't have held back a little bit against us? What do you mean? I was holding back. Naruto responded in honest confusion, frowning slightly. He really had been holding back, not wanting to seriously injure any of them. Normally, he would have struck with his claws, not his fists. Misunderstanding each other, Naruto didn't realize that Hiyatari had meant pulling his punches a little bit while Hiyatari could only gawk at him in shock, thinking he was stronger than he really was. What? It's nothing. Don't worry about it. Hiyatari mumbled a little nervously as he started walking back towards the house, Shinobu following him with Yakumo and Kiba. Looking towards Sasuke, Naruto watched as the Uchiha simply went into the forest for more personal training. Letting out a hiss-like sigh, Naruto shook his head at him again before heading back towards the house with the others. He honestly tried being nice to the Uchiha. If he didn't want to show that same amount of respect in return, then he could take his Mahdi bullshit elsewhere. As they all made their way back to the house, Kakashi nodded towards Kurenai before shuffling after Sasuke, leaving the red-eyed woman to stare at the back of her strangest student. HSS's. Haku could only hiss quietly in mild discomfort as she lounged amongst the animal hides, exhausted and slowly recovering from giving birth to nearly twice the number of young with her second brood. Thankful that the skin and flesh of her stomach was naturally semi-elastic to a degree, Haku lightly rubbed her tender and now deflated abdomen. She'll be back to normal after a few hours of rest, but until then, she was stuck with the flabby extra skin on her stomach. She wasn't a vain female, but she still took pride in her looks, which was why she was glad she was too worn out to even move from the bed. She'd needed a couple of her children from her first brood to help her just to get to her little nest for some sleep. "How are you feeling?" Naruto inquired as he walked in unexpectedly, surprising Haku a little bit. Noticing it, he grimaced slightly while sitting down beside her. "I snuck out for a little bit. Kurenai sensei won't be happy when she figures out I left, but I wanted to check in on you for a little bit. You're going to be the death of me one day, you know that?" Haku groaned quietly in protest as she inched closer to him, resting her head in his lap. Knowing she was just teasing, Naruto didn't think anything of it as he gently brushed his fingers along her cheek, getting a tired smile from her. Groaning slightly as she curled up a little bit again, Haku nuzzled his legs slightly while her tail looped around her body. "Too many. I felt like I was going to explode if I hadn't given birth when I did." HS's. Naruto sighed quietly, not really knowing what to say while at the same time, he felt bad for putting her through so much pain. He was quickly snapped out of his thoughts when Haku swatted him across the head with her tail blade, the queen mother not even bothering to move any other part of her body as she laid there. "Stop, don't feel guilty. Technically, I did this to myself." Haku grumbled quietly as Naruto grimaced a little bit, but he stopped giving off negative pheromones. That was when she let out a whine-like hiss as she cuddled a little closer to him. "If only I didn't get pregnant every time we mated, or at least, not with so many, all at once. Do you think a contraceptive would help any?" Naruto suggested a little awkwardly, getting another weak smile from Haku as she thought about it. It might work, but it'd have to be a really strong one. If it could just cut down on the size of her broods, at the very least, it would do her wonders. After her first brood, Haku had actually craved him more than she desired to reproduce again, but their bodies obviously didn't feel the same way about it. Hers, especially. "Maybe we can look into it more when we get to our new home. For now, I need to rest," Haku mumbled before yawning tiredly. Pawing at him expectantly, Haku waited until he laid down before crawling up a little higher and laying back down beside him, her head resting on his shoulder while she draped a leg over his, a hand resting on his chest over his heart. Smiling sleepily as she felt his tail loosely entwine itself with hers, Haku let herself relax, quickly drifting off to sleep beside her life-mate. Simply laying there, Naruto held her close with a hand on her hip, enjoying the gentle warmth radiating off of her naked body. He still couldn't figure out what it was that had been bothering Shinobu recently. He didn't know why, but it just kept gnawing away at the back of his mind. He'd been getting better at keeping his mind off of it while around Haku to keep her from noticing any distinct changes in his pheromones. The only reason he was even letting himself think about it now was because Haku had fallen asleep already. Thinking back to that night on top of Tazuna's house, Naruto remembered the contentment Shinobu had felt just from being next to him. That was what had been really plaguing his mind all week. Was it really just because she had been sleeping when she touched him? Or was it something else? He wanted to know, almost desperately so, but he didn't want to find out that it was what he thought it was at the same time. If Shinobu really did have feelings for him, it would explain why she had seemed so upset when she left after meeting Haku. Still, that brought up the question as to what they had talked about shortly after that when Haku made him leave the two of them alone for a little bit. Not only that, he didn't really know how to feel about the whole thing. He would be lying if he said he wasn't a little interested in her and he didn't want to hurt Shinobu, but he was already with Haku and he'd be damned if he ever did anything to hurt her. He could never abandon her. Just what am I going to do about this mess? Naruto mentally asked himself before looking down at Haku and smiling at how peaceful she looked as she slept. Sighing quietly, he decided to get some rest while he could. He'd be up by first light in the morning, so he had enough time to get back to Tezuna's before everyone else would be getting up. Sighing quietly as he left the administration building with his mission pay in hand, Naruto was relieved to know that Haku and their children made it safely to the Forest of Death without issue. The cage Bunshin he'd sent with them to act as a guide having dispelled once they'd reached the cave he'd told his life mate about shortly after his team finished handing in their mission reports. Having been the one that did most of the work, though, Naruto's report was really the only one that had truly mattered in the end. Since Haku had told him not to worry about rushing back right away, Naruto was actually at a bit of a loss as to what he should do next. Idly fiddling with the amber gem dangling from around his neck, Naruto blatantly ignored the bewildered stares he was getting from everyone as he walked down the road, his tail loosely coiled around his waist. Prior to becoming a genin, he had only gone out in public with his old cloak and mask on at all times. Since Tensai's passing and becoming a part of Team 8, he had never really gone out, usually keeping to himself in the Forest of Death or training. Even when he would go to meet up with his team, he always went unseen, sticking to the shadows and untrafficked alleyways. The only time he even ran across the rooftops was when he was in a rush, which had been a very rare occurrence for him since he never really did anything. Remembering that the Sandaime had set him up with an apartment a while back, Naruto decided to check it out to see if he still owned it or if it had been rented out to someone else already. It had been almost 2 months, so he wouldn't be surprised if it had been. It took him a little while to remember the address, but he eventually found it, honestly a little surprised to find that it was still unoccupied. Unlocking the door and stepping inside, Naruto found the apartment to be minimally furnished with a couch off to the side, a small table and a single chair near the kitchenette, a refrigerator, a microwave, and a stovetop oven, but not much else that he could see at the moment. Sitting on the table, though, were 2 items he hadn't seen in a while. Walking over, Naruto gingerly picked up one of the items. Lightly running a claw across the bone-white and featureless Hunter Nin-style mask, Naruto frowned slightly as nostalgia tried to invade his thoughts. Sighing quietly, he set it back down on the table beside his old cloak. No more. He wasn't going to hide himself from anyone ever again. Noticing something, though, he hesitantly lifted the cloak before pulling out the item hidden underneath it. Almost instantly, he started shaking a little bit, his lips quivering into a frown as he cursed his inability to cry. It was a picture of Tensai, caught mid-laugh as she held a then 7-year-old Naruto in her arms. Slowly sinking to his knees on the floor, Naruto let his hand fall to his side as he stared down at the ground blankly. Shaking a little more than before, Naruto buried his eyeless face in his hands, his expression shifting back and forth between a grieving frown and a frustrated snarl, his breaths coming in quick hissing gasps. Why did it have to be her? Why did it have to be his queen mother that died that night? Why did God, should it exist, hate him so much? Why did he have to suffer so much? His emotions running rampant, Naruto didn't notice how his tail was starting to twitch around his waist with his anger and sorrow and pain. He didn't notice how his lips curled into a vicious snarl as his frustration started to become too much for him. Why? First, he was turned into a monster when he was only a baby by a deranged warmongering lunatic. Robbed of his humanity, Tensai took him in and tried to teach him how to be human again, tried to give him as normal of a life as she could. Only to be murdered on what should have been one of the happiest nights of their lives. Even though he ruthlessly killed her murderers not long after, Naruto still couldn't. He still couldn't find closure. Scree! He shrieked before driving his fist into the floor, breaking the wooden board while his tail flailed out and smashed through 3 of the table's legs, sending it flying across the kitchenette in the process. Hissing furiously, Naruto simply stayed where he was, shivering. He never noticed the presence outside the apartment. Naruto! Shinobu gasped in shock, having tracked him down to the apartment via one of her female Kakaichu to see if he wanted to do something that afternoon, only to hear him shriek before something was smashed inside just as she reached the door. Throwing the door open as she rushed through it and hastily closed it behind her, Shinobu ran over to Naruto, only to lean back to avoid Naruto's flailing tail as it swung back around. Once it had passed by, she immediately closed the distance between them and wrapped her arms around him, stopping him mid-punch as he cocked his hand back to hit the ground again. "It's okay, Naruto. Calm down. Shush. HS's." Hissing quietly, Naruto slowly turned around in her arms before suddenly wrapping his own around her, his tail wrapping around the both of them as he buried his face against her shoulder. Feeling him shaking almost uncontrollably, Shinobu became extremely worried for him. He'd never been so explosively emotional before, making her wonder what it was that had set him off. Holding him tightly as he hissed with every breath, Shinobu gently rubbed his back, her soft-skinned hand caressing his flattened dorsal tubes. Slowly soothed by the action, Naruto simply held her, his fangs gnashed and lips curled into a snarl as he struggled to calm down, still shivering with his pent-up emotions. "Oh, Naruto," she thought to herself with worry as she saw the photograph on the ground. Back when they had first been put on the same team, Kurenai had informed her and Hiyatari about how Naruto had just lost his mother the night after they all graduated from the academy. It was something that was never talked about amongst them or even hinted at, but Shinobu knew from his current behavior that Naruto hadn't dealt with the emotional backlash of that night. Not until now, that is. "Shush. I'm right here, Naruto. I've got you. You're okay. I miss her." Naruto hissed out quietly, clinging to Shinobu for dear life as he kept shaking. "I miss her so much." "I know you do, Naruto. I know," she cooed softly, trying her best to console him. Stashing the picture in a pocket, Shinobu started trying to get him to stand up, succeeding after a few attempts. "Come on, let's get you back to Haku. Okay?" Naruto could only nod his head slightly against her shoulder before slowly and reluctantly pulling away from her, the Aburame heiress taking a moment to grab the cloak and mask on the ground before leading him out of the apartment. He took a moment to lock the door back up before they left, heading straight for the Forest of Death. As they took to the rooftops to avoid everyone in the streets, Shinobu could only stare at Naruto with concern. He was still shaking, even as he ran. She was desperate to help him, somehow, but she couldn't think of how she could do that. The journey hadn't taken them long, neither saying anything the entire time, but by the time they reached a cave deep inside the forest, Shinobu was relieved to see Haku already waiting for them at the entrance, a handful of warriors staying close to her. "What happened?" Haku asked worriedly and urgently, having sensed his pain through their connection, as Naruto simply disappeared into the cave without acknowledging her presence, leaving the two females to talk as he sought out a dark, quiet corner to seclude himself in for a while. "I felt his pain. What happened to him? I think it has something to do with this," Shinobu answered as she passed the photograph she'd found over to Haku. Gently taking it, Haku frowned a little bit, instantly recognizing both Naruto and the gem hanging from the woman's neck. It was the same one he always wore. "I don't think you know, but back when we all graduated from the academy and became genin, Naruto's adopted mother died. I don't know the details of what had happened, but from what Kurenai sensei told us a while back, he's been a mess ever since. At least until he found you. I think when he saw the photo, he finally started going through the grieving process." His adopted mother, Haku whispered quietly. Naruto had mentioned something about losing a queen mother but never talked about her. Now, Haku knew who she was. The woman had been more a mother to him than a queen, but he still thought of her as his queen mother. "How bad was it?" "He was tearing up an apartment when I got there. I think it was his since he had a key to it." Shinobu answered softly as she took the picture back and put it away again. After a moment, though, Shinobu looked back to Haku. Can I stay with him for a little while? Please? I don't want to leave him while he's like this." "Of course. Come." Haku agreed before gesturing for her to follow, leading Shinobu into the cavern. It was quite dark, prompting Shinobu to take her sunglasses off, but once her eyes adjusted, she was able to see at least decent enough to see most of the things near her. Despite her worry for Naruto, Shinobu was surprised to see the walls covered in what looked like resin of some sort, most of it looking fresh. They'd only been in Konoha for a handful of hours and they were already turning it into a hive. The tunnel went down into the ground at an angle, going deeper and deeper for a good distance. After a couple minutes of walking, they came upon a rather large and open chamber where most of the Xenomorph warriors were gathered, some busying themselves with digging out tunnels while others were on the walls, regurgitating what looked like more resin that they then used to further coat the chamber's walls and ceiling. In the ceiling, a handful of small holes had been dug out to allow airflow and a little bit of light to filter into the massive chamber. Shinobu guessed that they could easily fit a decently sized house in the chamber, if they wanted to. He went this way, Haku mumbled, catching Shinobu's attention as she started leading her down another tunnel close by. It was shorter than the entranceway and actually went back up a little bit before opening up into another chamber, only it wasn't much bigger than the one Naruto and Haku had used back in Wave Country. Having brought all of the animal hides they'd collected back in Wave Country, Haku had set up her nest in the back again, but that was about all the cave had to offer at the moment. Most of her time had been spent digging it all out with a few of her children's help while others relocated the soil and rock that had been removed. Curled up amongst the furs, Naruto didn't move or acknowledge that he even knew they were there, his back kept to them. Haku didn't anything as she put a hand on Shinobu's upper back and gently nudged her towards him. While she wanted to help console her lover, Haku knew that if she did, it would rob Shinobu of an opportunity to prove herself to him. She still had things to take care of elsewhere in the cave, anyways. Glancing back at Haku uncertainly, Shinobu was only ushered on while the Queen Mother turned to leave, giving them plenty of privacy. Looking back towards Naruto, Shinobu slowly walked over to the nest and set down the folded-up cloak and mask she'd taken from the apartment. Hesitating for a moment, Shinobu started unbuttoning her trench coat, wanting to get a little more comfortable in the slightly humid-feeling cave. Taking it off and dropping it on the ground at the edge of the nest along with her sandals, Shinobu moved over to Naruto and lay down beside him. He still didn't move, but she could see that he was still shaking. "Come here," she whispered softly, gently touching his shoulder. Rolling over so that he was facing her, Naruto didn't hesitate to wrap his arms around her, burying his face against her plump bosom, making her blush heavily at the contact, but she was otherwise unbothered by it. She knew he was hurting inside. Wrapping her arms around him, she gently rubbed the back of his neck and head just beneath his carapace, closing her eyes as she held him close. "It's okay, Naruto, I'm right here. Where did Haku go?" he whispered quietly, the emotional anguish in his voice instantly dispersing her blush as she focused on helping him feel better before thinking of anything else. Even her own feelings for him would have to wait. She wanted to give us some time alone for a little bit. Shinobu responded honestly, knowing just from Haku's actions earlier that it was exactly what the hybrid Queen Mother wanted. "Don't worry, she'll be back eventually." "HS's." Naruto hissed quietly, shivering less and less as time passed, the warmth of Shinobu's body slowly calming him down. Nuzzling her chest slightly, Naruto noticed, but ignored the slight spike of various pheromones from Shinobu as he relaxed, holding her closer to him as he curled up a little bit more. Blushing a little bit again, Shinobu could only stare down at him in a mix of slight embarrassment and a little bit of happiness as he started calming back down. Curling around him a little bit as well, Shinobu rested her cheek on top of his head as she held him, still rubbing his neck soothingly. Little did she know, but Shinobu had started giving off pheromones tied in with love as she held him, something Naruto instantly picked up on, but didn't react to. It still helped distract him from thinking about Tensei. It wasn't a fluke back on the roof that night. He thought to himself in slight shock, though gratefully as he tightened his embrace a little bit. His tail subconsciously moved, gently forcing itself between Shinobu's legs before wrapping around her thigh and then around her waist, lightly squeezing her in both regions. A little surprised by the action, Shinobu simply let it happen, even as her blush darkened a little bit from the intimacy of the admittedly strange embrace. It was actually kind of comfortable, oddly enough. Detecting her love-based pheromones grow a little stronger while those tied to contentment and hope joined in, Naruto didn't really know what to do about it. She actually loves me? He wasn't going to do the same thing he'd done to Haku, though. He'd never be able to bring himself to do such a thing to her. It would erase Shinobu's memories, erase what made her her, like it had with Haku. He didn't want the woman in his arms to ever change. She was too caring, especially of him. It all made sense now, thinking about her behavior when they'd first become a part of Team 8. Almost every other day, she would ask him if he had eaten or if he had been getting enough sleep. Whenever he would randomly faint during team training or the occasional D-rank mission, he always woke up with his head in her lap, the air around her heavy with worry for him. The only thing he couldn't figure out was why? Why did she have feelings for him? And why were they so strong? He was broken from his thoughts as Shinobu started to quietly hum a lullaby he was unfamiliar with, her hand gently rubbing his upper back as she held him. Combined with the warmth of her body, Naruto found himself slowly struggling to stay conscious as she sang him to sleep, slowly succumbing to his emotional exhaustion. Smiling warmly as she felt him give a jaw-cracking yawn against her stomach, Shinobu continued humming the lullaby her mother used to sing to her when she was a little girl. Smiling more as he nuzzled his face against her breasts again, Shinobu simply continued, glad to see that he was calming back down. It wasn't long before he fell asleep, his tail's grip on her thigh and waist tightening a little, but she kept humming the lullaby for a little longer, wanting to finish the song. All throughout their time at the academy, Shinobu had been the only one to realize that Naruto had actually been quite nervous and a little scared back then. Her Kakaichu had been able to pick up on some of his pheromone signals over the years, relaying to her what he was always feeling. She had guessed that because of his usual attire consisting of a cloak that hid his entire body and a mask that covered his face, Naruto was scared of people seeing what he really looked like, not wanting to be feared or hated by his peers. She had felt a sort of kinship with him in that regard, seeing as most people were always unsettled upon discovering that she and her clansmen housed entire hives of insects inside their bodies. Like him, she'd suffered from a lack of friends back then. After a while, though, she saw the kind of person he was, watching as he would defend Hiyatari all the time whenever the timid Hyuga boy would get bullied. Or whenever anyone got bullied around him. Even back then, she knew he had a good heart. While it had become stained with his recent struggles and hardships, Shinobu had faith in him. While he might look like a monster in the eyes of others and might act like one on occasion, Shinobu knew that he wasn't one. It hadn't been until just a month before they had all graduated to Genin that she realized her feelings for him. They hadn't been much more than a fleeting thought back then, but in the past couple months, they'd grown stronger with each passing day. Especially so once they'd been put on the same team. His constant fainting spells worried her greatly, indirectly causing her feelings for him to grow little by little. When she first learned that he hadn't been eating much of anything almost a week after becoming a team, Shinobu had taken it upon herself to make sure he ate something at least every couple days, occasionally bringing him something to eat for their lunch breaks. It was around that time when she learned that he only ate meat, mostly because his body didn't gain any meaningful nutrients from any other kinds of food. Thankfully, he'd been doing better about eating since Wave Country. What he'd been eating, she didn't know, but he was still healthy and that's all she cared about. I knew I made the right choice with her. Haku thought to herself with a smile, watching them from the edge of the chamber that would become hers and Naruto's nest as she returned from checking on the cave system's various other renovations. Making her way over to them, Haku smiled warmly at Shinobu as she looked up at her. Laying down behind Naruto, Haku slipped an arm under Shinobu's head to act as a pillow for her while using her other hand to cup the Aburame girl's chin. Tilting her head back slightly, Haku surprised her by gently kissing her on the lips, taking advantage of Shinobu's shock to tenderly slip her tongue into her mouth for a brief moment, sensually rubbing the oral muscle against Shinobu's. Caressing Shinobu's warm and flushed cheek as she slowly broke the kiss, Haku smiled warmly again before whispering quietly. I did say that we would share everything, didn't I? Shinobu could only look away from her, too embarrassed by Haku's intimacy to say anything. Before she could do anything else, though, Haku turned her face back to her before kissing her a second time, this time holding it for several long seconds as her prehensile tongue wormed its way into her mouth. This time, Shinobu simply let it happen, unknowing of the Queen Mother's pheromone-laced saliva. Moaning softly into the lip lock, Shinobu was surprised with herself as she actually started to return the kiss, albeit hesitantly and nervously. Cheeks flushed heavily once more, Shinobu was left a little out of breath as they broke apart, staring at Haku with uncertainty and internal conflict as the obsidian-skinned woman smiled at her again. Welcome to the Hive, Haku whispered softly with one last tender kiss on the lips before getting comfortable again, her hand resting on Naruto's side. As Shinobu got comfortable again, Haku could only smile lovingly as the girl hesitantly grabbed her hand, holding it gently. Giving Shinobu's fingers a reassuring squeeze, Haku let herself relax completely while Shinobu lightly nibbled on her bottom lip, still dealing with her inner conflict. She had honestly thought Haku had only been talking about sharing Naruto between them, not each other. She didn't quite know how to feel about it at the moment, having never really been into other girls. Still, something about that kiss. It had gotten her a little excited, you ally, and she couldn't figure out why. She knew one thing for sure, though, she was happy. Truly happy. Cheeks nearly glowing, Shinobu smiled brightly as she closed her eyes and cuddled a little closer to Naruto, resting her head on Haku's outstretched arm. Feeling something brushing against her leg again, Shinobu hesitantly lifted it a little bit, letting Haku's tail join Naruto's as it coiled around her calf and thigh, gently squeezing her just as Naruto's was. Relaxing once more, Shinobu decided to worry about everything that had happened when she woke up from their group nap. "I'm sorry you had to see me like that yesterday," Naruto mumbled quietly with a slight frown, little ashamed of his suddenly violent outburst back in his unused apartment. Shinobu could only frown a little bit herself, holding Naruto closer to her. "I don't really know how to control my emotions sometimes. I struggle with some of them sometimes. Shush. It's okay, Naruto. I'm just glad to have been there when I was," Shinobu whispered softly, gently running her hand over one of his folded down dorsal tubes. Naruto simply nuzzled his cheek against her breast as he inched a little closer to her, slowly taking a deep breath as he relaxed a little more. There's no telling how much worse it could have turned out if I hadn't been there. They hadn't woken up until late into the night, only a few hours before sunrise, Haku having departed a little while ago to check on the Hive's progress. Shinobu had gotten comfortable leaning back against the piled-up animal furs along the wall before Naruto had hesitantly curled up beside her again, resting his head against her chest once more with a hand lazily resting on her stomach, his tail once more coiled around her thigh and waist. Not really knowing how to react to how affectionate and cuddly he was being, Shinobu had simply let it happen, wrapping an arm around him. She could only assume that it was because of his insecurities, which didn't bother her in the slightest. If it made him feel better, she had no problems with letting him do it. Her name was Genku Tensei. She had been one of the Anbu that found me back when I was only a few years old. Naruto quietly mumbled after a few minutes of silence. She took me in almost immediately. She helped me. She took care of me. She. It's okay, Naruto. Take your time, Shinobu whispered soothingly, resting her cheek on top of Naruto's head as she felt him start to shake slightly. Feeling his tail shift and squeeze her leg again, Shinobu had a moment of hesitance again before lightly kissing the top of his head, something that caused his shivering to slowly fade away before tightening his hold on her. They were quiet for a few more moments before Naruto took a deep breath. She helped me learn to walk, taught me how to speak, taught me how to read and write. She taught me how to be human. Everything I know is because of her. He continued after a couple more moments, no longer sounding so pained, but still hurting from talking about her. However, he kept talking as he felt the pain of her death finally start to subside the more he talked about her. She taught me how to use my chakra and how to fight. She taught me the ninjutsu techniques I know today. She gave me her necklace, something she said had been an heirloom that had been passed down in her family for years. She gave it to me on my 9th birthday, saying that while I wasn't her son by birth, I was still her little boy. That's why I still go by her family name. Because she was my mother. Shinobu didn't say anything as she held Naruto a little tighter as he started shivering again, bringing her other arm around to gently cradle his head against her chest, the two of them settling into a somewhat comfortable silence after that. Almost 2 months after her passing, Naruto was finally letting himself mourn Tensei's death. Still, she had to admit that he was taking it a lot easier than she had expected. With the exception of his short-lived rampage back in the apartment, he'd been surprisingly docile the entire time. Lacking eyes and any form of tear ducts, though, she figured it was mostly because he was physically incapable of crying or even showing emotion like everyone else could. "Shinobu, how long have you had feelings for me?" Naruto suddenly asked, making her tense up nervously at the unexpected question. How did you?" Shinobu went to ask how he knew, only to remember something Haku had told her back in Wave Country. Pheromones don't lie. Still nervous, Shinobu looked away awkwardly as her cheeks flushed slightly. Detecting a spike of fear from her, Naruto instinctively tightened his grip around her thigh with his tail as his hand on her stomach moved to wrap around her side, holding her close. Reassured a little bit by his subtle attempts to calm her, Shinobu took a moment to calm herself down a bit before answering. For a little while now. It started as just a passing thought a while back, but when we were put on the same team and you fainted that first time, I was so worried about you out of nowhere. It took me a little bit, but I realized that my feelings for you weren't something I could just dismiss or ignore. So, that's why you kept trying to take care of me back then. Naruto mumbled quietly. For a moment, Shinobu was a little scared that he might not feel the same way for her because of his love for Haku, only to feel his hold on her shift a little bit. Coiling more of his tail around her leg, Naruto put his hand on her hip while pulling her closer to him, his head still resting on her chest. You know, I heard you and Haku last night. What are you talking about? Shinobu stuttered out quietly, trying to play it off while looking off to the side in embarrassment as her cheeks burned a deep scarlet. Feeling him shift his position a little bit again, Shinobu was a little surprised when he leaned up and buried his face against her neck, only to lightly lick her neck affectionately. Shinobu shivered slightly at the contact. It was strange, but nothing too bad. I know Haku said it last night, but… Naruto paused for a moment, feeling a tad awkward himself as he nuzzled her neck slightly. If Haku wanted her to join them, he wasn't about to argue it. Welcome to the Hive, Shinobu. She was quiet for a moment before a small, shy smile tugged at her lips. Leaning her head against his once more, Shinobu held him a little tighter in return. You two are just so strange sometimes. You know that, right? HS's. Naruto hissed quietly as he started getting comfortable again. Knowing she'd have to figure out something to tell her father about why she'd been gone all night, Shinobu sighed quietly, but she was too content with simply laying there with Naruto to move. Picking up on the momentary scent markers, Naruto grimaced slightly. You have to go, don't you? As much as I'd like to stay like this, I do. My father is probably wondering where I've been all night. Shinobu sighed again, but she knew she wasn't the only one displeased with it when Naruto slowly and hesitantly pulled away from her and sat up, letting her get up. Moving to the edge of the nest, Shinobu put her sandals back on before standing up, slipping her trench coat back on afterwards. Could I come by again? Maybe later this week, if that's okay. Why yeah, of course. Naruto answered quietly, stuttering slightly at first as he rubbed the back of his neck awkwardly. You'll always be welcome here. Smiling shyly, Shinobu gave him a slight wave, feeling a little awkward herself before leaving the chamber. Sitting there, Naruto grimaced slightly again, still not sure of how to feel about the situation. He now knew what it was that she and Haku had spoken about in private when they first met each other, and it was clear to him that Haku welcomed her into the mix, but could he actually do it? Could he really find it in himself to love two women simultaneously? HSS's. Letting out long hissing sigh, Naruto forced himself to his feet while coiling his tail around his waist and shoving his hands in his pocket. Just as he was about to wander the hive, however, Naruto noticed something and glanced down at it, finding the cloak and mask, and the photo of him and Tensei. Fiddling with the golden amber crystal hanging around his neck, Naruto grimaced slightly. Tensei had given him everything he needed to know to live, to survive, to fight, to protect. His grimace shifted from one of pain to one of determination. If he was going to protect what was his, he needed to be stronger. Stronger than he was now. Randomly recalling what his instincts had taught him back in Wave Country, Naruto knew he could come up with some kind of technique or use for the resin in combat. If he tried hard enough, he could do so many different things with it. He had training to do, and he just so happened to live in one of Konoha's largest and most dangerous training grounds that the village had to offer. Hissing quietly, Naruto extended his 6 dorsal tubes before rushing forward on all fours, his tail uncoiling from his waist to maintain his balance. Approaching her family's home, Shinobu could only grimace slightly and turn her eyes to the ground, her father standing on the front porch calmly with his hands in his pockets. She knew he wasn't happy about her absence. A few of his own Kakaichu were flying around him. Where have you been all night? Aburame Shibi inquired stoically, though a hint of sternness was present in his tone. I was with my teammate, Naruto. Shinobu answered honestly as she walked up onto the porch, knowing it was pointless to try lying to him. She was a terrible liar, anyways. He lost his mother almost 2 months ago and has just now started the grieving process. He fell asleep while I was consoling him and I didn't have the heart to leave him. I wanted to make sure he would be okay before I left. Naruto, you say? Genku Naruto? Shibi inquired, his voice sounding just a tad more curious than anything. Receiving a nod from his daughter, Shibi nodded his head slightly in return, mostly from his own thoughts. He knew about the unusual-looking boy, being part of the council as the Aburame clan head. Turning around, he opened the door to go inside. I see. Your dinner is in the refrigerator, if you're hungry. Try to get some sleep. You're not upset? Shinobu asked, honestly a little surprised. Any other time, she would have been grounded for at least a few days. Shibi glanced at her over his shoulder. Why would I be upset? He asked, surprising Shinobu even more. You were helping a friend. Shinobu could only stand there, staring at her father for a few seconds before sighing quietly, honestly a little relieved. She had been expecting some form of punishment for staying out so late, which was why she'd asked Naruto if she could come back later in the week and not the next day, like she had wanted. Following her father inside, they bid each other good night before her father went back to his room while she left her sandals by the door. Heading towards the kitchen, Shinobu collected her portion that had been saved from dinner and went to her room. Hanging her trench coat up beside her bedroom door, she sat on her bed with her legs crossed under her, quietly eating her dinner. Thinking about her night, though, Shinobu couldn't help thinking about Haku and the kiss they'd shared, ironically enough. Well, kisses. Momentarily oblivious to how some of her kakaichu had started crawling across her skin and flying around the room aimlessly in reaction to her emotions, Shinobu found herself only able to smile a little coyly as she took another bite of her food, which primarily consisted of steamed rice and various vegetables. For her first kiss, it was actually quite enjoyable, even if it had been with another girl. Cheeks warming up a little bit, she honestly hoped that it might happen again one day. Not too soon, but one day. As much as she had liked it, she was still a little confused about how she should feel about it. Finishing her dinner and setting the plate on her nightstand with the intent to wash it first thing in the morning when she woke up, she laid down on her bed, still thinking about it all. Naruto knew about her feelings for him now. Both him and Haku had welcomed her into the Hive. She'd spent the whole night essentially cuddling with her love interest. She'd had her first kiss, with another girl, at that. As relatively calm as her night had been, a lot had happened. Even though things had started off a little rough with Naruto's grieving, Shinobu could honestly say that she had enjoyed it and was happy with how everything had turned out in the end. Without even realizing it, she eventually drifted off to sleep with a smile on her lips while dreaming of what life might be like living with the two hybrids. Slowly exhaling with a quiet hiss, Naruto stayed where he was, his arms still outstretched from the strike. Straightening back out, he stared at the remnants of the log-turned training post that he had just smashed to pieces in a single blow before staring down at his arm. From his knuckles to his elbow, his right forearm was covered in a thick coating of hardened semi-translucent gray resin that flared out not unlike a true queen mother's carapace, creating a sort of shield that reached up to his shoulder with his arm down at his side. It was his first personally created technique utilizing his own unique element, Jushishin, Tetsukabuto. It was both offensive and defensive, the extra weight of the resin giving him a far stronger punch than normal while doubling as a shield, the resin having hardened to the point of being like stone or metal. Still hard at work, I see. Haku teased lightly with a warm smile as she sauntered into the small clearing he'd been training in since dawn, it being closer to mid-morning by then. Walking up to him, she didn't hesitate to capture his lips in a sensual kiss, slipping her tongue into his mouth as she lovingly caressed his cheek with one hand. Letting his left hand rest on her hip, Naruto returned the kiss for a few seconds before they finally broke apart. Turning her attention to the resin-formed object on her life-mate's arm, Haku couldn't help smiling as she ran a hand across its smooth surface. Looks like it's finally complete. Yeah, it only took me 2 months to do it. Naruto grumbled quietly, having hoped to get the technique combat ready in only a month, but it had been tough trying to provide enough resin to create the shield and have it harden immediately after at the same time. The more resin involved, the slower it hardened. Now that he'd figure out the key to doing so, he hoped his other ideas went a little smoother. Pulling away from Haku, he gripped his right wrist with his left hand before squeezing hard, causing the resin to crack before shattering completely, the entire shield-like object of resin breaking apart into countless pieces. "What brings you out here?" "I was getting a little bored and decided to come see how you were doing. That's all," Haku answered with a slight grin, though a little dishonestly. She knew that he could sense her pheromones. There was no way he didn't know what she really wanted. It was quite literally impossible for him not to. Pressing up against him as she wrapped her arms around his neck and shoulders, Haku smiled seductively at him as she leaned in close, licking his throat lovingly. Feeling him shiver slightly as her potent pheromones hit him fully, Haku's smile only grew more alluring as Naruto wrapped his arms around her, his hands resting on her rear. "I figured you might be able to help me find something to do." "Is that so?" he mumbled quietly before nuzzling her cheek, grinning slightly. It had been a while since they'd last mated, after all. "HS. I think there's something you can do back at the Hive." I'm sure there is." She mumbled quietly before forcing him to lean down slightly, capturing his lips hungrily as she forced her tongue into his mouth. Forced to break the kiss after only a couple seconds as she gasped pleasurably, Haku could only hiss quietly as she felt his hands roughly grip her rear before lifting her up, prompting her to wrap her legs and tail around him as she got back to kissing him. Keeping his dorsal tubes raised to keep from running into anything or getting caught by surprise by any of the oversized and dangerous wildlife that inhabited the forest of death, Naruto started heading back to the Hive with his life mate in his arms. "So, I noticed that you've been spending a lot of time with Naruto lately. What's the deal with that, huh?" Hiyatari remarked teasingly with a grin, his face mask pulled down around his neck as he ate one of the last dango off the skewer, the two having met up for lunch at a dango shop that they frequented often. Almost immediately, Shinobu nearly choked on the tea she'd been in the process of drinking, her cheeks burning from behind her coat's high collar as she looked away for a moment, needlessly adjusting her sunglasses out of nervous habit. "I don't know what you're talking about." Shinobu lied pitifully, her stuttering giving her away like it almost always did. Snickering, Hiyatari took a drink of his own tea. "We've just been tea training together in our SP spare time." "Right." The Hyuga heir drawled out sarcastically with another teasing grin, only for a couple of Shinobu's kakaichu to fly out from her sleeve and start buzzing around his face. Shying away and lightly swatting them away, Hiyatari figured it was best to stop before he really upset her. Okay, I'll stop." "Geez." Satisfied that she was no longer being teased, Shinobu silently recalled her insects while taking another sip of her tea, her hidden cheeks still burning hot with embarrassment. If Hiyatari knew, that meant Kurenai most definitely knew as well. Of the two, their sensei was more observant and attentive to little details. Thinking of Naruto, though, Shinobu decided to pay him and Haku a visit later since it had been their day off from missions and training. She wanted to know if he'd finally finished the technique he had been working on for the past couple months. "Well, that among other things." "You're buzzing again," Hiyatari teased, referring to how Shinobu's kakaichu had a tendency to start buzzing noticeably within the confines of her trench coat whenever she was thinking about Naruto and Haku. Blushing heatedly again at being caught, Shinobu took another drink of her tea while simply kicking the white-eyed teen in the shin under the table. "Ow. Alright, I get it. Hello." Shinobu greeted as one of the warriors came out of hiding near the cave entrance, calmly walking up to her on all fours as it neared mid-afternoon. Smiling slightly, she reached out and gently patted on the head. They'd all come to recognize her as a friendly, not long after her first visit to the Hive, some having even taken to escorting her out of the forest whenever she would leave to protect her from any of the local predators. She could only assume it had been because of either Naruto or Haku. Continuing on as the warrior returned to its self-appointed guard station, Shinobu entered the main chamber, forced into removing her trench coat shortly after like she always was by the Hive's humid air. Leaving it draped over her shoulder, Shinobu tried spotting as many of the xenomorphs as she could, knowing there was always at least 24 in the main chamber. However, they blended in so well with the resin in the dim light provided by the skylight air vents in the ceiling that it was nearly impossible to find them all. Only managing to spot a little under a dozen this time, Shinobu shook her head slightly as she reached the tunnel that led to the nest Naruto and Haku stayed in. Pausing at the animal furs that covered the far end of the tunnel, Shinobu knew better than to just walk in, having learned that the hard way on her second visit to the hive. Haku had been naked and burdened with her third brood at the time. "Hello, Naruto? Haku?" she called out before hearing something from inside. "You know you can just come in, Shinobu-chan." Haku called from inside, prompting the Aburame heiress to brush aside one of the animal hides and step into the chamber. Leaning back against the ridge of furs that lined the wall at the back of her nest, it was apparent to Shinobu that Haku was naked due to the pale gray and white wolf fur draped over her body. They'd probably mated quite recently, judging by the distinct mound under the wolf hide where Haku's stomach was located, the hybrid queen mother pregnant with her sixth brood. "This is just as much your home as it is ours, you know. And yet I've only stayed the night a handful of times in the past 2 months." Shinobu countered as she took her sandals off at the edge of the nest, leaving her coat with them as she made her way over to where Haku was. In the past 2 months, the chamber had undergone a number of renovations. In the back corner opposite of the nest was a rather decent-sized pool of clean, crystal-clear water with a couple skylights in the ceiling above it to let rainwater collect in the basin. Back near the chamber's entrance, Naruto had started a collection of different scrolls, weapons, tools, and various other items such as glass jars filled with various kinds of herbs and other things. He'd taken to dabbling in different things in his spare time. One of which was herbology, having been trying to make an herbal contraceptive for Haku so that she didn't suffer from overly large broods. On the other side of the entranceway, Haku had made a smaller nest for herself that she used whenever it came time for her to give birth, not wanting to make a mess of her bedding. Come here," Haku cooed softly as Shinobu sat down beside her. Not giving her the chance to resist, she leaned over and cupped Shinobu's cheek, slipping her tongue into the Aburame's mouth with a sensual kiss just like she did every time she visited them. Cheeks flushing, Shinobu could only let it happen, fighting the urge to moan quietly as she started to return it slightly. Breaking apart after a few seconds, Haku smiled lovingly at her while using the inner thumb on her hand to gently clean off the bit of saliva from the corner of Shinobu's mouth. "How've you been? I haven't seen you all week." "I've been alright. My father's been teaching me more of our clan techniques, so I've been kind of busy," Shinobu answered as she tried to distract herself from the kiss's arousing side effects. She was still on the fence about being so intimate with Haku, but it was still incredibly hard for her to resist the hybrid woman's advances sometimes. Well, more than just sometimes. That, and Haku was persistent with it. "Where's Naruto?" "He'll be back eventually. He left to do some hunting to restock our food stores since we were running a little low," Haku explained before suddenly letting out a quiet groan, a hand going to her covered abdomen, her womb already large enough for her to be mistaken for being full term with triplets. Shinobu knew it to be their serpentine young, however. Letting out another hissing moan as she winced faintly, Haku started to gently rub her enlarged womb. "The new contraceptive we'd tried wasn't as effective as we'd hoped. If anything, it feels like it made things a little worse. I've never grown this large so quickly." May I?" Shinobu stuttered slightly as she made the request, gesturing towards Haku's belly. Smiling at her, Haku nodded before uncovering herself, though for Shinobu's sake, she kept her lower half covered. The girl was simply too shy and innocent about some things, but Haku felt that it suited her. Shinobu had always seemed like a rather reserved girl to her since they'd first met. Still, if she was to be joining them properly, she would have to let go of some of that innocence of hers. Ignoring the sight of Haku's 4 engorged E-cup breasts, Shinobu gently laid her hand on the pregnant hybrid's belly, feeling her growing brood squirming restlessly inside of her. The first time she'd seen it, Shinobu had been a little too weirded out, but it now being the third time she'd seen Haku pregnant, Shinobu had eventually warmed up to it and was honestly a little fascinated with how many Haku usually gave birth to and other things about her pregnancies, such as the insanely short gestation period which ranged anywhere from a few hours for a smaller brood to almost a full day for the larger ones. "Come here, will you? You always sit so far away from me," Haku grumbled with mock annoyance as she pulled Shinobu over to her, making the girl blush as she found herself shoulder to shoulder with the pregnant queen mother. Gently taking hold of Shinobu's hand, Haku set it back on her womb with her own resting over top of it. Smiling lovingly again, Haku draped her other arm across Shinobu's shoulders. Using Shinobu's slight embarrassment to her advantage, Haku made her look towards her before leaning in, capturing Shinobu's lips in another tongue-filled kiss, only with a touch more lust and hunger in it than before. Unable to resist it this time, Shinobu moaned softly into Haku's mouth, the pregnant queen mother easily dominating her as she started returning the kiss wholeheartedly for the very first time. Intoxicated by the liquidized pheromones that saturated Haku's saliva, Shinobu couldn't fight it anymore, another quiet moan escaping her as her free hand started inching closer and closer to her crotch. Letting go of Shinobu's hand as she finally started to break her, Haku reached over to gently grope one of the young woman's plump C-cup breasts through her top. Starting to rub herself through her pants, Shinobu started getting lost in lust and pleasure, moaning a little louder into the kiss than before as Haku squeezed her left breast. Haku smirked faintly against Shinobu's lips as she wrapped her tongue around the young woman's, purposefully filling her mouth with a little more saliva to get her more worked up. If there was one thing Shinobu needed to learn, it was about how ally active she and Naruto were. While she and her life mate hadn't started mating semi-regularly until just recently, she had no doubt that it would be no different for Shinobu and Naruto once they reached such a level of intimacy between them. Shinobu moaned into Haku's mouth before breaking away, gasping for breath as she started getting too worked up, her eyes shut in ecstasy as Haku simply pulled down Shinobu's turtleneck collar before latching onto her neck, sucking on the tender flesh there. Biting down on her bottom lip, she desperately tried to fight it, but she couldn't. Almost frantically undoing her pants, Shinobu shoved her hand down her pants and started fingering herself, blissfully ignorant of Haku's victorious smirk against the side of her neck. Being a reserved female, Haku had a feeling that Shinobu wasn't the type to pleasure herself under normal circumstances, but once she got worked up enough, she would go right for it. Haku. Simply detaching from Shinobu's neck, Haku started pulling the young woman's top off, something Shinobu paused in her masturbation to assist with. While she sat up more to take her shirt off, Haku reached over and made Shinobu move so that she was facing away from her, only to pull her back so that she was leaning back against Haku's side. Tilting Shinobu's head back, Haku didn't waste time as she forced her tongue into the Aburame girl's mouth for a hungry lip lock. Before she could reach back down between her legs, Haku had already beat her to it, whimpering moans quickly following as she was fingered by the queen mother. Breaking the kiss after a few seconds, Haku decided to play a little dirty, guiding Shinobu's mouth to her lower left nipple, gasping softly as the girl immediately started to suckle. In small amounts, her milk would only enhance Shinobu's UAL bliss, something Haku wanted to do with the intention of maybe breaking the girl out of her shell fully when it came to her and Naruto. Feeling her buck against her hand, Haku leaned her head down with a bit of effort before sucking on Shinobu's throat and fondling the young woman's right breast. It wasn't long before Shinobu's soft whimpering moans started getting louder and more desperate, no doubt on the verge of experiencing one of the biggest orgasms in her life so if not her first real one altogether. Eyes glazed over with the euphoric effects of Haku's breast milk, Shinobu detached from her still swollen breast with a gasp, only to start squeezing and massaging with her other breast, still desperately bucking her hips against Haku's fingers. Haku, faster, please, she begged, holding the back of Haku's head to her throat as the queen mother continued to suck on her throat. Getting what she asked for, Shinobu's eyes shot open before rolling into the back of her head with a loud, raunchy moan of pure bliss as her body started to spasm with her climax. Desperately sucking in air to refill her lungs, Shinobu simply laid there, her body limp and boneless as she bathed in the afterglow of it all, a dark and sensitive hickey staining the cream-colored flesh of her throat. Simply too exhausted from her orgasm, Shinobu's eyes slowly closed as she passed out, leaning back against Haku's side. Slowly moving out from under her, Haku eased Shinobu down on the bed of furs before shifting her position, stripping the girl out of her soiled pants and underwear. "She'll clean them up while she was still able to move. That's my girl," Haku whispered proudly with a smile as she leaned down to tenderly kiss Shinobu on the forehead, covering her now naked body with the wolf fur she'd previously been using herself. Slowly getting up with a bit of effort due to her gravid belly, Haku brought all of Shinobu's clothes over to the pool of water before easing herself into its naturally chilled waters. Why do you keep trying so hard to corrupt her? Naruto remarked from the chamber's entrance as he set his satchel-like weapon pouches on one of the shelves amongst his collection of things, the stench of heavy in the air. Glancing over at him, Haku simply smiled as she started cleaning up Shinobu's pants while Naruto walked over to sit at the edge of the pool. It wasn't the first time he'd caught Haku doing something with Shinobu while he was gone. And it probably wasn't going to be the last time, either. I have no idea what you're talking about. Haku blatantly lied with a smirk, only making Naruto sigh heavily before kissing the top of her head. Please don't make a habit of this. Naruto grumbled quietly as he turned his attention towards the slumbering young woman. I actually like her how she is. I know, but that doesn't mean I can't have my own fun with her, now does it? Haku countered, getting another sigh from Naruto. Still smiling as she finished with Shinobu's pants, Haku moved on to the young woman's underwear. So, how'd the hunt go? Tracked down that group of tigers that's been roaming around the area recently. Took 2 of them down and chased the others off. Naruto answered casually even though he was talking about the massive 15-foot-tall tigers that used to be at the top of the food chain in the Forest of Death. Actually feeling a little tired, Naruto yawned slightly. There's plenty of food now. Should hold us over for the next week, so long as we're careful. I might start taking the hunting parties elsewhere. I don't want to overhunt the forest. We'll manage. I know we will. Haku reassured faithfully, confident in her king father's judgment. Seeing him yawn a second time, however, she nudged him slightly. Go. Rest. I'll be fine. HSS's. Just don't go too far if you leave the nest, okay? Naruto requested, causing Haku to scoff slightly before starting to stand up, finished with cleaning Shinobu's clothes. You really think I'm going far when I'm already this big? Haku grumbled as she held the side of her belly. Draping the clothes over a wooden pole set up on the wall nearby to dry, Haku felt like a nap was a good idea, but decided to go to her little personal nest. She didn't want to fall asleep, only to grow too big to move once it came time for her to give birth. Feeling a strong movement from one of her young, Haku paused for a moment, rubbing her belly soothingly. Ooh, you really need to get that recipe figured out. I told you already. The recipe is fine. I just mixed up one of the ingredients by accident. Naruto mumbled quietly in his defense as he walked over to her, giving her a hand over to her smaller nest. Easing her down on the well-padded pallet of furs, Naruto leaned down before lovingly kissing her, slipping his tongue into her mouth for a few seconds. Breaking apart and smiling up at him, Haku leaned back and relaxed while Naruto went over to the main bed. After making sure Shinobu was covered properly and tucked in, he laid down behind her and wrapped an arm around her waist, holding her close as he curled around her slightly. He had actually wanted to spend some actual, meaningful time with her when he got back from his hunt, having been expecting her to come by at some point. Now he'd have to wait until after their nap. Jushishin. Tetsukabuto. Naruto calmly stated as he formed a single hand seal, only to suddenly puke up a large amount of resin that collected on his right arm, forming a carapace-like gauntlet. Hardening instantly, Naruto cocked his right fist back at shoulder height before driving his fist into the wooden training log he just put in the ground just a few minutes ago. Shinobu's eyes widened in surprise as the 3-foot diameter log exploded at the point of contact, Naruto's fist utterly destroying the top half of the log. Whoa, was all Shinobu could manage at the moment, having not expected such a massive power boost to Naruto's punch. And you said this thing can take a good deal of punishment? Yeah, Naruto responded before his previously made cage bunshin formed its own Tetsukabuto. Raising his forearm horizontally at shoulder height, Naruto spread his footing apart and bent his knees, hunkering down with the widest portion of the carapace held out towards his right. A moment later, the cage bunshin punched Naruto's shield at full power, doing nothing more than putting a superficial fist-sized crater of spider-web cracks in the shield's thickest section set just before Naruto's elbow. If Shinobu was impressed by its durability, she was shocked as Naruto's clone continued hammering into his shield several more times, doing no more damage than he had before while some of the pre-existing cracks started growing a little bigger with each hit. It wasn't until the clone's 15th blow before Naruto's shield shattered, his now bare arms still unscathed. Oh, geez, Shinobu mumbled quietly, grimacing slightly. She would hate to be anyone that had to face that kind of direct power and even stronger defensive capabilities. As his clone dispelled itself, Naruto flexed his hand a little bit while massaging his forearm a little bit. It protects me from damage, but I still feel the recoil of the blows. Naruto remarked as he faced Shinobu, grimacing slightly as he tried working out the numbness in his forearm and stiffness in his wrist. Thankfully, not many people are as physically strong as I am when it comes to my punches while using it. That's actually really good, Naruto. Especially for the first ever ninjutsu technique you've ever made. Shinobu praised wholeheartedly. Naruto's grimace became one of slight embarrassment, rubbing the back of his neck awkwardly. He wasn't used to such high praise. Now that you've finished that, have you thought of anything for another? I've got an idea for a ranged technique that can be used with 2 different elemental types to it. Naruto admitted a little shyly, turning his focus down to the ground in front of him. Shinobu could only think that if he'd been capable, he'd be blushing up a storm at the moment. With Jushishin, it's a hard-hitting non-lethal projectile that can immobilize a target or their limbs for capture. With Santon, however, it'd be purely offensive and strictly lethal since it'd be made of acid of the same strength as my blood, maybe a fraction lesser. Santon? You mean you made 2, technically 3 techniques over the past 2 months? Shinobu inquired, stunned by Naruto's response to her previous question. Are they at least usable right now? Well, the Santon one is. It's honestly the easier of the 2 to do. Naruto remarked before forming a single hand seal. Santon. Sandan. His cheeks puffed out before he spit out a rapidly moving projectile of bright neon green fluid that was just a little bigger than his head. Clearing the 50-foot gap between him and another training log in only a couple seconds, the acid projectile splashed against the log and immediately dissolved the log into slag in seconds. And now for the other one. Jushishin. Jushiden. Still forming the same hand seal, Naruto's cheeks puffed up once more before spitting out a similarly sized projectile of semi-translucent gray slime that flew just as fast as the Sandan, but as it hit the training log, the impact was enough to tilt the post back a little bit. Unfortunately, the slime remained fluid-like and merely splattered against the log, finally starting to harden after almost 7 seconds. And that's why the Jushiden is still in its developmental stage. I can't get it to harden fast enough to be of any real use. You've got this, Naruto. Shinobu continued encouraging, absolutely amazed with Naruto's natural talent with ninjutsu. If in only 2 months, you can create 3 totally unique ninjutsu techniques, I have no doubt in my mind that you can finish it in no time. HS's. Naruto hissed quietly as he shyly coiled his tail around his waist, still looking away from her. Wanting to derail the current topic, Naruto decided to bring up a totally different idea he'd been contemplating. Hey, Shinobu. Those Kakaichu you house in your body. Is it possible for you to potentially replace entire hives or possibly remove or replace the queens? It's extremely rare for anyone to do so, but, yes, a hive transplant can be done. Shinobu hesitantly answered, suspicious of what Naruto's train of thought was leading up to. The hive could be unresponsive to commands in the beginning, however, so we'd have to essentially relearn all of our techniques and re-establish control over the new hive. A queen transplant, however, almost always ends in failure if a different queen is transplanted. Only the original queen can command the hive. Why? I was looking into alternative options. Naruto mumbled quietly, but refused to specify what it was he was considering. He didn't want to hybridize her like he had with Haku, but he still wanted to somehow connect her to the hive, to his family. If he could figure out some way to do that without directly affecting Shinobu, it would make him feel better about bringing her into the family, as it were. Plus, it would give her even more potential in terms of her clan's techniques and what she could do with them. He knew he was just rationalizing what he was thinking about, but he wasn't lying to himself about it. Besides, he was mostly contemplating it because of how persistent Haku was about bringing Shinobu into their relationship. Granted, he had feelings for her in return, but his loyalty to his queen mother was strong. Despite his feelings for Shinobu, Naruto struggled to comprehend the concept of them all entering a 3-way relationship like that. For his queen mother Sasuke, he would still try, and maybe one day, it could happen like the 2 females wanted, but until then. Hey, no spacing out on me now. Shinobu remarked as she walked over to him, nudging him slightly. Shaking his head a little bit, Naruto sighed quietly. I'm not spacing out. I haven't fainted since the day before we left for Wave Country. He countered with a grimace, getting a hesitant look from Shinobu. I'm fine, Shinobu. Stop worrying so much. You know I can't exactly do that. She mumbled quietly, crossing her arms under her chest as she glanced off to the side. Hissing quietly in frustration, Naruto ran a hand over his head and carapace, knowing he was starting to upset her a little bit with his cryptic responses and semi-thoughtless remarks. Look, I'm trying to think of a way to actually connect you to the Hive without. Naruto explained, only to stop himself short. Sighing once more, he looked at her with a slight frown. I don't want you to change, Shinobu. If you decide that you want to become something like us, I don't want your only option to be becoming like Haku and risk you losing who you are or your memories or anything of the sort. You're serious about that, aren't you? Shinobu questioned rhetorically, her voice soft and quiet as she stepped a little closer to him, a subtle look of apologetic affection on her face as she gently caressed his cheek. Smiling a little bit as he leaned into her hand, Shinobu gently hugged him. As of right now, I don't want to go that far, so don't worry about it too much. Let's just take our time with this, okay? Yeah, he sighed softly as he wrapped his arms around, leaning his cheek against the top of her head. Smiling more as Naruto's tail started snaking its way around her waist, Shinobu giggled quietly while pulling away from him by only a half step so that there was a thin sliver of space between them, but not enough to force his tail into letting go of her. We'll think of something eventually, but I'll still look into it for you, okay? Shinobu reassured before leaning up slightly and kissing him on the cheek affectionately. Now, how about we stop being so serious for today and go get something to eat, I know a place we can go that serves some pretty good nikkemen. Me and Hiyatari go there all the time. HS's. If anyone tries causing a scene because of me, I'm coming back here, just so you know. Naruto forewarned as he started walking in the direction of the village, pulling Shinobu along with his tail so that she stayed beside him. At least until they left the Forest of Death, both having agreed to keep their slowly budding relationship a secret to the public for the time being. Smiling warmly, Shinobu gently held his arm against her as she leaned her head against his shoulder, simply enjoying the walk. So, what exactly were you thinking about when you asked about my Kakaichu earlier? Shinobu inquired after a while, the two sitting at a table out in front of the dango shop she brought Naruto to, the same one she and Hiyatari always went to. So far, there hadn't been any issues with him being there, some of the other customers not even caring about his appearance other than the initial shock value of it. He had to admit, he kind of liked it. It wasn't that bad. Well, I want to avoid having to fully change you as best as I can, but I still want something to truly connect you to the Hive. Naruto started quietly, rubbing the back of his neck slightly. I was hoping to look into how your clan's Kakaichu colonies work and see if I could possibly hybridize your Kakaichu and give you an indirect link to the Hive. Before I can even attempt to do something like that, though, I want to know as much as I can about them before doing anything to them. The last thing I'd ever want to happen is for your Kakaichu colony to turn on you or cause you any kind of problems because of the transformation. How exactly do you hybridize someone, if you don't mind me asking? She inquired curiously and a little cautiously, having been left in the dark about some of the details since the beginning. Naruto hesitated for a moment, recalling how it had been him that wanted her to stop asking questions about the Hive. However, if she was going to truly join the Hive, she would have to learn about some things first anyways so that there weren't any surprises. Letting out a quiet hissing sigh, Naruto reached into one of his satchel pouches, withdrawing a tiny vial of pitch-black liquid. It's technically something you could call venom that I naturally produce from a gland in my mouth and through my secondary fangs, but I only produce so much of it. Naruto answered as he showed Shinobu the vial for a moment. This is all I produced when I extracted some for a sample. It replenishes very slowly, so slowly that it'll be almost a month before I can extract this same amount a second time. This tiny little vial is one full dose. If just this got into your bloodstream or you ingested this, the transformation would take only 10 to 15 minutes to complete and you'd look like me and Haku. So, you're saying that just drinking this could cause that kind of reaction? Shinobu mused curiously, leaning down a little bit to get a better look at the liquid in the vial, which was only as big as her thumb, if not a tad smaller. And this could affect virtually any kind of organism like people, animals, insects, fish, and the like? As far as I believe, yes. If it can affect a human so drastically, why wouldn't it have similar effects on anything else? Naruto reasoned before taking a sip of his tea. He wasn't much for tea, but it was something with flavor to it. Granted, the overall outcome of the transformation would vary between species, but it would still technically be a xenomorph. Would you be able to perform a sample test right now? Shinobu inquired cautiously, not wanting to pressure him into it if he didn't want to. He grimaced slightly for a moment as he thought it over. I can supply you with one of my Kakaichu, if you want. It might give you an idea of what to expect if you did hybridize my colony. That is a fair point, but not here, though. Naruto mumbled softly as he lightly scratched his neck under his chin, pocketing the vial once more. I don't want to risk that kind of information being discovered by anyone. My father already knows that I'm going to be spending the night with you and Haku, so I don't have a curfew tonight. Shinobu commented after checking her watch, the sun hanging low in sky. We could do it back at the Hive after we leave here. That is true, he mumbled quietly, still weighing his options with it. After a few moments, though, he knew he would never find out until he did it. Alright, however, I'd appreciate it if you could look into getting me any scrolls or books on your clan's Kakaichu and any other insects, honestly. Like entomological information, not anything related to your clan's ninjutsu techniques. Entomological? You want to study our insects? Shinobu asked in mild surprise, getting a nod from Naruto. As strange as xenomorphs are, they share a lot of traits and characteristics with insects, so it's only natural that I study them. Naruto explained before finishing off his tea. I'm hoping that studying entomology will help me in my research with hybridizing your Kakaichu and, by proxy, you if you decide to become a part of the Hive. Not only that, by studying entomology, I might be able to find a more compatible species of insect that could benefit the most from being hybridized and still remain controllable. Why other insects, though? The Aburame heiress asked quietly and a little suspiciously, only getting a faint smile from Naruto as he bowed his head a little. I plan on establishing ourselves as a minor clan one day, Naruto admitted quietly, rubbing the back and side of his neck awkwardly. He decided to omit the fact that he also hoped to one day build strong ties with the Aburame clan if Shinobu was serious about joining the Hive. By doing that, it guaranteed that they'd have some allies, both in a fight and in politics, with both sides benefiting from a symbiotic relationship. But in order for me to do that, it's required that any form of bloodline, which hybridization could be classified as one, must be able to be passed on to any offspring. Even if it's only a single child out of many, it has to be inheritable to be classified as such. The only downside right now is that me and Haku haven't produced any hybridized human offspring. Only full-blooded xenomorphs. However, that's between two fully hybridized people. If only your Kakaichu hive is hybridized, there's a chance of any offspring you have being xenomorphs like mine and Haku's, a hybridized human. Or even a half-blooded hybridized human like yourself at that point. You've really been thinking about this, haven't you? Shinobu whispered softly as she gently and discreetly placed her hand on his, looking at him with sincere emotion and mild surprise. Feeling him gently squeeze her fingers in response, Shinobu couldn't help smiling faintly, having never expected Naruto to think about so many things that could be if things between them became truly serious. Seeing him smile slightly in return warmed her heart. Maybe one day, Naruto. There's no telling what the future may hold for us. He grunted out quietly before deciding they'd been there long enough. He wanted to get back to the Hive to check on Haku, anyways. She hadn't given birth yet when they'd left for the training field earlier in the day, and he wanted to make sure there hadn't been any complications. The voice hadn't acted up yet, so he wasn't too concerned at the moment. Finding himself a little reluctant to let go of Shinobu's hand, he stood up to leave. Come on, let's get back to the Hive so I can check on Haku before we run any tests. Wordlessly standing up and falling in step beside him, Shinobu had to stuff her hands in her coat pockets to keep from grabbing his hand again. When she first did it, she had almost forgotten that they were still out in public for a minute. For now, though, she was content with just being near him, smiling faintly behind the high collar of her coat, her Kakaichu buzzing quietly in reaction to her happy state of contentment. I'm going to have to think of something soon. Our hive has grown much larger than I had expected it to in such a short time frame. Naruto mumbled with a sigh, mostly talking to himself as he and Shinobu went back to the clearing they'd been at earlier in the day. Sensing Shinobu's curiosity and confusion, he continued while rubbing the back of his neck tiredly. She gave birth to 53 this time. Food isn't the problem, though. Even the full-grown warriors only eat once every few days and they can go longer without food if they have to, but the problem right now is space. I'm going to have to either find another location near the village or expand the hive more. Has it really been growing that big? Shinobu asked, mildly stunned by the news, while Naruto nodded. Thinking about something, though, she grimaced slightly. If you want to stall out the hive's population, you need to get that contraceptive perfected. Hiyatari knows a lot about medicinal herbs and could be a huge help to you with it, but I know you don't want to let a lot of people know about this. I've actually been thinking about that myself. He's trustworthy, but if Kurenai starts getting suspicious, I have no doubt she'll easily track us back here and potentially discover the hive. Naruto mumbled quietly while taking a seat on a nearby log, still staring at the ground blankly as he contemplated his slowly dwindling options. If things keep going at this rate, it won't be long before we're discovered, and when that happens, there's no telling what might happen to the hive. When you see him next, would you mind discreetly asking for his help on the matter? Even just a good, reliable recipe would be a lot of help. Of course, he'll probably tease me about it, but I'll ask, Shinobu assured as she held her hand out towards her teammate and love interest, a couple Kakaichu crawling out from her sleeve and onto her hand. Now, how about we get this test taken care of? Yeah, Naruto mumbled before pulling out the vial of his venom and a small glass jar. While Shinobu had one of the small beetles stay on the now opened jar's lid, Naruto used the dripper in the vial to administer only a single droplet of his venom, simply covering the beetle, a male, with it. After pocketing his vial of venom once more, he dumped the doused beetle into the jar and closed the lid, setting it on the log so they could both easily watch. It had been a simple precaution, not wanting his venom to unknowingly infect anything else by accident. Within seconds, they watched as the Kakaichu beetle started squirming around before going still, his venom easily soaking into its tiny body. When it didn't move for a few more seconds, Naruto sighed, bowing his head as he thought it failed and killed the insect. Damn it, hold on, keep watching, Shinobu mumbled without taking her eyes off the beetle. After a moment, the beetle moved. Or rather, something inside of it moved. After only a moment of struggle, the hybridized Kakaichu beetle broke free of its old exoskeleton, quickly growing a fraction bigger than its old size as its exoskeleton hardened once more. Instead of the beetle-like appearance of a normal Kakaichu, it now had 4 legs that seemed almost like spider legs mixed with claws, with a smaller thorax and abdomen that extended into a semi-flexible tail-like growth not too dissimilar to the same kind of tail Naruto had. Its head had taken on an elongated shape similar to that of the warriors in the hive, only its mouth had formed into a vertically oriented pincer with a tinier collection of mandibles for a mouth where the two pincers met, the back half of its head having become a semi-transparent yellow-orange color. It also possessed 2 tiny claw-like arms just under its head, while 2 dorsal tube-like growths extended from its back just behind its head, both twitching slightly as if they were wings before folding down against its back. Fascinating, Naruto whispered quietly in shock as he stood up with the jar in his hands, looking more closely at the tiny hybridized insect. Haku had simply started changing, but the Kakaichu seemed to transform internally before breaking out of its old shell. Then again, being an insect, that's how a lot of them tend to grow or adapt. Shinobu hummed out quietly in agreement as Naruto passed her the jar. Almost immediately, the hybridized insect started crawling around a little more actively, as if trying to get closer to her. As curious and excited as she was by the seemingly successful first test, Shinobu had to admit that she was still nervous. Unlike her Kakaichu, the hybrid was definitely adapted for more vicious behavior. Not only that, but lacking any kind of wings from what she could see, it would be completely limited to the ground. That was when she was forced to correct herself, watching as its dorsal tubes rose up on its back before 4 slender insectoid wings pulled away from the bottom of them, each one connected to its body at the base of its dorsal tubes. Darting towards the jar's lid with surprising swiftness, the hybrid beetle flipped over and touched down on the lid, crawling around a little more. This is so strange, exciting, but strange. You're not the only one that's amazed right now, Shinobu. Hearing him say that, Shinobu passed the jar back to Naruto. Slowly opening the jar, Naruto let the small insect crawl onto his hand, wanting to know what its temperament was like. If it proved too hostile, he'd have no choice other than to kill it then and there, just to keep from risking it hurting Shinobu. As it crawled around on his hand and arm, Naruto couldn't help smiling slightly, getting a weird look from Shinobu. Noticing it, he grimaced slightly with embarrassment. It tickles a little bit. Shinobu could only laugh quietly at him, her Kakaichu buzzing softly within the confines of her coat again. That's when she watched Naruto pick up a small stick while the hybrid insect crawled back to his hand. Slowly bringing the stick close to it, Naruto gently tapped its pincers, only for it to suddenly bite down on the twig, easily snapping the tiny piece of wood in an instant. Somehow, I don't think that will feed on chakra like it used to. Shinobu remarked with a hint of sarcasm as she watched the strange-looking bug grab onto the stick with its pincer-like jaws. Despite its size, Naruto was surprised by how strong it was, able to feel it pulling on the stick quite noticeably. Letting it have the twig, Naruto watched as the hybridized bug started breaking the stick apart, moving it quite easily despite the twig weighing close to 20 times its own weight. Apart from having an obviously painful bite and surprising strength for its size, it seems pretty docile right now. How it would react in a threatened scenario, though, I don't quite know. Naruto commented idly as he continued watching the insect as it started picking at one of the stick pieces with its arm-like appendages. As its wings withdrew back into the undersides of its dorsal tubes before they folded back down, Naruto found himself rather intrigued, having never thought that they'd be used like that. Putting the insect back in the jar, Naruto put the lid back on to keep it from flying back out. Do you want to see how it interacts with your other Kakaichu? Nodding, Shinobu waited until Naruto opened the jar again before depositing another of her insects into the jar, the two watching silently. As the normal Kakaichu drew near the hybridized one, Naruto half expected the hybrid to attack, but it didn't. Instead, they seemingly stared at one another, but Naruto knew they were communicating through their own pheromones. After a moment, they simply scuttled away from each other, aimlessly crawling around inside the jar. Thank goodness. I was afraid they'd try to fight. Shinobu sighed out with relief before gently taking the jar from Naruto and opening it back up. Letting the two insects crawl out onto her palm, Shinobu waited patiently, though a little nervously as the hybrid joined her Kakaichu beetle on her hand. Her nervousness went unwarranted as it acted no differently than it had while on Naruto's hand. Looking up at Naruto, she smiled warmly. Looks like it was a success. Yeah, it does. Naruto mumbled quietly, his head angled towards the hybrid, but he was actually paying attention to Shinobu's pheromones for a moment. She was really happy. Not just about their little experiment, but about doing it with him. Smiling softly himself, Naruto awkwardly rubbed the back of his neck for a moment before thinking about something related to the new hybrid. Go ahead and keep it with you. Since neither of them are hostile towards one another, you shouldn't have any problems. Plus, it'll give your Kakaichu time to get used to it more. At a later date, if you want, I can hybridize a small number of your Kakaichu to supplement your colony. It'll give you something to practice with, like a preview of what you could do with your insects if you decide to fully hybridize them. That sounds like a good idea. Shinobu agreed before focusing on the hybrid insect as it curiously crawled along her hand and between her fingers. Staring at it, she started moving it from one hand to the other, idly deciding to name it Kyogeki, seeing as it was the only one to exist so far. With their experiment done, Shinobu started unbuttoning her trench coat as she started heading back towards the hive, Kyogeki scurrying into one of her sleeves to continue exploring. Come on, let's go tell Haku about this. Naruto couldn't help smiling slightly as he watched her walk back to the cave entrance. If she'd been happy earlier, she was absolutely overflowing with joy this time, his omniscient senses idly detecting the small number of her tiny flying beetles as they flew through the air around her. He was glad she was enjoying herself. She'd always seemed so gloomy, and while not depressed, she had never exhibited any real joy back in the academy. Smiling a little bit more, Naruto collected the jar they'd used and stashed it in the satchel pouch on his leg before following after his teammate. A contraceptive? You mean, like birth control? Hiyatari asked curiously, yet suspiciously before narrowing his eyes slightly. You and Naruto haven't been, have you? No, and you'll do well not to insinuate such things. Shinobu countered sharply, though stoically, as her Kakaichu started buzzing angrily within her trench coat. Her hand closing around Kyogeki to keep it from being seen as it tried coming out of her sleeve. Even still, her cheeks flushed behind her collar with the assumption. It's for a friend of mine. Not me. Alright, just calm down. Hiyatari mumbled a little nervously, eyeing the numerous beetles scurrying across her trench coat with a bit of caution. Rubbing his masked chin, he started thinking about Shinobu's request. I don't have anything like that on hand, but I know a couple different recipes. For one as strong as you're looking for, though. I'll have to look through my mom's old herbal remedies, but I think I might have something that could help your friend. I still don't understand why they couldn't just go visit a doctor for something, though. They don't like regular medications and hospitals scare them a little bit. Shinobu answered semi-truthfully, helping keep her usual telltale from popping up. They prefer all natural medicines, which is why I came to you about this. You know a decent bit about medicinal herbs. Thank you for the compliment, but I don't know everything, you know. Hiyatari mumbled shyly, blushing a little bit beneath his mask as he turned his gaze down towards the ground, twiddling his fingers a little nervously. Taking a deep breath as he calmed himself back down, Hiyatari stuffed his hands into his jacket pockets. I'll bring you what I can find when we meet up with Kurenai sensei tomorrow morning for team training, okay? Thank you, Hiyatari. Anything would be a big help. Shinobu returned gratefully with a slight bow, only making Hiyatari feel embarrassed again. Straightening back up, Shinobu turned to leave. I have a couple more errands to run, so I'll see you tomorrow. Have a good day. You, too. The Hyuga heir responded with a wave, watching as Shinobu left before mumbling to himself under his breath with a sigh. Those two better not be fooling around. Kurenai sensei would kick their butts for it. Hiruzen hummed quietly to himself as he stood in the forest of death, dressed in the red and white Hokage robes with his hands clasped behind his back. Waving a hand slightly to have his Anbu guards stay where they were, he started walking deeper into the forest. He could just barely sense the shadowy creatures, but he knew they were there. The only thing he could sense from them, however, was a hint of killing intent. As he started getting closer to a lone cave, however, the killing intent suddenly spiked. Interesting. HSS. Naruto suddenly hissed loudly and sharply from off to the side, causing a xenomorph warrior perched on a branch above the sandame to freeze, its tail blade having been drawn back for a spearing thrust. Slowly looking up as he grasped the edge of his hat to keep it from falling, Hiruzen could only stare at the creature's snarling visage with wide eyes. He hadn't noticed that one. Hissing quietly, the warrior slowly crawled over to where Naruto was, only to be hissed at sharply, though quietly, by its king father. Cowering slightly, it slowly moved around behind Naruto before taking up its spot beside him. Looking at Hiruzen, Naruto grimaced with a faint snarl, detecting no pheromones tied to fear or shock. You've known, haven't you? Yes, I have. Since the beginning, actually. Hiruzen remarked as he turned to face the boy fully, clasping his hands behind his back again. How is the girl, by the way? She's fine. Naruto mumbled quietly, suspicious of how he knew of Haku's existence, but if he had known of the Hive, he knew of her. What do you want? I can't check on you, someone I think of as a grandson? Hiruzen questioned, only for Naruto to hiss quietly with irritation. Sighing heavily, Hiruzen decided to be blunt about it. I came to properly assess the situation. I needed to make sure they won't pose a threat to the village. You know it's my duty to protect the village, Naruto. It might be your duty to protect the village, but it is my duty to protect my hive. Naruto responded quietly as he put a hand on the warrior's head, prompting the xenomorph to hiss quietly as it crouched down a little bit more. Hiruzen found himself unable to deny Naruto's logic, seeing how obedient the creature was to him. To me, they are no different than the people of the village are to you. They are my family. I would never allow them to harm anyone of Konoha. That is why I brought them here, to the Forest of Death, where no one would encounter them. They would never defy me. I have no doubt of that now, Naruto. Rest assured, I do not plan on taking action against you or your hive. Hiruzen responded calmly, trying to soothe Naruto's concerns. It did little to calm the obsidian-skinned teen. I understand how you feel, Naruto. If the council catches wind of this, however, I cannot guarantee the safety of your hive. But there is something you can do to help prevent that. That is to make my own clan. I know the laws and their loopholes. Naruto remarked, finishing off the Sandame's thoughts and mildly surprising the old man. I was already intending to do just that once I found the time and resources to do so. I know that we cannot stay here in the forest forever, but where will we go? We cannot go to the village. The people will not accept that and there is no room for us. That is where you are mistaken, Naruto. While you are correct about there not being enough room for you and your hive in Konoha, but beneath it. Hiruzen remarked before trailing off for a moment, this time surprising Naruto in return. Back during the First and Second Great Wars, a network of underground tunnels had been made to hide certain things or to discreetly transport things around the village where spies couldn't see. They haven't been used since the Third Great War, left abandoned and forgotten by all, but a small few. You and your hive can live there in peace. If you can ensure that no harm will ever come to Konoha's people, they can act as a secret weapon, in a way. Not one that I nor anyone else can control, though. One that only you can control. They can act as the village's last line of defense if we were to ever be attacked. What's the catch? Naruto asked quietly and cautiously, suspicious of ill intent and ulterior motives even though he could detect no deception from the Hokage. I must say, you've grown to be quite shrewd, Naruto. Hiruzen returned idly with a slight nod of respect. However, your suspicion is unwarranted. The only catch was for your hive to act in Konoha's defense if we were to ever be attacked. That's all. You may have your hive, Naruto, but you are still family to me. You are still a child of Konoha. I merely ask that you protect her. Give me time to think about it. Naruto answered quietly after a few seconds of silence, only to turn around and start heading towards the nearby cave. Hiruzen's eyes jumped up towards the trees around them as nearly 36 other Xenomorph warriors revealed themselves, each of them heading towards the cave. He had sensed only a fraction of them, having noticed only a half-dozen or so. They were frighteningly stealthy creatures. Now, leave us in peace. I have to talk with Haku about this. Remember, Naruto. I had your best intentions in mind when you were younger and I still do. That will never change. The Sandame called out to the boy as he left, leaving Hiruzen to stand in the clearing by himself. Sighing quietly, he turned around and started heading back to where he'd left his guards, hoping Naruto accepted his offer. Meeting back up with his guards, Hiruzen silently gestured for them to follow before heading back to Konoha. Having a gut feeling that Naruto would eventually accept his offer, Hiruzen decided to get some very specific forms prepared along with arranging a few things ahead of time. He wanted the transition to be as smooth as possible for Naruto. A tense silence fell over the chamber's occupants after Naruto finished telling them about what he'd spoken to the Hokage about just outside of the hive. Shinobu was sitting on the nest, leaning back against the wall while Haku laid beside her, her head laying in the Aburame girl's lap. Naruto, on the other hand, was leaning back against the far wall, his arms crossed over his chest with his head bowed and tail loosely coiled around his waist. It was silent for several minutes as everyone thought about their options. I think we should take him up on his offer. Haku was the first to break the silence, her decision making Naruto's tail slowly tighten around him as he grimaced. Looking towards him, she frowned slightly. I know you are scared. I am, too, but we don't have any other options. If we can't get a strong enough contraceptive, our hive is going to outgrow the forest of death and soon. At least in the tunnels we'll have more room. From what you said, the Hokage sounded as if he was already planning on making us our own clan, giving us a slight immunity to anything the council might attempt against us. Haku's right, Naruto. If we don't accept, there's no telling what the council could do to us. Shinobu spoke up after the couple moments of silence that followed after Haku voiced her thoughts on the matter. Tightening his grip on his arms, Naruto tensed his jaw slightly. Unnoticed by the Aburame, Haku glanced up at Shinobu, smiling faintly. The girl was already considering herself a part of the hive. At least if we take the deal, we can buy ourselves some more time to figure everything out. Naruto stayed silent as he stood there, thinking it all over. While they weren't wrong, he still couldn't help feeling suspicious of it all. As careful and cautious as he'd been, the Sandame had still known of what he'd been doing since the beginning. He knew of Haku, the hive, everything. He'd gone to such great lengths to keep it all hidden, so, how did he know? Even if the Sandame had been telling the truth earlier, that didn't mean he told him everything. The Hokage had been right about one thing, though. He had become shrewd as of late. Feeling something crawling up his leg, Naruto was broken from his thoughts before seeing the small hybridized insect he and Shinobu had made yesterday. Kyogeki, as Shinobu had called it. As it crawled up to where his arms were, it seemed to look up at him before snapping its pincer jaws once and scuttling around some more. You two might be more willing to accept it, but I'm not going to take any risks. Naruto mumbled quietly with a soft sigh while Haku stood up from her spot. Neither of you have lost anything like I have. You don't know what it's like to be in that void. If anything happened to you or the Hive, it would kill me. Maybe not literally, but I know I wouldn't be able to handle it. I can't lose any of you. And you won't, dear. Haku whispered softly as she stepped up to him, gently cupping his cheek before leaning forward slightly to rest her forehead against his. Having been releasing calming pheromones, Naruto slowly started losing the tension in his body, relaxing slightly as Haku tried to calm him down. We are stronger than you give us credit for. We can take care of ourselves just fine. I know, he whispered quietly, ignoring Kyogeki as it scurried across his featureless face before crawling down Haku's arm. It was such a curious little thing, always exploring and wandering. But so was Tensai. She'd been an Anbu and yet she still. Shush. Haku hushed quietly before looping her tail around him, pulling him along in the direction of the bed. After getting him to lay down, Haku and Shinobu took up their usual positions around him with Shinobu in front of him and Haku behind him, just like it had been since Shinobu's first visit to the Hive. As they both held him, Naruto's shivering slowly started to lessen, but it didn't go away fully. Gently kissing the back of his neck, Haku held him close while Shinobu cradled his head against her chest, the two females mildly worried for him. Even after so long, he still got worked up whenever he thought of his late queen mother. HSSS's. Hissing quietly as he stalked the lightless corridors of earth and stone, Naruto couldn't hold back the snarl from forming on his face, his dorsal tubes fully extended. It had been a little over a decade, but he still recalled these passages. While his clones scouted out other parts of the tunnel system, Naruto had been drawn towards the back portion that sat below the Hokage monument, brief glimpses of old memories flashing through his mind. The stone-walled paths were large, measuring almost 20 feet wide and just as tall. Where he was, though, the hall came to an abrupt end, a pair of thick wooden doors set into the far wall just ahead that were almost as wide as the hallway itself. Walking up to them, he lightly brushed a hand across their surface, only for the phantom pain of his memories to spike again. Retracting his hand as if he'd been burned, Naruto's snarl grew vicious as he hissed angrily, taking a step back as he formed a hand seal. Jushishin. Tetsukabuto. He snarled before vomiting resin onto his right arm, forming the carapace-like gauntlet on his arm. Cocking his right hand back, he punched the doors with his full strength. Scree. Instantly, the pair of 2-foot-thick 10-foot-wide wooden slabs were blown open by the impact, each bearing a half of a 10-foot diameter hole where they normally met when closed. Chunks and splinters of wood scattered all around from the explosive force of his punch. Hissing loudly, Naruto slowly stepped into the empty halls of what had once been the laboratory his captors had resided in, where he had been housed as they experimented on him. From what the Sandame had told him a long time ago, most of the critical things had been destroyed in various ways during the raid. Piles of data sheets and research information had been burned to ash, test samples smashed and burned, equipment fried and broken beyond repair. Now, none of it remained apart from a scarce few menial things. It had all been catalogued as evidence and cleared out during the investigation that followed the raid's aftermath. It had once belonged to his most hated enemy. Now, it was all his. A part of him wanted nothing more than to destroy the lab, to cave it in and fill it with rubble. However, his more rational and calmer side knew it could be extremely useful to him with his own studies and research. Deciding to keep it in the end, Naruto wandered the halls aimlessly, his body moving on autopilot. The laboratory wasn't very big, but it was dense with different rooms. There was plenty of space for him to scatter the different fields he was researching so that none of them mixed with another or hindered one field of research or another. HSSSSSS's. Hissing quietly with fury as he came across a very familiar room, Naruto slowly crouched down before lightly touching his hand to a spot on the floor. There was a small puncture hole in the metal flooring, an empty glass obelisk standing in front of him. It was the room he had once occupied so many years ago. The room where he'd been found. The room where Tensei had taken him in without hesitation. Standing up, Naruto stared down at the small hole where his tail had stabbed into the floor to hold him up back then, his hands curling into fists as he faced his past. With a seemingly effortless backhand, the obelisk of glass was shattered into oblivion by his resin-armored hand. Turning around, Naruto started walking back out of the lab, still snarling as he went deeper into the tunnel system. Alright, all that's left now is to give your clan a name, Naruto. Hiruzen commented as he finished signing off on the paperwork he'd been doing with Naruto, helping guide the team through the process. Have you given any thought to it? Some. He mumbled quietly, having scouted out the entirety of the tunnel system before coming to see the Hokage about the final part of their deal, the creation of his clan. After a moment, he wrote down the name for his clan on the form before sliding it across the desk to the Sandame. Picking it up and looking at it, Hiruzen couldn't help quirking an eyebrow slightly as he read the name before glancing up at Naruto. Nodding slightly to himself, Hiruzen signed off on the form before setting it with the rest of the applications. Are we done? Yes, we are. Hiruzen responded. I'll be honest, though. I had actually expected you to keep Tensei's name. No. As grateful as I am for everything she did for me back then, I cannot continue living in her shadow. Naruto answered quietly. Now, the Tsubako clan exists. And as clan head, I want everything that was in that lab. The data that had been recovered back then is now, technically, Tsubako clan secrets. I thought you would. Hiruzen sighed out quietly, knowing it was pointless to argue the matter. Naruto was not wrong. Anything in that lab relating to his creation was now, by law, property of the newly formed Tsubako clan. Reaching down behind his desk, Hiruzen picked up the large sealing scroll he had placed beside him before setting it on his desk. Standing up, Naruto grabbed the leather carrying strap attached to it before hanging it off his shoulder, turning to leave. Before you go, Naruto. I wanted to apologize to you for the other day, back in the Forest of Death. I didn't mean to trespass or offend you. I admit that I could have approached you a little more tactfully about everything, but I didn't. For that, I am sorry. How did you know? Naruto asked after a moment without turning back around. I took every precaution to keep it all hidden. So, how did you know? Just an old relic of the past. Hiruzen answered cryptically, but still pulled out the crystal ball he kept stashed in one of his desk drawers, a look of nostalgia crossing his face as he stared at the transparent orb in his hand. Able to see it without turning around thanks to his omniscient senses, Naruto grimaced slightly, so the old man had an all-seeing eye, it seemed. One that he couldn't even detect, at that. Heading towards the door, Naruto adjusted the strap to the storage scroll. Stop spying on me, he mumbled before leaving the office. Sighing heavily, Hiruzen set the orb back down on the purple cushion in the drawer, sliding it shut a moment later. It seemed like he had some work to do if he was going to regain Naruto's trust. He should have just called the boy to his office like he first thought to do instead of taking the initiative like he had. Outside, Naruto ignored the people on the street as he walked towards the nearest entrance into the tunnel system, each one expertly hidden all throughout the village. Once night fell over the village, he intended to start moving his hive into their new home before getting to work on securing each and every one of the entrances. He was going to make sure that no one other than himself and his Xenomorph children could get in and out of the hive with only a couple exceptions. Before any of that, however, he had a lab to set up for his work. Someone's a fast worker. Shinobu mumbled to herself as she dropped down into the new hive from one of the entrances she'd been shown yesterday, which wasn't all that far from the hive's center. The corridors were already thickly encased in resin, the all too familiar humid air forcing her to take her coat off in minutes as she started walking down the passageway. With the size of the tunnel system, she wasn't surprised to see only a couple warriors making their way around, one of them drawing close enough for her to run her hand along its head. A common greeting, ritual, she shared with the Xenomorphs. All this in only 2 days. I'm impressed. I am as well, Haku remarked as she approached from an intersecting tunnel just as Shinobu walked into view. Walking up to the Aburame girl, Haku didn't hesitate to greet Shinobu in her usual way, an intimate kiss. Moaning ever so slightly, Shinobu returned it without thinking twice, something that pleased Haku quite a bit. Her efforts were finally showing results. Breaking apart after a few seconds, Haku smiled warmly at her while gently wiping away the hint of saliva that always ended up at the corner of Shinobu's mouth. If you've come to see Naruto, he hasn't left his lab all morning. His lab? Naruto has a lab? Shinobu questioned as she and Haku started walking, the hybrid queen mother's tail loosely wrapping around her waist to keep her close. What has he been doing in there? I honestly don't know, but Haku began before trailing off, her smiling shifting into a slight frown, but not out of sadness, mostly confusion and curiosity. Thankfully, the lab wasn't far from where they were. I've been hearing more voices recently, new ones. What do you mean? Shinobu inquired, only to hear something further up. Detaching her tail from around her partner's waist, Haku and Shinobu both ran forward to the nearby intersection to find the doors to Naruto's lab open, and a never-before-seen xenomorph standing before them. While neither feared it, it was still an intimidating sight, having never seen one like it before. What is that? Seemingly limited to walking on all fours, regardless of the tunnel, the new variant stood just a little taller than either of them at 6 feet in height at the shoulder. Its body was more heavily muscled than any of the warriors, while a wide, though somewhat short carapace of dense black bone fanned out from the back of its head. Reaching around either side of its eyeless visage, it bore 2 wide set blade-like tusks of black bone that extended a good 2 feet in front of its mouth. It bore 4 backswept dorsal tubes on its back, the larger pair growing out from behind its shoulders while the smaller pair were situated near its lower back, its tail equipped with a large 3-foot-long tail blade. The claws on its 4 six-toed paw-like feet were hooked and seemed semi-retractable, from the look of them. HS's. The giant xenomorph hissed loudly before another hiss was heard behind it, prompting it to sidestep a little and glance back partway as Naruto started walking out of the lab from behind it. Moving around in front of it, Naruto grabbed one of its tusks, but not aggressively. As he forced its head to tilt down slightly, Naruto couldn't resist the slight grin as it shoved him back, shaking its body and head for a moment. Patting the side of its thick neck, Naruto finally noticed the 2 new arrivals, glancing over towards Haku and Shinobu. "So, this is what you've been up to," Haku remarked as she walked over to Naruto and the hybridized beast, tenderly caressing the side of its face before rubbing under its chin. It hissed quietly in contentment, enjoying the attention its queen mother was giving it. "Yeah. I went out and captured a few panthers from the Forest of Death before sunrise," Naruto responded while running a hand along its tusk again, something he hadn't expected it to develop. The panthers he spoke of stood only about 5 feet tall, but they were strong. He'd watched 2 of them fight off one of the giant tigers back in the Forest of Death a week ago, and their tenacity impressed him quite a bit. The hybridization took a little longer than I had expected, but as you can see, it was a success. Like I had first theorized, the larger the creature, the longer it takes for the hybridization process to finish. I can see that, but why? Haku questioned, Shinobu hanging back as she eyed the hybridized beast cautiously. She might have befriended the warriors, but it was a new addition and she wasn't too keen on testing her luck with it just yet. Naruto grimaced slightly as he glanced away from a moment. With how much space we have, I wanted to add something a little beefier to the hive. Something not only a little bigger, but something that could take more hits and hit back harder. I decided to call them hunters, Naruto responded before he and Haku let the large xenomorph, hunter, leave to wander the hive. I've only made 4 of them so far, but they're strong, fast, and agile. They're also very smart and really good at tracking. I've got my eye on a few other animals that I plan on hybridizing as well, but I want to take care of a few other things first before I start adding any more new castes to the hive. I'm glad you're adjusting well, Naruto. Shinobu spoke up as she walked over to him, putting a hand on his shoulder as she smiled softly. I was a little worried. With how you had been against the Hokage's offer before, I thought you might not take the move all too well. I almost didn't, Naruto mumbled quietly as he walked over to close the doors to his lab, the hole he'd put in them having been heavily patched with resin. Instead of elaborating on what he meant, Naruto pulled out a small storage scroll from one of his equipment pouches and handed it to Shinobu, grimacing slightly as he stared off to the side slightly, feeling mildly embarrassed and awkward. I I made you a little something. You made me something? Shinobu mumbled quietly before unraveling the scroll and unsealing the object stored within. In a cloud of smoke, what looked almost like a thin hard-shelled backpack appeared. It was only a couple inches thick, but it was big enough to cover most of her upper back. It was a beige-tan color, and after a moment of investigation, she saw how it was filled completely with hardened resin, a pair of thick brown leather straps attached to it to hold it in place. It wasn't even all that heavy, either, maybe only about 10 to 15 pounds, at most. What is this for? I noticed how Kyogeki was always out. I figured he was too big to fit inside you with the rest of your colony. Naruto remarked softly as he rubbed the back of his neck, ignoring the knowing smirk on Haku's face as she stared at him. If I hybridize more of your Kakaichu, they'll at least have somewhere to go now. Thank you. Shinobu stuttered slightly as she stood up with the pack in her hands, her cheeks burning hot as she smiled shyly. Slipping it on, she found it to be surprisingly comfortable, the underside of it feeling slightly cushioned for the wearer's comfort. Reaching into her equipment pouch, she pulled out Kyogeki before setting it on her shoulder. Snapping its pincers slightly, Kyogeki crawled around on her shoulder for a second before noticing the new object on her back. Curious, it moved closer to it before suddenly starting to gnaw through the resin with surprising ease, carving out the first tunnel in it. Still blushing, she smiled at Naruto a little more happily. He likes it. That's good. Naruto mumbled quietly, feeling unusually awkward and shy. Smiling more warmly, Haku shook her head slightly at her king father's behavior. While Shinobu couldn't, Haku could quite easily detect the love-based pheromones he was releasing as he interacted with Shinobu. Wanting to change the subject, he looked back up at Shinobu finally, forcing himself to calm down. So, what brings you here? I wasn't expecting to see you today. Well, Kurenai-sensei kind of sent me to find you since you didn't show up for team training today. She answered, only to laugh quietly as Naruto sighed heavily and palmed his face. They're waiting for me to come back with you so we can go get a simple D-rank mission to finish the day off with. Shit. I had forgotten about that. Naruto sighed out quietly. We better not keep her waiting. I don't need her getting any madder at me. Go have fun. Haku whispered teasingly as she gave her life mate a tender kiss on the lips. Grimacing slightly, Naruto hissed a little bit, not finding the joke funny at all. As the two ran down the tunnel towards the nearest exit, Haku smirked slightly while folding her arms across her stomach. He was finally warming up to Shinobu more fully and accepting his feelings for the girl. Took him long enough. What are you reading this time? Kurenai inquired as she walked up beside the tree Naruto was in, the hybrid teen lounging on a low-hanging branch with a book in his hands, his tail loosely coiled around the tree limb. It had been a month since she found out about everything Naruto had been up to, his hive, his clan, Shinobu's new insects, the creatures. She warily eyed the hunter, sleeping under the tree on the other side. Even after a month of it joining him for their team training exercises and even providing some assistance with the physical labor during a couple of their D-rank missions, Kurenai was still unnerved by its size and menacing appearance. Advanced Fuinjutsu theory. I want to create a summoning contract with my hive. Naruto answered calmly without turning his focus away from the book in his hands. Not having any eyes, he could have the book opened up behind him and still be able to read it, but his focus was always greater when it was in front of his face. Kurenai was surprised and a little shocked by his answer. He'd only been a genin for a handful of months and he was already branching his skills out to more advanced things. It'll make it easier and faster to deploy them while out on missions or in an unexpected fight. It'll be a while before I'm skilled enough to create one, though. That's actually pretty impressive. The red-eyed chunin admitted sincerely, honestly proud of her student even though she hadn't played much of a part in his development. It had been all him. In her opinion, he was kind of a prodigy, only without a focusing point like most others. Most of the prodigies in the village specialized in one aspect or another, be it ninjutsu, taijutsu, or genjutsu. With him, though, he was kind of scattered all over the place with his studies, but he somehow found the time for it all. She wasn't aware of the fact that he had figured out the trick to training with Kage Bunshin, usually keeping a dozen or so in his lab now to keep studying other subjects. Hey, Naruto, you up for a spar? Hiyatari called out, prompting a slight grimace from Naruto as he closed the book and put it away. He wanted to learn as much as he could about Fuinjutsu to make sure he didn't mess up anywhere whenever he got around to making the contract. Uncoiling his tail from around the branch, Naruto dropped down to the ground before walking out from under the tree. He wasn't going to enjoy the fight much. Hiyatari had been getting better and better with his clan's taijutsu style over the past couple months. Whenever they sparred, Hiyatari had a bad habit of hitting the chakra points in his tail, making it harder for him to use it right. This will be an interesting match. Shinobu mumbled from her spot beside Kurenai, giving the Junin a slight start. She hadn't been paying attention, giving the Aburame heiress the chance to unknowingly sneak up on her. Having just finished practicing a few techniques with her new Kamukaichu, Shinobu had arrived just in time for Naruto and Hiyatari to enter their personal taijutsu stances. Already familiar with Hiyatari's, she was more interested in Naruto's, which was constantly evolving. He kept his knees bent with his left leg leading, his upper torso hunched down and forward slightly while his tail was curled around his right side with the 2.5-foot-long blade of black bone resting almost limply on the ground beside him. His right six-clawed hand was balled up into a fist, cocked back near his shoulder while his left was kept cocked back near his fist. She knew he used his fists, elbows, and knees more than he normally would when sparring with them, not wanting to seriously injure them, which made her curious as to how he truly fought. She hadn't yet seen it, and despite the knowledge that she might not enjoy such a sight, Shinobu couldn't get rid of her curiosity of it. Not quite as patient as his teammate, Hiyatari was the first to move, rushing forward with a palm thrust. Twisting his body, Naruto knocked the Hyuga's hand aside at the wrist with his left elbow, only to fully extend his arm out in front of the boy. Swinging his arm back in the same motion, Naruto used his tail to grab Hiyatari by the ankles, yanking his legs out from under him as he was sent to the ground. Landing on his back at Naruto's feet, Hiyatari started coughing between short gasps of air after having the wind knocked out of him. Naruto backing off to let him catch his breath and get back up. Looks like he's been practicing a couple actual movesets. Kurenai mumbled curiously, analyzing Naruto's fighting style as well. He doesn't normally fight like that. He's been trying to learn a lot of different things recently. I'm not surprised he'd look into different kinds of taijutsu as well. Shinobu commented in return as she loosely crossed her arms under her bust, a couple of her recently named Kamukaichu randomly scurrying about on her body. Having had Naruto hybridize as many of her Kakaichu as possible just days ago, Shinobu now had an actual collection of roughly 400 pincer mod insects housed in the resin pack she wore. Kyogeki hadn't been a fluke. They were all identical to it and were unusually active busybodies, kind of like some species of ant. A couple almost always crawling around the outside of their small hive or crawling around somewhere on her body under her trench coat. I wonder how good he really is at taijutsu. Just going by instinct, he was already hard to fight even when outnumbered, so I wonder just how much stronger he's become now that he knows a few taijutsu katas. I thought you two sparred all the time. Kurenai mumbled curiously, glancing at her lone female student just as Shinobu's insects began to buzz quietly in reaction to her quickened heart rate. She really had been paying attention to them after all. We do. But that's because he's been helping me get better at it. Shinobu admitted with a touch of humility. She knew she wasn't all that good at it. She didn't need to with her Kakaichu and now her Kamukaichu to help her. Foolish thinking, she knew that for sure, already knowing it would be best if she kept her skills more well-rounded, just in case she ever encountered someone that could render her entire colony useless or destroyed. Being so unpredictable and having a blade-tipped tail, he's the best sparring partner I could have. He's fast, instinctual, strong, and his tail could be seen as an enemy's sword or weapon. If I ever have to fight unarmed without even my insects to assist me, I want to be able to defend myself or others properly. Smart thinking. Kurenai acknowledged with a slight nod, looking back at the spar as Naruto stayed on the defensive, doing his best to deflect, parry, and dodge the Hyuga heir's deceptively dangerous fast-moving hands. Now that she paid attention more closely, Kurenai could see signs of him doing the same with Hiyatari, training him. He wasn't being forced on the defensive, like she'd thought. Instead, he was keeping Hiyatari on the offensive, something the white-eyed boy had always been a little weak on. He wasn't much for fighting or conflict, but he was more than strong enough to defend himself, if need be. Attacking, though, he'd always been hesitant or nervous, never really committing to his attacks. Not fully, at least. She had to admit, Naruto was very interesting. Her old nervousness and intimidation of him had died off long ago, now replaced with a touch of pride and respect for him. He did not act like the monster he appeared to be. He treated and took care of his teammates as if they were like family to him, and he had endured hardships that would have left even herself in pretty bad shape, and yet he still kept going forward. Not only that, but he was proving himself to be on par with a clan prodigy, having grown enough in skill to give his teammates tips on certain things or show them different tricks to make something more effective, some sleight of hand having been something he'd helped teach them. Granted, he'd had her a little nervous with his random fainting spells early on, but he hadn't spaced out like that ever since the day before they left for Wave Country. HS's. Hissing quietly with irritants, Naruto curled his tail around his waist protectively, having had a couple of his tenketsu in the prehensile limb closed after a minor lapse in judgment. The boy was getting better. He'd actually been trying not to get hit for a good portion of the fight's third round. He'd been distracted by Hiyatari's right hand while the boy struck out with his left at the same time, hitting a couple chakra points on it to slow its whip-like movements. Smirking faintly, Naruto shook his head a little bit, honestly surprised that Hiyatari's feint had actually worked on him. Slipping back into his stance as Hiyatari stood back up and did the same, Naruto took a deep breath, letting it out in a long, quiet hiss. HSSSSSs. Don't you sass me. You deserve it for constantly grabbing me with it. Hiyatari retorted while getting into his Juken stance, neither caring nor knowing if Naruto had actually been trying to say something. He'd seen Naruto talk with his scary-looking pet a bunch of times and could only assume it was their language or whatever. A few seconds later, he rushed Naruto once again, his hands darting forward to jab at his teammate's tenketsu once more. Holding the rubber-like wedge of hollowed-out resin, Naruto bit down on the object, making sure that all 8 of his fangs pierced the collector he'd made to harvest his own venom. As the black fluid that was his genetically mutating venom filled the hollow reservoir inside of it, it began to drain into a clear plastic tube that fed into a pint-sized glass flask, still being close to half full. Since he'd first started harvesting his venom for his studies, Naruto had noticed how the gland it originated from was replenishing it more and more often. Now, he could replenish a full dose of his venom within 3 to 4 days. He had been experimenting a little bit more in the past 2 months since creating the hunters, who now numbered closer to 3 dozen. Finishing after a minute or two, Naruto pulled his fangs free of the soft resin mold before setting the collector aside. Grabbing one of the few syringes that had been amongst the things in the scroll the Sandaime had given him in the past, Naruto filled it with roughly a half dose of his venom before walking over to where he had a rather large bat restrained on the examination table nearby. Ignoring its panicked screeches, Naruto carefully pressed the needle into the animal's body, injecting it with the black secretion. Its screeches faded away after a few minutes, losing consciousness for the moment as its body started transforming. First, what little fur it had was lost, its skin taking on the same oily black sheen as his own. Other than its head and face, not much else changed about it appearance-wise, something that made Naruto frown curiously at as he undid the creature's restraints. After another minute or two, the hybridized bat slowly woke back up, sluggishly rolling back over and holding itself up with its slightly shaky winged arms, the membrane going from its elbows the tips of its long and thin fingers. Where its wrists were anatomically located, the new hybrid bore a set of 2 black talons on either one, its feet equipped with 3 sickle-like talons each. Curiously enough, it didn't possess much of a tail, looking not unlike an actual bat's, not even possessing a tail blade of any sort. He also found it interesting how part of its head had formed 2 flat horn-like growths near its fang-filled mouth, looking not unlike its original nose. It also only had 2 small dorsal tubes on the backs of its shoulders. As it was, standing on its short legs and the clawed wrists of its winged arms, the hybridized bat looked to be only about 3 feet long from its nose to its feet, but its wingspan was nearly 6.5 feet across, maybe a little more. HS's, scree. The bat hissed before screeching softly, its head bobbing ever so slightly as if it were sniffing him despite its lack of a nose. Quietly shrieking again, the bat took off from the examination table briefly before clinging to the ceiling, slowly crawling around a little bit. You're going to be my eyes in the sky for a little bit. I think you'll come in handy very soon. Naruto idly mused while reaching up, his clawed fingers just barely reaching the hybridized bat as he gently pet the back of its head with his knuckles. Unlike the other xenomorphs in the hive, himself and Haku excluded, it didn't have the same oblong head. Not exactly, at least. It was only about half as long as it would have been, in comparison to a warrior's, while its neck came up along the back of it to keep it pointed forward for the most part, allowing its head a limited range of motion. Not having eyes or any real need to move its head outside of attacking or eating, Naruto was a little intrigued by how it had adapted, technically. Thinking about the chunin selection exams that they'd been nominated for by Kurenai, Naruto grimaced slightly. Deciding to title the new artificially created caste seekers, he couldn't help smirking slightly, thinking of how Shinobu had named her first Kumakaichu, Kyogeki, for its pincer-like mouth. If he allowed himself such tiny pleasures, he'd name the first hunter he'd made, Sume, due to its claws, while the newly made seeker would be named Kyuaketsuki, after the species of bat it had come from. Kyuaketsuki could become very valuable to him, both during the exams and afterwards. HS's, hissing quietly as he reached up more fully, Naruto watched as Kyuaketsuki reached out to grab his forearm before climbing down to his shoulder. Situating itself on his back and pressing up against him, Naruto glanced over his shoulder at it, smirking faintly. Its large wings easily compressed, streamlining its flanks as it gripped the back of his shoulders with its finger claws, its feet gripping his lower back. So long as it didn't move or anything, he could easily pass it off as either some kind of growth on his back or possibly a bag of some sort. He just couldn't use his dorsal tubes with the seeker there, and he'd have to be mindful of his actions. He had faith that the seeker would move freely and take flight if things started getting rough, but one wrong move and it could easily be killed if he fell on it, got hit unexpectedly from behind, or was slammed back against a wall or some other solid surface. Even still, knowing about it was valuable. It would make transporting one easier until he could get the summoning contract set up. Walking back over to the island counter he'd been at earlier, Naruto picked up his old hooded cloak, grimacing slightly as he stared down at it. Slowly putting it on over the seeker on his back, Naruto buttoned it up with his arms slid through the sleeves. Naruto grabbed the now pitch-black hunter nin mask he used to wear just 6 months ago, now bearing the fanged snarling grin of a xenomorph painted across the mouth section in white. Time to go meet the team. Naruto mumbled quietly to himself as the watch in his pocket started beeping quietly, having set an alarm for when he had to go meet with Shinobu and Hiyatari. He'd been needing it more and more as he unintentionally got lost in his studies and researched, often losing track of time. Heading for the nearest exit, Naruto kept his tail coiled around his waist under the cloak, intending to keep his appearance hidden for as long as possible throughout the exams. It would keep anyone from seeing what he has or what he looks like, leaving everything about him unknown to any possible enemies. Information was power, after all, and he was going to need every advantage he could get in the chunin exams.
That's all for now. If you want to see next part, then please like this video and subscribe my channel. Thank you.